Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. John Burrows has been given leave to make a statement on the serious stabbing in North Belfast, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. I recognise the concern of members in the community as regards this attack and the desire of members to express their concerns. I would however caution members that arrests have been made and the matter is now sub judice. What is said in the Chamber carries weight and will still be part of the official record if when this matter comes to trial. So while I am content for members to discuss the matter, I do warn them that they should not in the heat of the moment say something which may prejudice any trial. Mr Burrows.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like everyone across Northern Ireland, I was deeply shocked by the barbaric scenes that we witnessed on social media when a man has been clearly horrifically injured on our streets. My first thoughts are with the victim. I pray for him and a recovery, and also for the medics that today are treating him. I want to thank the members of the public who evidently intervened to save that man's life, and also to the swift actions of the police service. It is clear that at times like this there can be tensions in our community, and I think it is right that political leadership says that we need to give the police the time and space to do their investigation, to secure evidence, and to go through due process. I have today already spoken to the police at a senior level, and as I mentioned in an interview on the Stephen Nolan show earlier, I do think at times when there is tension like this, and there is some national practice, that the police should be proactive in giving out as much information as they can to the community that is factual, accurate and objective, because otherwise in a vacuum you get disinformation, and the community should know what are the facts that can be released. It is imperative on all of us in political leadership to show that calm leadership to our communities, and I would say to anybody across Northern Ireland today that the way to respond to these issues is never to break the law, is never to incite hatred. It is to show your solidarity with our community. It is to send your best wishes to our victim. And it is to ensure that we all do what we can to promote good relations in our country, and to make sure that we have the protections and the laws that are required to keep our people safe. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, I'm glad that this matter today was accepted, and that we have an opportunity here to show political leadership, to appeal for calm in our communities, to wish the victim the very best recovery possible, to thank our police service and our medics and our members of the public who intervened, and to really reassure that the police service have promised me that they will be mobilising resources this evening to keep the community safe, to keep tensions down, to open up lines of communication with the local community. And it is now the time to think about the victim, wish the police all the best, and I finally encourage the police to be proactive and give as much information they can to the public, and not to allow any vacuum to be filled with disinformation. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Excellent.
Mr Speaker, and I think like all members, when I saw that video this morning, I was deeply shocked just by the barbarity of the attack that took place at Kinnaird Avenue in North Belfast last night. A man pinned to the ground, seemingly in a helpless state, yet continuing to be attacked by another man using a knife, slashing at his face and repeatedly at his throat. and a man in a helpless state being mutilated. And we hear residents shouting, appealing for the attack to end. And I want to commend those residents who intervened to help bring that attack to an end, and then the police officers who arrived on the scene to end it. I've spoken to the PSNI North Belfast Commander this morning, and the police have now put out a statement. They've confirmed that a 40-year-old man is in hospital, and we hope and pray for his recovery, and our thoughts are with him, that he will survive and recover from those horrific injuries, and we think of his family at this time. Also, that a 30-year-old man from Somalia has been arrested. The police tell us they are not seeking anyone else at this stage in connection with this crime. They have told me that both the victim and the perpetrator live locally in that area. So what we need to keep hearing further information from the police. It is important that factual information is put into the public domain, whatever the circumstances, and whether or not that suits everyone's agenda. It is important that we do not have false information circulated online in this era of social media. So I appeal for the police to make that information. They also need to increase their presence on our streets at this time of anxiety and fear that such a thing could happen. And there may well be questions for other statutory services. What were the circumstances in which the attacker was living here? Was there supervision that he was meant to be receiving? So there are questions for other statutory services. And we need to hear honesty, not half-truths. We need to hear the full information. There is great anxiety. This morning I visited Kernard Avenue. Obviously it is covered with media this morning. I also visited the Lower Old Park community on the other side of Girdwood. I'm told there was no trouble there last night. This is not any interface-related issue. So what are the circumstances? We need to know those facts. This is a time for assurance. We also do appeal. We're concerned that people could try to cause other people not connected with this incident to suffer consequences. That should not happen. There should be a fact-based response with statutory and community agencies working together. Thank you.
Deputy Garrison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday in this chamber I was ridiculed by the self-righteous MLAs to my left, including the Justice Minister, for daring to highlight issues around immigration and the impact it has on working class communities. Obnoxious was the word used by Carl Nicollian, the Sinn Féin member for North Belfast. I wonder if there is anyone in here today who would dare to find fault with anyone who used stronger terms to describe the events that took place last night. This murderous attack is not just savage in itself, but indicative of the alien culture that has been imported through unchecked immigration. Last night's events can't be divorced from the immigration debate, and anyone who attempts to do so is gaslighting our communities. When watching the video of the attempted beheading, I was struck by two things. One was the fact that the attacker was indeed a foreign national. The other was the fact that it had a striking similarity to the Islamic attacks we have witnessed across the world. My party has already called for the nationality, immigration status and the religion of the suspect to be published by the police. That needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. Shortly after the Liverpool incident, we've seen the police and the BBC positively rushed out to say that the attacker was a white male. Let's see if they're so quick to comment now on last night's attack to say that the attacker wasn't white. The issues this case raises need no longer be off limits to this chamber and the committees of this House. The most basic duty of government is the defence of its citizens. People need to know that they are safe to walk the streets without fear or danger of someone attacking them or indeed trying to cut off their head. Those who attempt to shut down discussion of those issues are not liberal. They are not standing up for the marginalised and oppressed in our communities, to defend the policies which led to last night and to advocate for them. That is positively a danger to our communities here in Northern Ireland. Some people dare to say that raising such issues are not Christian. We are warned in Deuteronomy of a nation of fierce countenance which does not show respect for the elderly or show favour to the young. That is what we saw last night. It is time to close our borders. It is time to stop the boats. And it's time this House faced up to the realities, and the British government take a stand and do the right thing for the people of the United Kingdom.
I want to, like others, unequivocally condemn the violent and brutal attack that took place in North Belfast yesterday evening. This was an appalling and horrifying attack which has deeply shocked our entire community. There is no place for violence of any kind in our communities, and my thoughts are very much with the victim and his family at this time. The perpetrator of this heinous crime must face the full weight of the law. I think we're all united in saying that those involved in violent criminality have no place in this society. Anyone who engages in violent criminality have no place in our community. I want to commend the courage of all those who intervened to remove the attacker in advance of the police arriving. I want to commend the first responders, the PSNI and the ambulance service who responded to this serious incident. And I also want to urge anyone with any information whatsoever to come forward to the PSNI immediately so that a full investigation can be carried out and also that the perpetrator is brought to justice. Thank you.
Neil McAllister.
Mr. Speaker, last night's horrific attack in North Belfast should be condemned by all, and I join everyone in this chamber when we condemn the brutal attack that took place for everyone to see in the hours that followed. One of the things that made this even more barbaric is the fact that it was caught on camera, and I would urge people not to watch the video and allow the police to do their job. It is not something that anyone, especially young children, need to see, and I'm aware that they have been circulating already. But what is most important here this morning is that my thoughts and everyone's thoughts are with the victim. We understand that he is in a critical condition, and we hope that he is able to fully recover. We also must give thanks to the very brave people who attempted to step in and stop this brutal attack. This kind of violence doesn't have any place on our streets. It doesn't have any place in public, and it doesn't have any place happening even behind closed doors. It's not what we know of North Belfast. It's not what we need to see. I know this has left the community feeling very anxious about where we go from here, but today is not a day for politics. It's a day for being calm, allowing the police to do their job, carry out the investigation, come forward with any information that they can to the public, and I would urge everyone, not just in this chamber but in the public, to ensure that tensions are not raised, that there is not violence on our streets, and that we ensure that our community here in North Belfast and Northern Ireland remains calm in the days ahead. It is important that we do that to allow the police to do their job and also to ensure that this man is brought to justice and he feels the full weight of the law. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The events that took place in North Belfast last night, the act that was carried out was horrific and depraved. I have, unfortunately, as I'm sure many in this chamber have, seen the video that was widely shared. I hope no one else sees it, and I would urge people not to watch it and not to share it, not just because it is depraved and shocking, but because we don't want people to have to see that, and we don't want the dignity of the victim to be compromised any further while they hopefully recover in hospital. Let me say, first of all, that the thoughts of I, my party, and I think everyone or virtually everyone in this chamber are with the victim who is recovering now in hospital, with those who witnessed that horrific attack, and with the brave soul who intervened to rescue somebody and to potentially prevent loss of life. That attack was so unspeakably depraved that it has shocked people, and it's important to acknowledge that shock is a natural and understandable reaction to such images. But it is important for those of us in political leadership, which is an immense privilege for those of us who are in this chamber and who lead, to choose our words carefully, to reflect on our role as leaders and the impact that our words have. The person responsible for this should feel the full weight of the law. There should be nothing that prevents them from feeling consequences and from public safety being prioritised. In order for that to happen, it is important that the police, and I thank the police for their response last night and other emergency services, it is important that the police are allowed to do their job and to do it without intervention or unhelpful public commentary. It is also important to say that at a time of real anxiety for safety, yes, but also for safety of all communities in Northern Ireland, that we choose our words carefully. We cannot ignore the fact that there are dark actors who will want and already are trying to take advantage of this situation to create more tension and to create more fear. Let me say this: no ethnicity, no race has a monopoly on violence. The scenes we witnessed last night were utterly horrific. But it is also true to say that we need to bring calm to our community. We need to act and speak responsibly. Those of us in positions of leadership should reflect on that role. We should seek to bring unity today and a calm response to the public who are watching. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Jerry Connell. Mr. Speaker, I want to say unequivocally that the violent attack on a person in North Belfast last night was totally unacceptable, wrong, and absolutely horrific. And my thoughts are with the victim of this attack and their family. And this is a very dangerous and a horrific attack that nobody should ever have to experience or witness. I also want to commend, like others, Mr. Speaker, those who intervened in a very quick-moving but dangerous situation to help the person who was attacked. I want to commend them for their quick actions and intervention. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that this event will have a lasting and a traumatic impact on the family of the person who was attacked and the wider community in that part of North Belfast. And they need to be given the space to process what happened, but also the services should be put in place to support people who experienced and saw and heard what happened last night. I also want to appeal for calm, Mr. Speaker, in the wake of this attack. Undoubtedly, anybody who has seen the footage or heard about it will be deeply troubled. That's a natural response to such a horrific event. But organised violence escalating is not the answer. It will only serve, Mr. Speaker, to bring more harm, more fear and more hurt to our communities, and attempting to use this tragic event to whip up racism should be called out and should be absolutely condemned. And I condemn that this morning, and call on other people who are troubled, who are horrified, to condemn that and not to go down that very dangerous path. We've seen where that leads to, Mr. Speaker. We saw the events of last summer in Ballymena, where refugee and migrant families were burnt out of their homes in retaliation attacks, which solved nothing, only to instill fear, and people are now stockpiling food because they're fearful of another hot summer, and I am fearful of that as well. But we should not be, that should be a warning sign for us to act. And also, no community, Mr. Speaker, should be singled out or blamed for the heinous attacks of an individual, regardless of their colour, regardless of their skin, or regardless of what country or what city they were born in. No doubt the local community in North Belfast, they are deeply troubled this morning. They're reeling, they're upset, they're anxious, Mr. Speaker. They do not deserve or need more violence or intimidation on our streets. They need our support, our understanding and their ability to begin to try to process this horrific event.
Emma Littleton-Gilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, people in North Belfast witnessed horrific scenes that have absolutely sickened and appalled people across Northern Ireland. A shocking and barbaric act of violence, leaving a victim fighting the consequences of a truly savage attack. Today, our thoughts, our prayers and our deepest concerns are with that victim and with his loved ones, but is also with the local community, those who witnessed what happened firsthand. I have no doubt that they are deeply shaken today. I pay tribute to the bravery of those who stepped forward to intervene in particularly difficult and dangerous circumstances. What happened last night was not simply a criminal act. It was an assault on the very values that bind us together as a society. Every person has the right to walk their streets, live in their community, and to feel safe within their own neighbourhood. This type of brutality has no place in Northern Ireland. This morning, I spoke with the Chief Constable and with the Justice Minister. I made it clear that at a time when people are understandably anxious and concerned, when people are understandably demanding answers, we must have very clear communication with the public. There must be the giving of as much information as possible. Clear, timely and transparent communication is essential to establish the facts, but also to address any misinformation or rumour. We also need to be very clear that no matter how potentially uncomfortable for some, the full truth must be made public. I have also been in contact with the Prime Minister because the PSNI have confirmed that the 30-year-old male who has been arrested is believed to be of Somalian heritage. I've been in contact and engaged with the Prime Minister this morning to ensure full commitment to full and urgent cooperation with the Home Office to see what status and indeed what information they may hold about this individual. My message is simple. There can be no excuses and no tolerance for such violence. I know that emotions are running high. I know that there is anger and concern across the community. But I do urge everyone to remain calm, to allow the police to carry out their investigation and for people to establish the full facts. Thank you.
Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to condemn the vile and horrific incident that took place on the streets of North Belfast last night. Streets where people should feel safe and families should feel secure, and this incident has undoubtedly and understandably caused huge distress and anxiety amongst our community. My immediate thoughts are with the victim and his family, and I sincerely hope he will make a swift and full recovery, but also with those brave and courageous members of the public who stepped forward to intervene, and with the first responders to the incident. And it is vital that all of us in this chamber support the PSNI in their investigation and give them the time and space they need to ensure due process can take its course and the facts can be established and set out in full. This is a time, Mr. Speaker, for responsible leadership. It is essential that all of us in this chamber stand united to ensure that violence and hate will not be allowed to divide our communities. I am appealing today for calm, for responsible leadership, and for the police to be given the space that they need to ensure that justice can take its course. And I sincerely hope the individual responsible will face the full weight of the law.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many in this chamber and across Northern Ireland, I woke up this morning to the horrific scenes in North Belfast. Our first thoughts must always be with the victim, his family, and those who witnessed such a barbaric act of violence. I want to pay tribute to those members of the public who risked their own safety to intervene, provide assistance, and the PSNI who was there within minutes. Many sections of the media have branded this as a stabbing, but the video footage circulating online shows far more than that.
This was a sustained and vicious murderous attack. It wasn't simply an assault. It was a calculated attempt to inflict the most severe and life-changing injuries imaginable on another innocent human being. This level of brutality displayed has shocked people not just across Northern Ireland but across the world. It's left many asking how such violence could be carried out so openly in such an apparent disregard for human life in our own country. The PSNI must be frank and forthcoming with information as their investigation progresses. Residents will understandably be concerned and they deserve to know the facts. Rumour and speculation thrive in the absence of information, particularly when this horrific footage is being circulated online. And as recently reported, a 30-year-old Somalian man responsible must be brought before the courts as quickly as possible, ensuring justice for the victim and feeling full weight of the law. This is now on our doorstep, and something like this can never happen again. All above, this Assembly must send a clear message today that there can be no excuses, no qualifications, no mitigation for violence of this nature. The victim deserves justice, the family deserve answers, and the people of North Belfast and Northern Ireland deserve to know that the individual responsible will be held fully accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. This morning we woke to one of the most graphic and sickening videos imaginable. The violence on display in North Belfast was utterly reprehensible. A man pinned helplessly to the ground while being brutally stabbed and slashed in live time on a street in Belfast. The sheer savagery of the attack is something that should never be witnessed on the streets of any civilised society, least of all in North Belfast. Those scenes of an attempted beheading will stay with the people of Northern Ireland and far beyond for a very long time. Our thoughts are primarily with the victim. Speaker, I'm angry, but I'm appealing for calm. Violence is never the answer. In the immediate aftermath, there can be no room for hesitation from the PSNI, or indeed the Home Office. They must place all the facts surrounding this disgusting attack in the public domain. Bring the facts into the open and bring them out now. We know this attacker is of Somalian descent. I want to know his immigration status. I want to know who came with him into this great country. I want to know if he had a past criminal history. No ifs, no buts. For years, ordinary people have been raising concerns about the safety on our streets and the direction in their communities that is changing beyond belief. Too often, these concerns have been dismissed, patronised, or simply ignored by sections of political leadership. That cannot continue. When you have constituents coming to you, time and time again, telling us that they feel unsafe on our streets, you have a duty to act. No one who warned about open borders and illegal immigration desired to see our streets unsafe. But let's call a spade a spade. Those in political office, the Open Border Brigade, the media, who target us and labelled us as far right and racist, you have nowhere to hide. Our communities are our strength, and for years they have been systematically undermined. The national government, a joke, rudderless, no ability to deport illegal criminals, no ability to stop small boats. The responsibility, first and foremost, is to protect the public. And to the people of North Belfast and to the communities across Northern Ireland and across the United Kingdom who are anxious about the pace and nature of change in the place that they call home, I want to say this. I hear you. The DUP hear you. We hear your concerns. We are listening, and it's high time every other political party did just that.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak, but I felt compelled to, based on Jonathan Buckley's intervention and Timothy Gaston's. What happened last night should never have happened. It was the most brutal, depraved, horrendous attack. I watched the video too. I wish I hadn't, and I wish no one sees it. It was awful. It was horrific. And we have to condemn that. And we have to ensure that everyone feels safe. Yes, people will be frightened right now. I acknowledge that. And right now, our job as leaders is to come together and ensure calm. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to this debate with such dignity and with such responsibility, because what we are dealing with is a highly emotive topic. Now, I have very different views on so many of these things to other people, because I've worked with people who've come from other countries, and I know small children are not a threat. They've just come here to make a new life. I don't want to get into that discussion now. Let's have a conversation about migration another day, a grown-up, respectful conversation about how we manage it, how we ensure support is in place, how we ensure that there is integration, how we manage our services. But today it is about something awful that happened in our society, something that should never have happened, and everyone is reeling from it. What happened was wrong. And we need to come together. This is a test of our leadership, is how we go forward. And it's not just in Northern Ireland. We are being watched everywhere else. It's on the news in Britain. We have all these actors across the world who are watching how we react. This is a place that overcame the insurmountable. This is a place that is testament to politicians coming together with difficult issues and coming through and ensuring peace and safety for all. That is the situation we're in right now. And I think there is a sea change. I think we are in a very volatile place right now, and I am worried for everyone in our communities. I want us to be in a society where everyone is safe, where everyone is protected. The narrative today is about calm. It's about making sure the police have the space and the access and the information that they need, and that communities who are in their homes right now are not frightened that there are going to be retaliations. That communities have seen what's happening in their street and are worried maybe that happens to one of them. I acknowledge that there are very real concerns and that they are not far right. What happened last night was terrifying. The leadership for us now is to come together and see how we come through this peacefully, and to not agitate and to not stir this up. It is very dangerous to talk about anger. It is but it's not for today, Timothy. Let's have this conversation another day. Today, it's about us coming together.
Order, members.
Let's have this discussion later, not now. Right now. Today, later today, but not right now. Today is about... Mr. Speaker.
Please, order.
We need to be better than this. People are watching us to see that we are, and I thank everyone else who has shown leadership, and I hope others are able to access it in the days that come ahead.
Thank you. That concludes the matter of the day. Point of order, Mr. Gasson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. This morning I submitted an urgent oral to this House regarding the attack in North Belfast to ensure that the Justice Minister comes to this chamber to answer questions from MLAs. This incident isn't currently being treated as a terrorist offence, so that means that this attack sits within the Justice Minister's responsibility. We now know that this man is a Somalian. I want to know his immigration status. Will the Justice Minister come before this House today?
I'm in control of this House, not you. We've just had a matter of the day on this issue. We will not be having an urgent oral as well. That is not our practice. The Justice Minister is up for topical questions today. There will be an opportunity to question the Justice Minister at that point. We're moving on to member statements. And I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday I had the privilege of walking alongside the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner, his dedicated team and veterans as they completed a 6-day journey, the Psalm 110 walk. The final day also coincided with the 82nd anniversary of D-Day. That was not simply a walk, it was about remembrance. It was community spirit at its very best. Over 6 days the team travelled 60 miles across all 6 counties of Northern Ireland, marking 110 years since the Battle of the Somme, one of the most defining and devastating chapters in our shared history. At every step there was reflection, at every mile there was purpose, at every stop there was a sense of unity that reminds us why remembrance still matters so deeply today. The Battle of the Somme is not just a story from the past, it is a story that lives on in families, regiments and in the hearts of those who continue to serve. It stands as a stark reminder of the sacrifice, suffering and bravery of those who fell and fought, men who faced unimaginable conditions so that others might know freedom. Their legacy endures not only on the now silent battlefields but in the hearts of the communities they left behind. The courage shown in 1916 echoes in the courage of our veterans today, men and women who have worn the uniform with honour, dignity and quiet strength. This walk was also about giving back. The teams raised vital funds for two outstanding charities, the Somme Association, who worked tirelessly to preserve the memory of those who served and fell, and Air Ambulance Northern Ireland, whose life-saving work touches families in every corner of our province. The efforts of the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner, his dedicated team, and all those who took part reminds us that remembering is not something we just talk about or think about. We show it by helping others, giving our time and supporting our community. We will remember them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Good Jobs Bill is about building a society that values people, families and workers. This bill seeks to establish new rights for parents whose babies require neonatal care and new protection for carers who provide support to loved ones every single day. Each one of us, whether it be through our families, our friends, our communities, or in our role as elected representatives, are familiar with the heartbreaking stories of people across the North who have had to give up work because of caring responsibilities, whether that be for a child, for a spouse, an elderly parent, or another relative who is unwell. Our role as legislators is to identify and support those most marginalised by current legislation and to provide a pathway to change that reality. And for those whose dedication, whose care, whose love and whose compassion is punished by a lack of job security, of fair pay, of carers' leave entitlements and of fair conditions is a critical component of this. By blocking the Good Jobs Bill, the DUP has shown its hand and proven what many of us already know. They are anti-worker, they are anti-equality and they are anti-rights. It is for the DUP to look workers in the eye and to explain their reasoning. But no amount of spin will change the facts. And the reality is the DUP are blocking the Good Jobs Bill. What does blocking the Good Jobs Bill mean? It means no entitlement to leave for carers. It means no entitlement to paid neonatal provision for families. It means no tips guaranteed for workers. My appeal today is simple. Stop playing politics. Stop playing games with the lives of workers. Support the Good Jobs Bill moving to the Assembly. Support proper scrutiny. Support democracy.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, at the weekend I attended Hillsborough Boys Football Club and their end-of-season awards. They have over 500 playing members across boys, girls teams, adult teams, football for all and walk-in football teams. It's a club really at the heart of the community in Lagan Valley, and it was a fantastic evening celebrating players, celebrating volunteers and coaches, and I want to wish well done to everyone. But one message came through really clearly, and that was the club needed more facilities and more pitches. As they continue to grow, and they were urging us to get on with developing the Maze Long Cache site. And that brought me back in memory to the statement that we heard in this chamber last week. And I want to be really clear. The future of Northern Ireland will not be built by bulldozers. It will be built through opportunity, through jobs, through investment, through sport and arts, creating opportunities for future generations. But ultimately, it will be built by sharing this place. No young person in Hillsborough Boys will get onto a new pitch because we demolish any buildings. They will get onto one because we choose to build a better future for all of us. The Maze Long Cache site offers the opportunity to provide sporting pitches for local clubs, facilities for our Commonwealth Games, teams that we do not have here in Northern Ireland, and the chance to create jobs, attract investment and unlock economic potential. and a strategically important site on that Dublin-Belfast economic corridor. And yes, it also does offer the opportunity to tell our story honestly and factually while welcoming visitors from across the world who want to understand it. The site will never be about glorifying the past, shrines or anything else. It must be about building a better future, a shared future for all of us, hoping that tomorrow's hope is tomorrow's better than today. What struck me most last week was how quickly bulldozing and generated headlines. Yet conversations that are positive about sharing this place, about jobs, tourism, sport, opportunities attract and never attract the same amount of attention. Have we become so comfortable arguing about yesterday that scoring cheap political points than we are about planning and working for a better tomorrow? Because the choice is really, really simple. We can either focus on a dead end of tearing things down, encouraging division and constantly putting that out, or we can focus on building things up, on sharing this place and creating a better opportunity and a better future for everyone that lives here. For clubs like Hillsborough Boys and other people in Lagan Valley, the future of this region, we need hope, not the scaremongering we constantly hear in here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity today to mark Carers Week and to recognise the extraordinary contribution that carers make to our society every single day. Across Northern Ireland, hundreds of thousands of people provide unpaid care for a family member, for a friend, for a neighbour or for a loved one. They support elderly parents, they care for children with complex needs, and they provide comfort and dignity to those facing illness or disability. Their contribution is invaluable, and I thank them. Without carers, our health and social care system would struggle to cope. I would argue that it would absolutely collapse. They save our public services billions of pounds every single year, but their value cannot be measured in financial terms alone. They provide compassion, stability and support for those who need it the most. And yet, too often, carers actually feel really overlooked. Many face financial pressures, poor mental health and isolation. Many are trying to balance caring responsibilities with work, often with very little support and very few protections. Too many people are forced to reduce their hours, turn down opportunities or leave employment altogether because caring for a loved one becomes impossible to balance with work. We know this burden falls disproportionately on women. Around 60% of unpaid carers are women, and many find their careers and their earning potential limited because they have stepped in to provide care where support has been lacking. And that is why employment rights actually do matter. For carers, access to leave and flexibility can mean the difference between staying in work and leaving it altogether. And that is why the Good Jobs Bill is so important. The bill has the potential to deliver important new rights for working carers, including carers' leave. It is an opportunity to build a labour market that recognises the realities of our modern life and supports those who are caring for those in their community. Unfortunately, that legislation continues to be held up in the executive. Every month of delay is another month that carers are left waiting for protections that could make a real difference to their lives. For many carers, this is not a legislation debate. It is about whether they can accompany a loved one to an appointment in the hospital, respond to a crisis or continue caring without sacrificing their job. And the SDLP has consistently supported the introduction of paid carers leave because the right of people people cannot afford to use it.
Colin Gildernew. Thank you.
As some people have said, this is Carers Week, a week that gives us an opportunity to reflect on the work of carers, whether it's a profession, as a moral obligation, to a family member, to a friend, or to a neighbour. According to the census of 2021, more than 220,000 people provide unpaid care in the north. That is about 1 in every 8 people here. These are people who give care because it is needed or because someone else is dependent upon it. Their selflessness should be supported, it should be recognised, and it should be appreciated. Being an unpaid caregiver can be a significant barrier to employment. And according to Carers NI, 1 person in every 3 has left employment in order to care for others. With that in mind, I am hopeful that the Good Jobs Bill will come before the House to be passed and implemented, as its provisions will provide unpaid carers leave, will make flexible working easier to access, and will change the work-life balance to support working families. I praise the Economy Minister, Keith Archibald, and the Department for the Economy for developing the bill and for listening to carers and to their advocacy groups, so sure the provisions are included in the bill to support them. Therefore, in this Carers Week, I say to carers, thank you, and to members I say, let us do the right thing by carers and let us implement the Good Jobs Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise just to speak in advance of the Justice Bill coming back for consideration and potentially today dealing with the important group of amendments on the Justice Bill associated with the minimum age of criminal responsibility. And what I would say, Mr. Speaker, in respect of this is a really important debate that will be had later. And I would urge those members...
Member, take a seat a moment. If it's matters that are to be debated later on, then that's for the debate later on. But if the member wishes to talk in a more generic way, he can talk in a more generic way, albeit we mightn't get to the age of criminal responsibility today, given the speed that the Justice Bill is moving at, but I'll hand it back.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, it relates to the petition of concern, which will not be debated at the stage of the group, but that has to be signed before we get to the debate on the group, and that is the context in which this contribution is being made, because when we get to it, it'll be past the post. I appeal to members to consider the implications, not just from a justice point of view, but Jim Gamble has spoken at length on this, and he has intervened in a very powerful way, particularly those who are reluctant to sign a petition of concern, that the priority that should be afforded in considering those dilemmas that people feel. And I quote, "The overriding ethical obligation must be what is best for children and the society within which they live. When the welfare of children and the safety of communities are both on the line, procedural shortcuts are not a minor inconvenience, they are a failure of responsibility." So, Mr. Speaker, I say to those members who so far are still deliberating, set aside any other issues that may cloud those discussions and look at the face of the bill and the changes that that will make, because there is a very limited opportunity to make an intervention. If those members who have brought forward this amendment decide to push it, and I would appeal them not to do so, but if they do, there is only one way in which that can be prevented from becoming law. And why is that important? It is important not just from a justice point of view, but in the schools that I am in, we have youth justice who engage with our schools. Where is the support if this changes? And I am deeply concerned about the practice that we have when it comes to discipline in our schools being undermined by the withdrawal of this deterrent. Such an amendment and position should be taken forward through a youth justice bill, proper consultation, Proper consideration where other departments can feed into that process, not an amendment tagged on to the Justice Bill that will have profound implications for many other aspects of our society. And so I appeal to those who have it within their gift to ensure proper scrutiny takes place, that they would step up and support those who have signed already that petition of concern. Because it will be too late to reflect, I wish I had have done something that could have prevented an issue in the future that could materialise. I would rather be on the side of proper scrutiny and consideration, not rushed legislation, and I appeal to those members who can to please join us.
Concordia, and I raised very briefly this morning to speak about an issue that I have raised in this House on numerous occasions, and that's the issue of domiciliary care provision and home care, specifically in my constituency of Mid-Ulster. And it's appropriate that I'm speaking about this during Carers Week, when we acknowledge the role of unpaid carers in our society and the struggle that they face. I was recently contacted by a constituent who was forced to make almost a public appeal for support after spending the best part of 6 months trying to get the most basic of care provision for her elderly mother. And the appeal that she made would bring tears to a stone. And we find this all of the time. I'm frequently contacted by daughters-in-law, nieces, neighbours, to a lesser extent, sons and male members of the family around the care that elderly parents, aunts, uncles, neighbours need. And it's absolutely heartbreaking and ridiculous, the level of desperation that these people have to go to in order to get the most basic care provision for elderly people that have worked all of their lives, contributed to the system, and are entitled to dignity at home in their last years on this earth. And I would appeal, and have appealed, to the Minister for Health on a number of occasions at this stage to properly provide for our elderly communities and to properly resource our domiciliary carers. One of the biggest problems that we face in the Northern Trust is that we can't facilitate packages of care because the carers who carry out what is a vocation and heartbreaking work are not paid sufficiently to do it, and therefore it's left to unpaid carers, aka family members, to pick up this burden. And it is emotionally and mentally draining, and the tension that it leads to within families is unacceptable. The level of responsibility that is placed on families to carry out what should be provided for by the state is unacceptable. And in the particular case that I'm talking about, this lady had made multiple phone calls to a social work team to deal with her mother's care, and found that there was no social worker assigned to her mum, that she was dealing with multiple duty social workers, none of whom were aware of her mother's complex needs, all of whom she had to rebrief every time that she phoned, and she felt like she was begging for the very basic provision for her mum, which still actually hasn't been delivered. So I have made the case directly to the Minister on a number of occasions, and I know we have brought motions before the House, but I think as we face into another summer where this care isn't provided for properly, we need to see action, and action urgently, from the Minister.
Dean Dunn.
Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr Michael Dunlop MBE on yet more incredible success, winning 3 Isle of Man TTs last week, bringing his record to an incredible 36 TT victories in his glittering career. The Isle of Man TT is revered as one of the toughest tests for both competitor and machine in global motorsport, and it is fantastic to see the Dunlop legacy continuing to go from strength to strength over many years. His success last week with 2 Supersport victories and a sport bike victory brings him up to 10 more TT successes than his late great uncle Joey Dunlop, who is still revered right across the world and is truly iconic. Michael Dunlop is now one of our greatest ever sports stars in Northern Ireland, and we have a very rich and proud history of road racing and motorsport in our country, and it's something we can be very proud of. It was an excellent week for local competitors in the Isle of Man, and I do wish to congratulate all competitors and those who took part in the event. Congratulations also to Paul Jordan, who secured a podium finish in one of the races. Road racing is obviously dangerous and there are risks involved, and our thoughts are also with the families of the two riders who were tragically killed, one in the Isle of Man and one at the Northwest 200 recently. And best wishes also to local rider Gary McCoy and also Maria Costello MBE, a very regular visitor to Northern Ireland as a competitor, who were injured at the TT. We look forward to the rest of the road racing season and also to 2027, when the Ulster Grand Prix plans are afoot to restore that great event again to Northern Ireland. And I do want to wish the organisers well. I know a lot of work has been done so far and there's much more work to do, but people right across the UK and beyond are looking forward to the Ulster Grand Prix event hopefully getting underway once again. So congratulations to Michael Dunlop and all the other competitors at the Isle of Man TT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to raise an issue which is very important in South Belfast, particularly the inner part of South Belfast, and it relates to the residence parking scheme, which is open for applications at the minute. It opened at the end of April and will run until the end of July. Now, there has been a successful pilot scheme operating for a number of years now at Rugby Road. This has been extended by the Minister. We welcome the principle of extending it to other parts of Northern Ireland when Minister Kimmins announced it. But at that time I made the point that the levels of response required, that is a majority of occupants in a street, an overall majority of occupants responding in support of an application for a residence parking zone, would specifically discriminate against many of the parts of my constituency, our constituency, which are most in need of residence parking schemes and are frankly most crying out for them. I'm thinking in particular of areas like Stranmillis, the Holy Land, parts of the Lower Lisburn Road, where they really do want residence parking schemes, and for people who walk around them, those are the areas for whom it is most essential, because they experience high numbers of people who want to use the local amenities, but also because it's proximate enough to the city centre. Often people parking for commuting purposes, they have to deal with that extra burden and the challenge for them, because in these places off-street parking is really quite rare, in fact almost non-existent in areas. They really do want a residence parking scheme, and indeed it's the Rugby Road scheme has happened in the same part of the inner south of the city, but the system is almost designed to discriminate against them. There are a very high number of people who are short-term lets, students, people who are relatively transitory, so it means that in that part of Belfast it's almost, if not literally impossible in some of those streets to get a majority of overall numbers to respond, which is creating a real challenge for them. It would be a huge regret, I think, for the executive and the minister, if the areas and the streets and the neighbourhoods in inner Belfast who are most crying out for residence parking schemes were unable to benefit from the scheme, in part because of the way the scheme was set up in the first place. Surely that is not a desirable situation. I would ask the Minister to look again. The scheme runs until the end of July. The applications for the scheme run until the end of July. There's really active representation from groups including the Stranmillis Neighbourhood Association, who work really hard and would like and are doing huge amounts of work in terms of bringing their community together, community facilities including planting and alleyways. They want the absolute best for their community, and the residence parking scheme would be a huge bonus for them, but they want a scheme that works for them and those inner South Belfast communities. So I hope the Minister will look again at the way the scheme operates. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to welcome the news that Gold Springs of Cumber, LOL 1037, has won their battle to get the BBC to apologise. I remind the House of what happened. Last July, the BBC reported that the cancellation of a children's GAA summer camp in Cumber happened after or because of a statement issued by the Lodge. That was a lie. The BBC broadcast repeatedly across television, across online platforms and across their radio stations for 2 full days. It is not a matter of opinion. It is not a matter of interpretation. It is a straightforward question of fact. Last week, after almost 11 months, the BBC's own Executive Complaints Unit finally upheld the complaint. The BBC now admits that their reporting was based on a mistaken premise. The BBC now admits that the issue represented was not just a failure of clarity, but also of accuracy. A formal apology has been issued for their lapse in editorial standards. Those are the BBC's words. Yet, what concerns me most today is not the original mistake. It is the fact that it took almost 11 months to reach a conclusion on a complaint which turned on a simple matter of the timeline. For month after month, the complaints were effectively told that the matter had been dealt with. I raised this back in the House in February. The BBC then claimed the complaint had already been dealt with. Yet the BBC's own highest complaints body has now concluded that the clarification itself was inadequate because it failed properly to acknowledge that the original reporting was indeed wrong. The BBC frequently lectures others about accountability, transparency and honesty, yet when it came to the Orange Order, all those principles went out the window. Why? Many will believe, including myself, that it was because the BBC in Belfast couldn't contain itself when they thought it had a chance to kick an Orange Lodge. Standards, checking, editorial guidelines all went out the window because it was the Orange Order. The truth has finally caught up with the BBC. I will continue to call out their double standards and hold them to account. What they reported was a lie, but thankfully we have now got that acknowledgement.
Concludes member statements. We now come to the fourth group of amendments for debate on the Justice Bill. With Amendment 68, it will be convenient to debate Amendment 69, 76, 77, 127 and 131. Any links between amendments in the group will be indicated at the appropriate point. I call the Minister of Justice to move Amendment 68 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could ask for your indulgence, I want to put on record my condemnation at the extraordinary incidents which took place in North Belfast last night. I think most of us were both shocked and horrified at the violence that we witnessed as it was recorded online. I simply want to extend my best wishes to the victim and to his family. I know that his injuries are serious and I hope that he makes a full recovery. And I also want to put on record, I think, all of our gratitude for those brave people who intervened to try to stop the attack, and to the first responders who rescued the individual and took him to the care of the hospital. I think all of us would also wish to call for calm. We understand that people are frightened and people are angry, but it is important to recognise that everyone in the community this morning is reeling from what they have seen, and it's important that the police have the opportunity to thoroughly investigate it. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move Amendment 68, which together with Amendments 69 and 127 will create a police board and advisory list for Northern Ireland. The creation of such lists will align with Northern Ireland with the rest of the United Kingdom to create a cohesive and effective safeguard against those who have proven themselves unsuitable for a career in policing from gaining further employment in a policing profession. England and Wales have had board and advisory lists for policing in operation since 2017, and Scotland is currently in the process of setting up similar lists. The board list will hold details of all officers and staff members who have been dismissed from policing after investigations under the relevant disciplinary regulations or process. Individuals will remain on the list indefinitely unless they either win an appeal against their dismissal or make a successful review application, where they would have to provide clear evidence as to why they were now suitable to rejoin policing.
Similarly, the advisory list will hold the details of individuals who retire or resign while the subject of a disciplinary investigation, or who leave before an allegation comes to light. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the concerns that have been raised in this regard over recent months. A key factor of these amendments is that provision is included to enable police officers who retire or resign while the subject of an allegation and who have been added in the interim period to the advisory list to be brought back for misconduct proceedings. The subsequent secondary regulations to be enacted once the primary power is in place will also make provision for proceedings to be concluded in the former officer's absence. If it is found a former officer would have been dismissed were they still serving, they will be removed from the advisory list and added to the barred list. The provisions will extend to law enforcement bodies in Northern Ireland, including PSNI, Belfast Harbour Police, Belfast International Airport Constabulary, Northern Ireland Policing Board and the Office of the Police Ombudsman Northern Ireland. These bodies will be unable to appoint any individual held on the barred list and must give careful consideration before appointing an individual held on the advisory list. Presently, Northern Ireland legislation does not support the introduction of this practice. These provisions will therefore safeguard against an individual who has demonstrated behaviours which make them unsuitable for a law enforcement role from gaining employment either in another Northern Ireland law enforcement employer or another United Kingdom police force. While there will not be the same statutory bar on employing individuals held on the barred list for UK law enforcement bodies, they will be able to search and view the Northern Ireland lists and will therefore need to give due consideration before employing anyone held on them. It is an ambition to put a reciprocal arrangement in place that will prevent any UK law enforcement body from employing an individual held on any of the UK lists, and this is something I will seek to explore further once all the UK lists are in place. These amendments, which were developed for inclusion in the Justice Bill at the request of the Committee for Justice, will close a legislative gap and further protect the public from the actions of individuals who are unsuitable for a law enforcement position and who might seek to abuse the power entrusted in them by such a role. Mr. Speaker, I have also considered Amendments 76 and 77, which were tabled by Ms Nuala McAllister and relate to new proposals to give the Police Ombudsman power to submit a report to the appropriate authority at any point during the course of their investigation or before criminal proceedings have concluded. The amendments will allow the PSNI special case hearings, known as fast-track hearings, to proceed prior to the conclusion of a criminal case. They will amend Section 56 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998 and give powers that will allow the Ombudsman to submit a written report before their investigation is complete. In cases where an investigator believes the appropriate authority would be likely to determine that the special conditions are met, they will be able to submit a written report on their investigation to date. This in turn can facilitate a fast-track hearing. Special conditions are where there is sufficient evidence that the officer's conduct constitutes gross misconduct and that it is in the public interest for an officer to cease to serve without delay. It is important to note that upon receipt of a referral to fast-track hearing, the appropriate authority is still required to consider whether disciplinary proceedings could prejudice any future criminal case, and therefore, dependent on that assessment, discipline may still not proceed in some cases. The proposals will also amend Section 59 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998, seeking to remove the requirement for the Ombudsman to await Public Prosecution Service decisions to initiate criminal proceedings, and if initiated, the conclusion of those criminal proceedings before it may make a recommendation to the appropriate authority with regard to discipline of a police officer. Presently in Northern Ireland, provisions in Section 59 prevent disciplinary proceedings from being brought by the appropriate authority before it receives the Ombudsman's memorandum. This can result in a very lengthy period of time before disciplinary proceedings can be taken forward, and as we know, there has been much public criticism about officers being suspended on full pay, often for many years, while they await the outcome of an Ombudsman's investigation. Mr. Speaker, I am very supportive of this amendment that will allow the Ombudsman to submit an early report where it is clear the officer concerned has committed gross misconduct. The amendment will provide the PSNI access to the information needed to commence and conclude disciplinary proceedings without undue delay, subject to the appropriate authority's assessment of any prejudice to criminal cases. I believe there is a clear public interest where gross misconduct has been found to expedite those disciplinary proceedings for officers. Mr. Speaker, I believe that these package of measures provide us with an opportunity to ensure that the PSNI and other investigatory bodies with police powers are held to the highest standards, and to ensure that we protect the public from any rogue officers who are conducting themselves in a way that is incompatible with the responsibilities and the duties that they hold. It is important for public confidence that that can be done in a timely fashion, and so I believe that the combination of having barred and advisory lists will help with public protection, but also having the ability to expedite gross misconduct proceedings will help to build that confidence and trust, which is essential for people in our community, and so I commend these amendments to the House.
Mr.
Speaker, in our evidence on the bill, the committee received a submission from the Northern Ireland Policing Board. In it, the board advised that whilst it was not part of the bill, they would welcome a review of current policing misconduct regulations. The board said a review could identify improvements in the use of existing legislative provision, which would enable police misconduct cases to be progressed expeditiously. A review could look at issues such as vetting procedures, how misconduct hearings are conducted, criminal proceedings against police officers, and the use of Regulation 13, which deals with dismissal of officers during probation. The committee welcomed this submission from the board and followed up by writing to the department seeking information on any work to review the misconduct regulations. The department confirmed that the regulatory framework within which the misconduct process operates was being considered. The department was engaging with key stakeholders, and it was expected that any changes on these matters would require primary or secondary legislation. The department also later confirmed that the Minister had taken on board the results of a targeted consultation on police misconduct, which had closed in October 2025, and would progress the issue of former officer misconduct via amendments to the Justice Bill. They also advised that other legislative changes to the framework will be made via secondary legislation by way of amendment to the Police Conduct Regulations Northern Ireland 2016. Whilst the committee had asked for police misconduct regulations to be explored, we did not have sight of the amendments during the committee stage and therefore do not have an agreed position on the amendment. Mr. Speaker, Amendment 69, together with the new schedule at Amendment number 127, deal with the establishment of barred and advisory lists for Northern Ireland. Amendment 131 is a consequential amendment to update to the long title. And the Minister has set out the purpose of the barred and advisory lists, so I will not repeat that. The creation of a barred and advisory list is something that the committee had asked the Minister to consider bringing forward as an amendment to this bill. In June 2025, the committee was advised that provision to create barred and advisory lists may be included in a second legislative consent motion for the Westminster Crime and Policing Bill. Capacity constraints in the Office of Parliamentary Counsel meant that it would only apply to the PSNI and not to other relevant bodies in Northern Ireland, such as the Policing Board, the Police Ombudsman, or the Harbour or Airport Police. The subsequent update from the Department in October 2025 informed the committee that provision to create the barred and advisory lists for the PSNI would no longer be included in the bill by way of amendment. Obviously, this was hugely concerning, as the use of these lists would be important in improving confidence in policing and could potentially assist with safeguarding issues. The committee therefore agreed to ask the Minister if there would be scope to bring these provisions forward via an amendment to the Justice Bill or as part of either of the other two planned pieces of primary legislation within this mandate. So in late October, the Minister advised
that it was her intention to bring forward an amendment to the Justice Bill that would make provision for Northern Ireland policing board and advisory lists for all law enforcement bodies in Northern Ireland. This was welcomed by committee members, and we appreciate the Minister's commitment to closing this gap. It is also welcome that the provisions are not limited to the PSNI but extend to the other relevant bodies here. However, the committee did not have sight of the text of the amendments during its consideration of the bill. Therefore, whilst this was something the committee had sought, we have not been able to take a formal position on amendment numbers 69, 127 and 131. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak as an individual MLA and as the DUP spokesperson for justice on these matters. I do think that police misconduct and police discipline are vitally important. I think they are vitally important for a number of reasons. One, to keep people safe, but also to ensure that confidence is increased in the policing, or what confidence there is then maintained. So I do think the subject matter in which we discuss today and debate today is critically important. And I know that the police force here in Northern Ireland, the PSNI, is heavily scrutinised and regulated, not least with regards to this place, this legislature, but also the policing board. And I think that makes Northern Ireland and indeed the PSNI very unique in that regard. And I suppose we'll not go in and address all the historical caveats and journeys that we have been on with regards to PSNI and indeed before it the Royal Ulster Constabulary. What I will say at this point, Mr. Speaker, is it must be put on record the bravery of our police service, the bravery of police officers and their families, and the bravery of people who serve in what is now the PSNI, but also the people who served in the Royal Ulster Constabulary. At the time when they were under threat, not only in their place of work and the service that they were providing, but also at home when they're off duty. Yes, I will give way to this.
I'm sure we would all wish to echo his sentiments. I think that as we see young officers today who have joined the PSNI find themselves in the same situation, where both they and their families are being threatened by those who would wish to cause them harm and disrupt our community. It is important that they know that they have our full support. It's also important, I think, that they have our full trust and respect, and that's why these regulations are so important, so that where there are people who are engaged in misconduct that would bring shame on the police service, that we're able to remove those individuals swiftly from their post, protect the public and protect the reputation of the police service.
Minister for that intervention and her words, and again I echo that with regards to the professionalism and ensuring that we retain and maintain that professionalism going forward as it serves the people of Northern Ireland, all the people of Northern Ireland going forward, keeping them safe, investigating crime and bringing people to justice. This is really important stuff that we debate here today. I want to also commend the Minister. I'm making a habit of this, Mr. Speaker. Commend the Minister with regards to the BARD and advisory lists. This is something that the committee did ask of her, and she has brought forward the amendments that bring those in. And whilst the committee can't have a position on it because of the time frame, can I say that we are more than comfortable with that arrangement and with those amendments and the bringing in of the police BARD list and police advisory list. We think those are very critical, very important, because we do live in an area where people are mobile and move about, and so there are these issues whereby, for whatever reason, someone leaves a constabulary over in England and Wales and comes over here, and then vice versa. People will travel. If they're in that line of work and have that trade, then they might well travel over somewhere else. And it's about making sure that the constabularies throughout the United Kingdom are in line and in parallel information so that they can share that information and ensure that someone who applies or applies even for a transfer or to be recruited into the police service, that they are properly vetted, properly attested, and everyone has confidence, even the management in the police have confidence that those people are worthy and are appropriate to actually serve the people of Northern Ireland in that way. And it's really important that it's just not the PSNI, because most people won't realise, but we do have other law enforcement agencies that cover different things, like airports, like ports, and indeed even the policing board itself. So I think that's really important, that there is that holistic approach in dealing with barred and advisory lists. And so I do commend the Minister for her work with the committee in ensuring that these made it to the consideration stage of the Justice Bill, and that we can then all debate the content of it. Mr. Speaker, that brings me then to Amendment 68, which is a substantial amendment covering 3 full pages of really vast and dense text and detail, and it is really hard to get our heads round it. I understand the detail in this. I understand where the Minister is coming from, and I understand why she has moved in this way. And I do also believe that we need some way of ensuring that there are disciplinary matters that can be investigated and brought to light, even from officers that have retired in some circumstances. And the DUP understands also that for some officers whose professionalism and conduct has been called into question after they have retired, it may be beneficial to have misconduct proceedings concluded in order for them to clear their name. However, this must also be weighed up against the implications that making provision for disciplinary proceedings to be instituted against those no longer in service and employment would have for the rights of those individuals, not least in respect of federation and legal support. And also the question must be asked, where else in the public sector is this legislated for? Where someone who is retired from the police force would then lose those services and those rights and those privileges to be defended, but then face disciplinary action for something that could have happened years before? Yes, I will, yeah.
Could the member outline to me in what other sphere anybody has in the public sector has the privileges and those rights that you're talking about? Because I only see those within the PSNI, and that's not to say they need to be removed, but I don't think that anybody else in the public sector actually have those rights or those privileges that PSNI officers have. We also must remember PSNI officers are in a position of power over people. They carry weapons, they hold power over everybody in this place. So we need to understand the significance of the power that they hold, and therefore they must be held to a higher standard than others in the public service.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I agree with her that they should be held to a higher level and standard because of the nature of their work and because of the power that they do have over us in enforcing law and investigating crime. So I get that, and I know this is, as I said, a really serious subject matter. But with regards to the public sector as a whole, there will be unions within other private sectors. There will be privileges and support that they could get even in retirement that I don't know that the police service could provide or the police federation could provide for retired colleagues. That's something that needs to be ironed out, I think. I'll give way to the Minister. Yeah.
The point that the member makes, but I mean there is obviously the Police Resettlement and Rehabilitation Trust, which is there specifically to support former police officers either to find a new career and retrain, or where they have illness or injury to be rehabilitated and be able to continue to earn a living and so on. So there are special measures there. I understand the member has some concerns just with respect to limitations around some of the powers that are here. And I would ask him whether he would consider on this occasion engaging with us further before further consideration stage, because as you know, some of these powers will then be subject to regulations, which again the committee will have the opportunity to see. And so I think that the powers themselves, whilst they look incredibly wide-ranging, will have some limitations put on them. This is really to bring PSNI into line with police service across the UK. It's not to go further or to make life more difficult for them than it would be elsewhere.
For that intervention and her commitment to work with ourselves in the DUP and I know the other parties in order to make sure this is robust and proper and good legislation. And I suppose the issue is there that I do think that this is something that is of utmost importance. In a perfect world, an ideal world, we probably could have done with a bill on this alone, but yet the Minister will know my style with regards to amendments. This is an avenue and a vehicle which the Minister has used to bring this in, and it is topical. It is really important, and I give the commitment to work with the Minister in the coming weeks and months. I will give way. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you for taking the intervention. Just in light of the comments from the member for Mid-Ulster in terms of highlighting the nature and uniqueness, perhaps, of what we're talking about today, would the Chair of the Justice Committee agree with me that in many ways the police force is unique? When there's danger, they don't run from it, they run towards it. Their role in Northern Ireland is keeping us all safe, keeping me safe, keeping my family safe, keeping the members of this place safe. That is their role. And so it's a very unique set of circumstances that they work in. They see some of the most hideous and heinous things that hopefully members of this Assembly do not have to see, because that is their job, and that is what they sign up for. And so just to take on board the comments from the member from Mid-Ulster, would the Chair of the Justice Committee agree with me that the police have an incredibly difficult job, a very challenging job to do in Northern Ireland, and perhaps that's reflective of the uniqueness of the role?
Yeah, and I think the member for his intervention, because he's absolutely right on what police officers have to go through on a daily basis, and even just last night.
Yes.
What those police officers would have faced and encountered in North Belfast is horrific. And so we need to ensure that there's support there from for the police officers and the blue light services, including the ambulance service and the firefighters, that when they come across, I'll make one here first, but whenever they come across an incident like that we really need to make sure that those officers are supported. There have been some great programmes on the TV, both drama and factual, documentaries over the last number of weeks and months that really highlight to the public what the police do for us, and I think that should be encouraged, and people should be encouraged to watch those things. I will give an intervention and then
thank the member for giving way and appreciate the remarks that he's made regarding the tough job that police officers carry out and the challenges they face. But would the member not agree with me that when there is wrongdoing, when there has been found to be wrongdoing on the part of police officers, it damages public confidence in police, and therefore if we resist measures to ensure that those police officers are no longer able to carry out their function, we are furthering that lack of confidence within greater society.
It makes a valid point, but we have to make sure, and this is why we're here, to make sure that the measures that we do bring in with regards to process and disciplinary process and even punishment for that regard is the appropriate and proper and proportionate stance in which this House can take, and that will be played out in the next couple of hours, I have no doubt, and then beyond with regards to further consideration stage and anything that happens in between. And that's why it's really important that the Department, the Minister and all the parties actually engage in this really important discussion. I'll give way to Nuala.
Your colleague made remarks that we all agree with, absolutely, that the police service do a very difficult job, and last night showed some of that. But this is one of the reasons why the police themselves have come out in support of these amendments, because whenever you hold such positions of responsibility and power within the community, it is so important that you have the public confidence. And given that the police themselves have welcomed the ability to look into these issues even after a person has resigned, some officers even resign during the misconduct proceedings, would the member then not agree that further weight should be given to that because of the police's comments?
And I think the member for her comments. Can I just first of all commend the member for the work that she does in the policing board and in other areas, and the work she has done of late with regard to exposing some of the issues which we are debating here. No doubt she'll include a lot of that in her contribution today, and I look forward to that. But I commend MLAs who work diligently and work on detail and scrutinise properly, so I commend the member for her work in this regard, as of course I will commend my own members who sit on the policing board for the sterling work that they do in really difficult situations, trying to support the police but also trying to be that critical friend and ensuring that the police force is the best that it possibly can be. And there will be issues that we need to iron out, and this is as much about discipline and as much about making sure our police service is professional and as much about keeping people safe. It's also about confidence and making sure that people have confidence in the police, but making sure that we as MLAs have confidence in the processes that we put in place. The Minister has stated her belief that the amendment, I'm still on 68, the police discipline amendment from the Minister, would not be retrospective in application, as it would only affect those retiring after the provision has been commenced. The Minister will know that we have had an issue here with regards to the retrospectivity of any amendment, so I thank the Minister for that clarification. But however, on the face of it, this does not deal with the fact that there is no statute of limitations on the types of allegations that can trigger proceedings of this nature. That could in theory mean that where a PSNI officer has 25 or 30 years experience in policing and is still employed at the time this new clause takes effect, that they could retire but still face the threat of being investigated for allegations relevant to Troubles-related investigations in the 1990s, for example, or other issues or allegations of misconduct. I will give way, yeah.
So to clarify on retrospectivity, the issue here is that, first of all, it would give the Chief Constable or the employing authority the same power that they have in England to recall somebody up to a year after they leave service, where an allegation of misconduct is serious, and it would need to be serious to meet that threshold. In order to go beyond a year, it would have to go in front of the Ombudsman for sign-off, and it would have to be based, because of the laws around retrospectivity, the failing would have to be pertinent at the time when it occurred. So, for example, changes in the law that have happened in the interim wouldn't be allowed to be retrospectively applied as the standards to which the officer would be held at that time. There is no intention in this for it to be used as another means of litigating legacy issues. The issue here is about setting out a new way forward on misconduct that matches the system in England and Wales and will match the system hopefully in Scotland down the line, but that protects the public from the accusation that officers are retiring having either been found to be in breach or because they fear that they're about to be disclosed as having done something inappropriate. Legacy will be dealt with through the Legacy Bill or whatever mechanism the UK Government decide. This is not what this amendment is about. It is about routine misconduct within the PSNI.
Minister for that intervention, and she is right that we try and close that loophole of people retiring on the intention to evade scrutiny and investigation around misconduct. And I suppose the trick here is how we do that effectively without unintended consequences. And I suppose that's what we have yet to be convinced on, Minister, to be completely and open with you, completely honest and open with you in this regard. And so we do have concerns around Amendment 68. And I am happy and content to work with you and your department and your party over the next couple of weeks and months to try and iron out some of the concerns that we have around this. And in general, we are clear that given Northern Ireland's unique circumstance, both in the past but also in the future with regards to how we police here and the divided nature of our society and the terrorist threats and everything else that goes with it, that it is far from straightforward to simply say that these powers are in place in England and Wales and therefore should apply here, copy and paste over. So that's something that we will explore in the coming hours and in the coming days as we proceed. We also see no real clarity on the face of this new clause that misconduct proceedings will not be initiated or resumed for what could reasonably be viewed as allegations of trivial matters. Now, the Minister did say in one of her interventions there that it would have to be gross misconduct or serious misconduct, if I'm quoting her right. So, serious misconduct, but I suppose, and again, it might be in the pages of this amendment, what actually defines serious misconduct. And again, that's something I think we need to bottom out and tease out in the coming hours. Too much is, I will give way to Noel.
Thank the member for giving way. I think it's really important also to note that within the PSNI's own code of ethics and the service instructions that they do have contained within that the misconduct proceedings and the way in which these can be handled, but also during the policing board we do have often here what does amount to gross misconduct, and it does say even within Amendment 68 itself that it must amount to what would have in effect have been a dismissal, and the previous cases of the Chief Constable in the last few weeks in which you've dismissed officers does shed some light on what that gross misconduct is.
Member for her intervention, that is very helpful, and so we will proceed with this debate and see how it plays out. Another issue is if there's too much detail is left to regulation to be certain of the practical consequences of this amendment, then there is a worry there too. But again, that can be teased out with the Minister and the parties, various parties, and even the committee, as she rightly said, over the coming months in order to allay or assuage any concerns my party and other parties may have on this. Our Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll move on then to Amendments 76 and 77 from Nuala McAllister. We support the intention of these amendments, which is to ensure that where gross misconduct is identified in the course of a police ombudsman's investigation and before criminal proceedings are concluded, can be passed to the PSNI in a timely way that enables swift dismissal of the officer responsible. It is, of course, in the public interest for those officers who malign the reputation of the PSNI in such a way and whose offending may represent a threat to the public or result in serious criminal convictions to be dealt with speedily and robustly. However, this aim must be operationalised in a way that does not prejudice ongoing criminal proceedings or live investigations, or undermine the role of the PSNI as the employer in these cases, or indeed set aside due process for police officers affected. We have some hesitation in supporting these amendments because they largely depend on the Police Ombudsman's assumption of what the PSNI would do in any given set of circumstances. That sits uncomfortably with us in that in times past the Ombudsman's recommendations have not always been accepted either partly or fully by the PSNI as the appropriate authority for disciplinary matters. It is not clear from the framing of the amendment whether the PSNI or the Chief Constable would have to agree to receiving a report from the Ombudsman in those cases. So let me explain what I mean by there. We're giving the power to Police Ombudsman to fast track or to put in a report with regards to an investigation or proceedings. But we want to know if there is another way, the other way, with regards to the police, the Chief Constable agreeing to receive that report. I'll give way to Nuala and then the Minister, or if you want to sort it out among yourselves, the Minister can go first.
So the intention behind this amendment in particular about the early report where there's incontrovertible evidence is that report goes to the appropriate authority, and the appropriate authority then has sends special case hearings to the Chief Constable. As I understand, there's some of these taking place this week as I speak. It basically is the same, enables the very same process that actually takes place within the PSNI itself whenever it has been either ACU or PSD who have carried out the investigation. And so they can receive the report. However, you are correct in saying that there is no obligation on the PSNI to actually accept the recommendations from Pony, because we have seen that in the case of Katie Simpson, in which the PSNI have not accepted recommendations. And it is right that there is due process and that people are allowed to have that hearing and have their representation as well. But I hope that is kind of helps out for provide further clarity.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and then I will give way to the Minister.
Your time, Paul, and I appreciate it very much. The other thing that is pertinent in this that I raised in my opening remarks is that before the relevant authority would forward that to the Chief Constable, and before the Chief Constable would decide to proceed with disciplinary proceedings, they would also have to liaise with PPS potentially to decide whether proceeding with disciplinary action could jeopardise any future criminal case, because the problem here is that the criminal investigation undertaken by a pony that will then go to the PPS often takes much longer than having incontrovertible evidence of gross misconduct. So what you would have to be, so as I said in my opening, it doesn't mean that every single case will end up in a special case hearing. It simply gives the Chief Constable the option where he believes that it won't be prejudicial to a future case if there are criminal proceedings, and where he believes that it is important that that person is removed from their position speedily to have the opportunity to do that. They can receive the report and decide not to act on it for a variety of reasons, including if they feel it might prejudice a criminal investigation.
Minister, for that intervention again, a very important point and good to place on the record. Yes, I will give way. Yeah.
Appreciate the time that you've given to interventions on this matter, but I think it is important, given that particularly Ms Evan are on the policing board and we deal with this day and daily, and I mean Cheryl and Keith are in the same position. I think that it's important that you understand this is something that the PSNI want. In fairness to the Chief Constable, he has used the special case review much more than it had previously been used, and I think that is to his credit that he has done that. But this is really important because there are two issues in this. You either have officers who are sitting for many, many years on full pay doing no job, sitting at home, or you have officers who are moved into other positions with really serious allegations against them, and they're in other positions of power in the PSNI. That's a problem. And it's really difficult to decide which one of those are a good option. Neither are a good option. The only good option is to get it dealt with for the officer's sake as well. For the officer's sake as well, because at the end of the day, if this officer's sitting waiting on an outcome, they need that too. They need to be able to move on. Their families need to be able to move on. They need to know what the rest of their life looks like. So this is important, but it's something that's important to PSNI as well. And it's important to all. I think that, you know, it was mentioned by Mr Martin that officers, the things they have to face and deal with, we know better than anybody else. We sit in the policing board, we hear it. We work with police in our communities. We understand better than anybody else what police have to face day and daily. I don't remove anything from that. But for all of those good officers that are doing really, really good work every day and the things they have to face, the officers who are not doing the right thing need to be dealt with quickly. They need to be removed because they remove confidence from the police. They remove the ability of the good police officers to do their job effectively, and they're wasting money and resource every single day.
The member makes a really valid point, and she has come from a very learned position with regards to being on the policing board. And again, I also know that she spent time before that on the Justice Committee dealing with issues similar. So I get that position, and I hear the member loud and clear with regards to moving these things on, as much for the police officers involved and the colleagues of the police officers involved as much as anything else. And so I hear the significance and the importance of these measures, and I thank the member who has lodged these amendments. She'll know that I have great sympathy for all members that moves amendments and tries to change law, so I commend her on that. And I also commend the fact that in her those amendments she has put in the special conditions, which are that misconduct proceedings would not prejudice any criminal proceedings, that there is sufficient evidence in the form of written statements or other documents without the need for further evidence, whether written or oral, to establish on the balance of probabilities that the conduct of the member of the police force concerned constitutes gross misconduct, and C, that it is in the public interest for the member of the police force concerned to cease to be a member without delay. So I think those are very special conditions which actually helps to inform these amendments and also to add reassurance. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, I would ask if the member, and indeed the Minister and her party, would commit to examining whether these amendments could be strengthened to add another layer of safeguards to protect against those powers, or these powers being used in a way that brings the Ombudsman and the PSNI into conflict, or which potentially force the hand of the PSNI to determine proceedings in a certain way. We wonder whether it might be appropriate not only for PSNI agreement to fast-tracking these cases, but for there to be a requirement for the PPS to attest that the exercise of the powers in Amendments 76 and 77 in any individual case would not prejudice ongoing criminal proceedings. Yes, I will. Yeah.
Actually, within my speech, I was going to say that I'm willing to work with the Minister and the Department to see if the amendments need strengthened in any way, because I am conscious that that is an amendment to primary legislation and not a bill in its entirety. So I'm content if the Minister is content, and also to work with yourself and the committee as well.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank the member and the proposer of these amendments. I thank her for that intervention. The DUP offers these comments in a constructive spirit, realising what we're trying to achieve here, and I look forward to listening to the members' contribution today, and then also the Minister's wind on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Colin McGrath.
Principal Deputy Speaker, this group of amendments, I suppose, is about ensuring that policing and police oversight arrangements here remain effective and accountable and fit for purpose, and that's important because public confidence in policing is one of the foundations upon which our justice system must rest. That confidence is built not only on the ability of the police service to prevent and detect crime, but also in the existence of robust systems of accountability, that transparency and professional standards that there must be. So it's therefore right that the Assembly periodically reviews that sort of legislative framework within which policing exists to ensure that it remains capable of meeting modern expectations. Looking at the amendments relating to police discipline and professional standards first, the overwhelming majority of police officers serve with professionalism, integrity and dedication, and I think it's important that we recognise that right at the outset. They undertake difficult and often dangerous work on behalf of the public, and they deserve our support. And like other members, I recognise how today that is one of the most important lines that we can suggest from this place. But that public confidence depends on the knowledge that where serious misconduct does occur, we have the appropriate mechanisms in place to investigate it, to address it, and also to prevent those that are responsible from simply moving to other places within the policing system. The amendments relate to police discipline, together with the establishment of barred and advisory lists, and they seek to address precisely that issue. In many respects, these provisions bring here into line with arrangements that already operate elsewhere across these islands. They help to ensure that officers dismissed for serious misconduct cannot simply re-enter policing or related roles without appropriate scrutiny. And I suppose maybe with my background in youth work, I can see the connections to sort of 25 or 30 years ago with child protection guidelines, where we had to have the appropriate lists put in place and checks put in place to simply stop people moving from one organisation to somewhere else and being able to continue with behaviours that weren't appropriate. And the public are entitled to know that high standards are expected, maintained and enforced, and that helps to drive that confidence that we can have within policing. The same principle applies to the amendments relating to information sharing and professional standards. Modern policing increasingly operates across organisational and jurisdictional boundaries, and effective cooperation requires confidence that the relevant information can be shared appropriately and that safeguards exist to protect both the public and the integrity of the profession. And it's that confidence, that knowing that behind the scenes or under the hood within human resource departments there exists the ability to share all of that information and ensure that people aren't able to move around, and that confidence will be driven from that. The second significant theme within this group relates to the role of the Police Ombudsman. The Office of the Police Ombudsman occupies a unique position within our policing architecture. Independent oversight is a fundamental component of maintaining public confidence in policing and ensuring that complaints and allegations are investigated thoroughly, fairly and transparently. The amendments before us seek to clarify the circumstances in which the Ombudsman may provide reports to the appropriate authority while investigations or related proceedings remain ongoing. And as members will appreciate, these issues require a careful balance to be struck. On the one hand, there is legitimate public interest in transparency, accountability and the timely reporting of issues that may require attention. On the other, there is a need to protect the integrity of investigations and any associated criminal proceedings, and that balance is crucial, that we get it right so that we can ensure that there is confidence, but also to make sure that we don't get any of the investigations wrong by jumping too soon. It is our understanding that these amendments have been developed following engagement between the Department, the Ombudsman's Office and the PSNI, and that both the Police Service and the Ombudsman are supportive of the changes that are being proposed, and that is an important point. Too often discussions around police accountability can be framed as a choice between supporting policing or supporting police oversight. And in reality, effective policing and effective oversight are both essential components of policing confidence. Where amendments are capable of strengthening the operation of the accountability framework and command support from both the Police Service and the Ombudsman, that should give us as members confidence that they represent a practical attempt to improve how the system operates rather than a departure from its core principles. Ultimately, accountability mechanisms must be capable of carrying out their functions effectively, and these amendments seek to assist in achieving that objective while maintaining appropriate safeguards and protections. More broadly, these amendments do reflect a recognition that institutions that we have must evolve. The structures governing policing and policing accountability today cannot simply be the structures that existed 20 or 30 years ago. We all know that new challenges emerge, public expectation changes, and lessons have to be learned from experience. So our responsibility here as legislators is to ensure that that framework supporting policing evolves accordingly, that it evolves alongside our experiences and time. And taken together, these amendments strengthen professional standards, they improve the accountability that we see within our policing and policing accountability structures, they enhance public confidence, and they ensure that our policing framework remains consistent with best practice elsewhere. And for the SDLP, those are important objectives. We support a police service that is effective in keeping our communities safe. We support those police officers that carry out their duties correctly. But we also support that independent oversight to ensure that there's robust accountability and that we see the highest of professional standards. Those principles are not in conflict with one another, they are mutually reinforcing. So at its core, as this group, is about maintaining public confidence, about ensuring that the systems underpin our confidence, or we have confidence in them, and that they remain modern, effective and credible. The SDLP will support the broad thrust of the amendments within this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Emma Sheeran.
I get Priolash Concordia, and I raise to speak on these Group 4 amendments that Sinn Féin will be supporting. And I want to thank the Minister for the work on this, and her party colleagues also, because I think that we all acknowledge that there are massive problems with the structure and accountability of existing PSNI disciplinary procedures, and obviously this is not just historical. We can see this reflected in a number of recent reports and media coverage that has had really negative implications for public confidence in policing. And I know my colleague Linda Dillon will talk about this in more detail as somebody who represents our party on the policing board and has been speaking about these issues and raising them for a number of years at this point. We had the Langdale review recently, which found that there was clear evidence of sexism and misogyny within the PSNI. The review into the murder of Katie Simpson, which found institutional misogyny within the PSNI, and we've seen examples where the lies and testimony of a known abuser who had previously been convicted were believed, and we know the ramifications that that's had across society for confidence in policing. And we have also had a report by the Police Ombudsman's Chief Executive, which has found that there has been abuses of position to gain sexual favours by PSNI officers, none of which is acceptable in modern society, and which has to be addressed. And we've had the Police Ombudsman calling for new fast-tracking disciplinary powers when it's obvious that there is misconduct. We can't have a situation which is currently in place where police officers can remain suspended indefinitely on full pay for years at a time, or then retiring or resigning before allegations are brought to light. That gives them a protection that isn't deserved, and I think it's very important in previous exchanges with the DUP representative on our committee, we I suppose had a conversation around the fact that, you know, these police officers are charged with a very heavy responsibility and duty within society, but that means that they should be held to a standard that they don't have the right to implement the law when they break the law, and that's something that we have to bear in mind. Our justice system is underfunded and slow as a result of that, and that means criminal investigations are very often held up longer than they had, and it's not acceptable that disciplinary processes for the police can't begin until criminal proceedings have concluded. So we welcome the amendments which allow the Police Ombudsman to submit a report for disciplinary procedures when the evidence suggests that there's wrongdoing during the course of their investigation, and also the further amendment which will allow police officers to be investigated during the course of a criminal investigation where it looks like that there's wrongdoing as well. We also welcome the creation of police barred and advisory lists, because somebody who has been found to have broken the law cannot be held responsible for implementing the law. So I welcome all of these amendments and conclude there.
Thank you. I call Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I don't think I have to, but I will just declare that I'm a member of the Policing Board, just in case. I want to speak to all of the amendments contained within this group today, which, from my perspective, closes a single accountability gap from opposite ends when it comes to accountability of the police, both from internal, whether that's PSD, or from the Police Ombudsman. Amendment 68 and 69 will stop officers evading accountability by resigning or retiring, and create a barred list in the new schedule at Amendment 127. so that any officers who have been dismissed can be added to that barred list or added to the advisory list whenever they are under investigations. And Amendments 76 and 77, which give the Police Ombudsman a fast-track power to act on clear, incontrovertible evidence of gross misconduct without waiting years for an investigation or a criminal trial to conclude. Firstly, before I go on into any more detail and before any comments are made regarding the intent behind these amendments, because I think it's really important to do so, is that I acknowledge, as the many people in this chamber do, that the PSNI are well respected and they do an extraordinary role in carrying out public safety, keeping our communities safe, acting within the rule of law, adhering to their code of ethics, and as part of their role as police officers in our community, they need to have that public confidence. However, it has been clear since I became a member of the Policing Board in 2022, and it has come to my attention on many times before that as well, but being a member of the Policing Board does give you a greater insight into the dealings of police when it comes to professional misconduct and everything else that goes on there, that there are gaps in the processes and those gaps must be closed. For anyone that isn't aware, the Professional Standards Department themselves, the Anti-Corruption Unit as well, can initiate investigations against current serving officers, and they have many tools at their disposal when it comes to the end of those investigations, whether it's reposition, it's line management, suspension, and following special case hearings, even dismissal. But we all know that there's circumstances that the police have found themselves in the past, like the entirety of the criminal justice system, is that they're not resourced enough. And it has come to the attention many times of the Police and Border Performance Committee, argued by Professional Standards, the appropriate authority, that they in the past have not been resourced enough to carry out investigations as quickly as they would like to. Now, my understanding from information we have received at the board is that they have put further resource manpower into that to be able to carry out investigations quicker. But currently, as we stand, any officer under investigation can resign, they can retire, and they can take the matter of misconduct just completely off the table entirely. And misconduct proceedings can't be held against anyone who's left, and nothing stops them from being re-employed elsewhere in any police force in this island or any jurisdiction, or indeed in public service. And it must also be said that even where misconduct proceedings are finalised and misconduct is found, even when the person is already still in employment within the PSNI, we don't have that barred and advisory list, and so those amendments from the Minister are indeed welcome. Whilst the majority of comments made today in my speech are going to be around the most serious of misconduct issues, it's important to highlight that there are many powers that both the Police Ombudsman and the police themselves actually have. For officers under investigation, there's two possible duty adjustments. They can be suspended, they can be repositioned. There also is the option of a final written warning. There is a written warning, management advice, no further action. But there's also the serious ones of dismissed without notice, reduction in rank, and dismissed with notice. And it's important to highlight that they are used, and the current Chief Constable at the Policing Board in the past few months has acknowledged that he has taken on more special case hearings probably than previous Chief Constables have had, because there is a will there to actually expedite and ensure that this process isn't dragged on. But a number of years ago, it did come to the public attention of a rather serious issue that actually happened internally within the PSNI about the suspension of officers who had actually been suspended for some time for sharing obscene images from the scenes of sudden death. And it kind of reignited the debate again around these misconduct proceedings, because these officers were suspended for some time. Now, I know that they have been dealt with, and that was not a new issue at the time, and I respect that there have been people on the policing board from before my time who were working on these issues, but actually that was an opportunity then to highlight the issue again. Because in 2021 and 2022, there were 10 officers who resigned or retired whilst under investigation for misconduct, but by 2026 there's 66 officers who've resigned or retired whilst under investigation. And some might see that as an insignificant number because the PSNI is a large police force, and whilst it may be a very small number, the police are the very people who are there to protect the public. They are the first responders onto the scene of a crime, scene of serious incidences of any natural disasters, along with other first responders, and it is very important that the public has confidence in them to carry out their role. And it's also very important that they are held to a standard that is expected of a public servant in position of responsibility and power, with the use of force powers that they also do have. So I don't make any apologies for ensuring that my voice and other voices are heard when it does come to the accountability and scrutiny of the PSNI on that aspect. I have long campaigned on this issue to be fixed, and I was delighted when I wrote to the Justice Minister and there was a response in the positive that the department themselves were going to bring forward this amendment into this legislation. I think it is better that it does come from the Department of Justice so that it can be strengthened and as strong as it possibly can. I also recognise that within the Minister's speech outlined that there would be further regulations on the issue reflective of that in England and Wales, but I can't begin to discuss the very detail of all these amendments without actually touching on the very case that reignited public outrage at the current ability for the PSNI officers to resign or retire whilst under misconduct, and that's the case of Katie Simpson. And it's very important and relevant to these amendments that are before us today. And first of all, that's time enabling evasion of misconduct proceedings. Back in January 2023, I first brought to the attention of then Chief Constable the very people who had come forward to me internally and externally about the case and handling of the murder of Katie Simpson. I went back in January, and the date is very important, January 2023, to the Chief Constable, who very rightly then referred me to the Police Ombudsman. And so I went to the Police Ombudsman and I asked every other person who had been in contact with me to do the same, to go to the Police Ombudsman, who had already opened a case back in 2020. So that's 3 years, almost 3 years to the day that they opened the case. But a year later, that case had gone to trial, and it was clear that the professional standards and Deputy Chief Constable by that stage had in their hands the pony report into the whole investigation. I don't know why it wasn't acted on at that time, but I will say that most of the officers involved at that time were still employed by the PSNI. But by that stage, Jonathan Creswell took his own life and he evaded justice. And I could then speak out publicly about this case because I did not want to jeopardise that case at all. And despite numerous, and I mean numerous, attempts in private meetings at the Northern Ireland Policing Board, at committees, in meetings with the then Deputy Chief Constable, the new Chief Constable, the former Chief Constable, and professional standards, there was unwillingness to deal with this issue. And I say that as someone who has stood up this morning in defence of the PSNI, in recognition that they do a brave job. But I think it must be highlighted when they need to be held to account. They absolutely should be. And in this instance, when it came to public representatives bringing issues along with many members of the public, there was an unwillingness to deal with the issues arising from Katie Simpson. That was back in June 2024. And how many of those officers under investigation have resigned or retired? 5. 2 of them from a senior rank. There weren't many more involved in that case that were actually being investigated. And over the course of the 3 years, 5 from when Pony first opened the case, a long time to actually complete it and bring forward misconduct proceedings, didn't matter in the end. They were no longer needed. But flash forward now, the PSNI have moved on. After the Melia review, acknowledged and actually set down in black and white many of the things that I have been saying for years. for years, condemned by people in this very chamber for saying them, and by people in the public, that the PSNI needed to wake up, that no matter who you are or what rank you hold, you ought to be held accountable, that the PSNI have finally realised that they need to change and move on. And I welcome the Deputy Chief Constable's comments and the Chief Constable's comments that they actually agree that the misconduct proceedings need to change. They need to speed up. They need to ensure that people cannot retire and cannot resign by evading it. We can't stop them from doing so. That is a discussion for another day and not for today. But we also must allow the police to be able, both within the professional standards and the Ombudsman within Pony, to continue those proceedings. And I want to move on now to further detail on the amendments individually. And I have already said I welcome the amendments from the Minister on the barred list and advisory list, because why should an officer who in cases of serious misconduct retire or resign and then go elsewhere to be employed within the UK or the Republic of Ireland? It shouldn't happen, especially if that officer more than likely was going to be dismissed here within the PSNI. Currently, the police can file an intelligence report for future vetting. When an officer leaves under a cloud, there's no barred list, so nothing actually prevents that re-employment. And the Minister commented in her opening remarks that individuals will remain on the list indefinitely unless they either win an appeal against their dismissal or make a successful review application where they would have to provide clear evidence as to why they are now suitable to rejoin the police. And I think that's really important, that we do have that option for people, but also to emphasise that you need to be appropriate. It needs to be accepted that if you're going to be a serving police officer, not only in this force, that there should be a reflection on past proceedings. I also welcome the Minister's comments around the policy intent of these amendments, that the advisory list will hold the details of individuals who retire or resign while subject of a disciplinary investigation, because, as I said, why? Why should someone who resigns or retires, either intentionally or unintentionally whilst under investigation, go on to be an officer in any other police force or law enforcement here in Northern Ireland? One thing I will also say is that upon bringing some of those issues to the public, to the policing board, around the case of Katie Simpson, and the many issues that I also brought concerning other cases that can't be publicly mentioned, within a matter of months, and some even weeks, officers resigned or retired. I mean, I'm not saying that there was intention behind that, but I think that is something that should not be acceptable. There needs to be repercussions for anyone, no matter their role. I also welcome the Minister's comments that there will be further work in the reciprocal arrangements between the UK and Northern Ireland on the sharing of the barred list to prevent re-employment, because I think that's really important. I'm more than happy to work with the Minister at the Policing Board and do what I can to ensure that all of the mechanisms are in place to enable that. I think it's also important to highlight here, because our officers in Northern Ireland, they do carry out their duties under different circumstances from officers elsewhere, not only across the UK or Ireland, but anywhere else in the world. And I think it's really important to highlight that this isn't a list that's simply going to be publicly available to anyone, that someone can't just Google it and find out, especially when someone is under investigation as well. I also want to highlight, following on some comments made from the chair of the committee regarding the severity of the misconduct that we're talking about, particularly in the amendments 68 and 69. As you can see from the actual amendment, which is quite lengthy down in front of us, there are conditions, ABC, that are set out in amendment 68, and I raise them because it's really important, and I would like to see the DUP support these amendments. I understand that you have concerns that perhaps this might include legacy cases, this might include cases that go really far back, and from what is laid down here and will come in the regulations. Yeah.
I mean, obviously I've tried to assuage those concerns, but it is worth noting that only someone who retires after this legislation becomes operational would be able to have this regulation applied. So officers who have already retired or who retire while awaiting royal assent will not be covered. So it's only retrospective in the sense that the period of time, for example, that the Chief Constable can go back is a year in the regulations that are in England and Wales. It doesn't simply open up a whole can of worms that goes back a lot further, because you'd have to have retired after the point of the legislation being introduced.
I thank the Minister. That's quite helpful, because I wasn't in fact coming to that point, so it is helpful that you intervened to highlight that there. I think,
Sorry. Would the member agree with me that, given the commentary just made by the Justice Minister, it is actually the case that there are not very many officers still remaining in PSNI that were in the RUC at the time when the member refers to? I mean, we're talking about a very, very small number, if any, but they're a very small number.
Absolutely, and I think it needs to be said that even the intent behind the amendments, and certainly from my perspective and understanding, is that it was to never include those legacy cases. Look, we already know that the PSNI are under overwhelming stress dealing with legacy cases as well. That having to take resources from current cases and go to that.
Just to get intent, because this is a word, just to be absolutely clear, there will be some officers still in service who did serve during the Troubles. I mean, I could name you 10, obviously I won't off the top of my head. It is the fact, though, that a case after an officer retired, once this goes through, I appreciate it's not retrospective, so Officer A retires or resigns after this legislation is passed and has royal assent, it is possible that that officer could have a case taken that related to the Troubles. Legally possible or not? Just clarify that for me, please.
Not under these amendments, because that's what I was going to get to now. Okay, so if you looked at, there are 3 conditions set out in ABC, and if the condition under case C is made in terms of the allegation that comes to light after the person retires, once this amendment and this act is commenced, that in serious cases the police ombudsman has to take into consideration ABC, the seriousness of the alleged misconduct, inefficiency or ineffectiveness, the impact of the allegation on public confidence in the police and the public interest. But they also take into account the fact that the regulations further up in the conditions that are set out will have a time limit set down in I appreciate it's not here on the face of the bill. It's set down in regulations to mirror that of England and Wales, and the Justice Minister has already committed to that today. Yep.
There are two restrictions on what can happen. The first is that for anyone who has retired in the previous year, it will be for the Chief Constable to decide whether or not the threshold has been met, which mirrors the regulations in England and Wales. The second condition in England and Wales is that someone can only be recalled where the IOPC agree that that is appropriate. We don't have that facility, which is why it would be the Ombudsman would have to agree, and there are a series of conditions and tests that need to be met by the Ombudsman in considering whether anything beyond a year is able to be considered. And that would require them to prove that, first of all, it was proportionate and fair and reasonable to reopen the issue. The second is that it would have an impact on public confidence, and the third is the seriousness of the allegation in question, and it would have had to be of sufficient seriousness that had it been brought up when the person was in service, they would have faced dismissal.
I thank the Minister there for... Yep.
I'm still not getting the clarity that it requires. I just need to make this 100% clear. Because the criteria that you have laid down for the Ombudsman, my own view is the Ombudsman has been institutionally biased against the Royal Ulster Constabulary, and in fact her most recent statements have had to be set aside. If it was an old case in relation to the Troubles in which the allegation was something akin to collusive behaviour, that would almost certainly, if you wanted to tick off those criteria, meet it. You would say, well, it is most serious breach of confidence in a public office holder, number one. Number two, would it affect public confidence? Well, there would be those in one community who say it wouldn't. And 3, would it be sufficiently serious? Well, it relates potentially to the covering up of evidence. So is it or is it not legally possible that a police officer could retire after 40 years service and be brought back at the request of the Ombudsman to face a case of misconduct for something that they alleged happened in the 70s, 80s or 90s? I'm just asking, is that legally possible, yes or no?
Minister, if you want to.
I'm more than happy to answer. First of all, can I draw the members' attention who raised this? We don't currently have an ombudsman, and so I don't think it's fair to be discussing a private individual and making allegations about how they conducted themselves in their role or how their office conducted itself. And I think it's very unhelpful, particularly from somebody who was formerly in the PSNI, to make disparaging comments of that nature regarding the Ombudsman's role and office. Secondly, there is a theoretical possibility that if the Ombudsman were to believe that a serious breach that would have led to dismissal at the time was brought forward, that someone could be recalled. And I would hope that the member in question would not suggest that such a serious breach should simply have us turn a blind eye, given his previous role in PSD.
I thank the Minister for intervening in a wee second, because I do want to go on, because one of the issues that I was raising here was the issue of the seriousness of the alleged misconduct and the public interest. And I don't think that we should use anything to undermine public interest and serious misconduct, and that any officer who would have potentially been dismissed had they been a serving officer and it had been so serious and serious misconduct, they should be dealt with. But what I will say is that when it comes to legacy, that we do already have institutions and an overwhelming and stressed and heavy workload on the PSNI who are dealing with those cases. And of course, we already have pony cases, of course, dealing with legacy. But this particular amendment is arising from what the Policing Board have recommended, from what the police themselves have recommended, to close the gap on current accountability. I will give way to Mr Burrows, and then I'll give way to you.
Okay, and look, I'm being really constructive here, but it did require 2 interventions to actually get the cast iron black letter law fact that under this legislation it is theoretically possible. We've now established that, because I heard words of intent and, well, not really. This is legislation. Second of all, in terms of my disparaging comments towards the previous Ombudsman, it was the High Court judge, Mr Justice Schofield, who has said she must set aside all of her previous and put a disclaimer on them. And the third thing is, if a police officer did something wrong, I don't care if they're 90 years of age, if they were involved in something serious during the Troubles, they should be, let me just finish, they should be brought to account for it. My point is this. My point is this, that we have a society in which an ombudsman, as in the office, has chased police officers, accused them of collusive behaviour, and not brought one before book.
Excuse me. So, first of all, there's a couple of things. Sorry, Nuala. So you walked into the chamber, Mr Burrows, so no, don't be giving me that, because it's not going to work. So what I'm saying is, see, all members, when they're contributing to this debate, the courtesy is that you hear at least 2 speakers beforehand. This arose yesterday, and when a member gives way, when they indicate that they're finished, so this is a bit of a disparity, because it's been challenged before. My understanding is when a member gives way, they're finished, and when they stand up, they're indicating that intervention's finished. But we need to make sure that when people are intervening, they're doing it on the basis that it is a short intervention rather than a burst of short speeches. So what I'm going to do is, because I appreciate, Nuala, you and many others, and I've watched this debate from the very start. It's been a very constructive debate. A lot of people have fed into it despite some difficulties, and I hope we continue in that vein in the future. However, Nuala McAllister is just about to get into her amendments, and I feel it's only fair that we suspend now, if you don't mind, because, as we all know, the Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1, and therefore I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2, when Nuala McAllister will continue with going into the space of your amendments, and you'll be called after. You'll be the first person called after question time. So the sitting is by leave suspended.
Okay, the sitting is resumed and it is questions to the Minister of Justice. I'm going to call Michelle McElveen. Minister.
In England and Wales and Northern Ireland, the rebuttable presumption of dole and capax was abolished in 1998 as part of an overhaul of wider youth justice legislation. No consideration has been given to its reintroduction as part of my department's work to review and increase minimum age of criminal responsibility. Dole and capax enabled the prosecution of some younger children if it could be proven that they had the cognitive maturity to understand that their actions represented serious wrongdoing. In the intervening years since its abolition, advances in neuroscience have shown that children's brains are still maturing well into adolescence and that they lack the cognitive, emotional and moral capacity to be held criminally responsible in the same way as adults. This is a scientific fact and we should not force children to have to prove it to the courts. Our understanding of the impact of trauma, adverse childhood incidents and societal factors on children has also increased in recent years, and we know that many of these factors can lead a child into offending behaviour. This has resulted in the adoption of a child-first approach to youth offending, and consequently the number of children facing prosecution has greatly reduced. Indeed, it is extremely rare for a child under the age of 14 to be sentenced to custody in Northern Ireland. Reintroducing dole and capax would also have a significant operational impact on justice partners, in particular police and PPS, who would be faced with a situation whereby they would have to process every child accused and arrested up to the point of an assessment and decision being made. This could be nugatory work in many cases at a time when resources are stretched. I therefore do not believe that returning to dole and capax is in line with the best interests of children, victims or communities. Instead, we should be focusing on working with children to help them understand the impact and consequences of their behaviour, encourage them to take responsibility for their actions and support them to make changes and avoid future offending. This is the most effective way to ensure our communities are safer and the number of victims reduced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is disappointing to hear. How does the Minister intend to address the concerns of professionals over the heightened risk of exploitation of children by criminals should her party colleagues' amendment on raising the age of criminal responsibility be passed?
The rules are already in place, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the defence of coercion, and those would apply in situations where younger children are already coerced into criminal activity, and it would be dealt with under child criminal exploitation. The offence is being committed by the older person, not by the child. And I think the point that is raised about the danger of this is that if you don't raise the age of criminal responsibility, still young children are being groomed into criminal gangs. But instead of the police being able to treat them as victims in those circumstances, they have to first process them as potential criminals themselves. And that has led to criticism that too few children are being referred to the National Referral Mechanism as a result of coercive activity that has led them to offend in the first place.
Emma Sheeran.
King Corleone, firstly, can I thank the Minister for her pronunciation of that? I was going to call it dole and capax, so I really appreciate you clarifying that. Would the Minister agree with me that we have seen across the world that that model was costly and inefficient, and that best practice across the world tells us that raising the age of criminal responsibility leads to better outcomes for our young people across society?
Well, I thank the member. It's a long time since I studied Latin at school, and I doubt my pronunciation is perfect, so it could be either of us is right on that one. It is a case that we have moved on in terms of our understanding of how children's brains develop and the influences that can be brought to bear on those. We have already a very successful youth justice system which aims to deflect young children away from the criminal justice system at every stage and to support them and their families to tackle offending and dangerous behaviours. And it is important to look at what other jurisdictions do in this space, and those that tend to have better outcomes for their young people and also safer communities also tend to be those who don't criminalise young people at a young age, but instead put in place the supports to protect them from potential criminal exploitation, but also to deal with potential offending behaviours at the earliest point so that young people don't go on to commit more serious offences.
Shamahal.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. And now I'm not going to try and pronounce it because Emma has confused me in my head of which way I was going to say it. Would you agree that reintroducing
that framework would be a backward step, because you end up with 10 to 13-year-olds who are still open to arrest, prosecution, rather than being diverted from the justice system altogether.
Well, actually, were it to be reintroduced, you could end up with children of any age being referred into the formal justice system and being considered potentially capable of understanding the crime that they'd committed. So you would be, will you either accept that there is a minimum age of criminal responsibility, or you apply this in a different way. So you would run that risk. The further concern that I would have, though, is that you would end up expending significant resources in terms of determining whether a child has the understanding and the capability to be able to be held criminally accountable, when we already know from all of the different studies that have been made of children's development that even where a child knows they've done wrong, their ability to conceive of permanence, for example, can be very challenging even into their teens. And we also, of course, know that we have restricted resources, and to spend huge amounts of time looking at every child who is referred into the system to make this decision is money that I believe would be better spent supporting those young people, diverting them away from criminal activity, supporting their families and peers so that they are no longer as vulnerable to criminal activity, and hopefully also investing in support for victims, because that is, I think, our main concern, is that we do what is right by society as a whole, and by removing young people from the justice system, we have been able to demonstrate significant improvements in people's outcomes.
John Burrows.
Speaker, the Minister for Justice mentioned victims. Can she just confirm, and I would appreciate it in a yes or no, if a 13-and-a-half-year-old boy upskirted, down-bloused, or inflicted grievous bodily harm on a female teacher, would that 13-and-a-half-year-old boy be able to be subject to criminal investigation and prosecution if the victim wished it, if Ms Mulholland's amendment goes through? Yes or no?
Well, with respect, Mr Speaker, the member has a right to put his question, but I have the right to answer in whatever form I choose, and I will choose to answer in my own words and not those provided to me. As we stand here now, if someone under the age of the minimum age of criminal responsibility commits a serious offence, we do not simply allow that person to go free. There are issues of public protection that have to be considered. There are issues that have to be considered around that child and what risks they have placed themselves in. And there are risks also to other potential victims. So this is not about creating a structure which would allow those who commit serious offences to get off scot-free and not be held accountable. It is about creating an accountability framework that is not part of the formal criminal justice system, but which allows young people to be confronted with the seriousness of their actions, for the support and education necessary to be provided to them so that we can desist, so that they can desist from their offending behaviours. And I believe that therefore in those cases there would be appropriate measures taken. And it has to be said, Mr Speaker, it's often said that hard cases make bad law. So I don't think that our focus in debating what the minimum age of criminal responsibility should be is to go searching out hypothetical hard cases. It should be to look at the evidence base that we have in terms of development, child development, brain development, and how we can support our young people better so that they don't offend, that they become well-adjusted and positive and constructive citizens in our community, which is what I think we would all like to see.
For our answer so far. Can I just ask the Minister, what are the mechanisms and how long is it going to take the youth justice system, the PPS, PSNI, Youth Justice Agency, to prepare or to be ready for what could be a significant rise in the minimum age of criminal responsibility?
Well, we have already been clear that we would have to bring forward the right structures. Those will have to be scrutinised and those will have to be stress tested. So this will be the start of a journey, not the end point. And we would not obviously be enabling this legislation immediately, because we would want to spend time with our justice partners looking at the kind of mechanisms that need to be in place. To be clear, the Youth Justice Agency already deals with many young people who fall into this category who commit offences, who exhibit behaviours that fall short of a criminal offence, in order to deflect them away from a criminal setting and in order to try to deal with their behaviours. So this is not an unknown thing that the Youth Justice Agency have no experience of, but I can reassure the member for Upper Bann that we would not want to make rapid change in a space where we do not have the proper belt and braces response in place. We want to be sure that young people are protected. Often their behaviour is not just a safeguarding issue for them, but also a danger to others. And we need to make sure that there are proper checks and balances in place so that young people are held to account for their conduct, but that it's in an age-appropriate manner.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3.
Minister.
On the 1st of June 2023, the total prison population in Northern Ireland was 1,858. By June this year, the population had increased by over 12% to 2,086. It is to the credit of the Northern Ireland Prison Service and its staff that prison establishments have maintained stability and continued to perform effectively despite this pressure. In many cases, justice responses to individual needs and risks may be offering the right answers, but at the wrong time. Much more could be achieved if there was a collective focus on prevention in the community, rather than the justice system stepping in when earlier opportunities have been missed or when provision was inadequate. That would also mean fewer people in prison and would allow the prison service to use the resources it has available to it effectively. I will continue my work to secure a fair budget settlement for justice, including the funding required to deliver a safe, effective and efficient prison service with rehabilitation at its core. I will also continue to be clear about the consequences if that cannot be achieved.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Could I ask, in relation to that, what the impact has been of ongoing budget uncertainty in relation to our prisons?
Budgetary pressure on the prison service, like other parts of the justice system, can mean very difficult choices and poorer outcomes for those within the prison system. If we're to safely manage significant and sustained population increases, prison service have to have enough officers with the right training and support to be able to do their jobs. It also needs to have an estate that is modern, fit for purpose, can accommodate the population safely and reduce levels of crowding. Prisoners need to be able to access services and support delivered by a range of partners that can address their needs and risks. Prison service needs that funding so it can commission the services required to match the level of need. Many of those services are also provided by third sector partners in the community and voluntary sector, and so the uncertainty that faces their budgets is also a challenge to us delivering within justice. Ultimately, poor experience in custody will lead to poorer outcomes upon release and a greater likelihood of reoffending, perpetuating the damaging cycle that we have and resulting in more victims of crime. Without proper funding, prison service cannot do its core purpose, making the community safer by supporting and challenging people to change.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister thus far. Minister, we know our prison population has increased by 50% over the last 5 years, and I do welcome that you say that within the justice system, prevention in the community and rehabilitation should be at its core. So on that, could you update us on what discussions you may have had with our Communities Minister and our Health Minister around the impacts of community health and insecurities around housing on both the reliance of short-term custody and recidivism rates, please? Thank you.
We have had a number of conversations over many years, and they are part of the wider programme through the Executive to try to reduce offending and reoffending, and they sit as part of the programme board around driving that forward. We recognise that having a stable accommodation, having legitimate employment and having mental health and addiction services available are three key things that will help people to be able to reintegrate into the community and build a successful and positive life. Having family support is another pillar that can also make a huge difference, and we obviously do all that we can to allow people to maintain that. I do believe that there is a role for all departments in this. We need to look at where we can find better jobs for people, and so the department has launched recently an organisation called The Bridge. It is business-led and it is to support employers who want to employ those who have a criminal record in order that they can feel confident in terms of taking forward those employment opportunities, because if we are to see prisoners come out of prison and not reoffend, it is important that they have productive activity during the day, that they have the access to mental health and addiction services, because many of them will trace their offending back to addiction, and also that they have stable accommodation. And we are, of course, looking particularly at some of the bail pilot work that we're doing for people who are currently on remand. We're going to pilot that first with women in the prison system, and that again will require cooperation between all of those departments.
None.
Mr. Time and time again you say that our prisons do not have a culture problem, but time and time again ordinary hard-working prison officers are telling me that there is a fundamental problem within our prisons, with some prison wings out of control. Minister, have you lost control of Northern Ireland's prisons? And what are you going to do to address the fundamental issue around confidence in our prison service, both for the general public and also, importantly, for our prison officers who are often putting their own welfare on the line?
Well, first of all, I recognise the incredibly difficult job that prison officers do, and I'm never shy about saying that I think they place themselves in a very difficult role. It's a very challenging role where they deal with people who are both vulnerable and volatile, often in equal measure. It is undoubtedly the case that the more people we have within the prison, the more crowding that there is, the more likelihood there is of people behaving in a way that is disruptive or even dangerous to themselves and to others. However, for the member to suggest that prisons are out of control or that wings are out of control is simply not the case. I would ask him to go back and read the recent Sejini reports on Hyde Bank Wood Women's Prison, on Hyde Bank Wood Young Offenders Centre, Hyde Bank Wood College, and on McGilligan Prison. And whilst obviously there were recommendations there that suggested where improvements can be made, and we take those seriously and we will implement them, to suggest that those are prisons out of control is fundamentally denying reality that we have two of the best prisons in the UK here in Northern Ireland.
Justin McNulty.
Agus Ceann Comhairle thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Given the recent rapid, unprecedented growth in the prison population and the likelihood of further increases, what plans does the Minister have in place to address this additional pressure on the prison service, either by reducing the prison population or by securing additional resources?
Well, there are a number of things that we're looking to do. I've mentioned already the bail support pilot, which we hope to roll out, which will allow us to trial alternative methods of supporting people while on bail, so outside the prison system. And we're starting that with women as the first instance, but if successful, we will then try to roll that out across the male estate. And that is important in terms of giving judges, PSNI and prosecutors the confidence that bail is a legitimate alternative to remand, because I think too often people are placed on remand as a way of managing risk, but that risk is being managed in a way that could be managed within the community just as effectively. And that's what we want to be able to create, that confidence that people are allowing people, because more people in Northern Ireland are on remand at this point in time than in any other jurisdiction in these islands, and we have a continuous high level of remand population. So that's one thing we're doing. The other thing that we have done is we have asked for additional resources so that we can provide modular accommodation, which would allow us to upscale the number of beds we have available within the prison system, not on a temporary basis but on a permanent basis, so that we're able to accommodate increasing numbers in an appropriate manner that doesn't cause the crowding that can then lead to a more volatile environment for prison officers to work. I have also and have given the prison service the authority to be able to recruit new prison officers, and those prison officers continue to be recruited as we speak. So there are a lot of things that we can do. In terms of the issue of early release, I would be very reluctant to interfere with the length of sentence that has been given by a judge, other than what are in exceptional circumstances. And if this is a growing problem with which we're going to have to wrestle, as other places have, then I don't see it any longer as exceptional, but rather a matter of routine that we need to manage within the estate we have.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4, please.
The Criminal Justice Sentencing etc. Bill was introduced to the Assembly on Tuesday the 3rd of March. Second stage took place on Monday the 16th of March. Committee stage began on the 18th of March with the bill being referred to the Committee for Justice for scrutiny. The committee launched a call for evidence on the 31st of March, which concluded on the 22nd of May. The key purpose of the bill is to improve the effectiveness and transparency of sentencing, and so to enhance confidence in sentencing decisions and the criminal justice system more widely. The bill includes clauses to implement many of the recommendations arising from the last sentencing policy review, as well as the introduction of Charlotte's Law and a statutory aggravator model for hate crime. Sentencing is one area of public policy that is constantly evolving, and therefore I launched a review of further sentencing policy issues on the 14th of January 2026 to identify any legislative proposals that may be taken forward in the next mandate.
Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, as you reference, this is an area of work that is constantly evolving. Can the Minister provide an update about criminalising the creation or sharing of non-consensual, sexually explicit deep fake images?
Minister.
Well, as members will be aware, I had hoped to be able to do this at consideration stage of the Justice Bill for new offences to criminalise the creation or sharing of non-consensual, sexually explicit deepfake images. We were unable, unfortunately, to do it via an LCM, which would have brought us into line with England and Wales, but also that would have left us with a gap given the structure of our own laws. So I think it's better that we do this locally and have the opportunity to scrutinise it here in the Assembly. As we have moved on into the drafting phase, however, it's become apparent that this is an exceptionally complex issue where more time is needed to ensure a proportionate, robust and comprehensive response to addressing all aspects of this behaviour. Therefore, in the interest of ensuring the effective progression of the Justice Bill, I have decided to look at alternative options in the form of other legislative vehicles in this mandate, which will be available to me in bringing forward these proposals within the current mandate. This includes the potential to use the Criminal Justice Sentencing Bill or indeed the Victims and Witnesses Bill.
Ollie McGrath.
Question number 5, please.
Sir.
There is a clear need to reform and modernise the justice system. I, along with Justice Partners, have prioritised the Speeding Up Justice programme of work delivered across 5 key projects. First project is out-of-court disposals, where plans are in place to bring forward secondary legislation to let police deal with more low-level offences using penalty notices. This will divert suitable cases from the courts and free up resources for more serious crime. With regard to the second project, committal reform, work is progressing with direct committal, which I intend to implement later this year. This will help the most serious cases reach the Crown Court more quickly. Thirdly, early engagement is exploring earlier engagement between police, prosecution and defence to move cases through the system more quickly. The focus is on better file quality, timeliness and reviewing better case management procedures. These projects are still in pilot phase but are showing early signs of improvement. The fourth project, remit of the Magistrates Court, is considering options to expand Magistrates Court jurisdiction. And finally, digital, which supports all of the Speeding Up Justice projects, implementing digital initiatives to help embed reform and support long-term sustainability. Taken together, these reforms are intended to reduce avoidable delay, to improve the use of criminal justice resources and ensure that court capacity is focused on the most serious cases. The pace of delivery will, however, remain closely linked to the resources available to support implementation. Published Northern Ireland case processing statistics show a slight improvement between 2023-24 and 24-25, with the median time for criminal cases across all courts falling from 190 to 189 days. This is also down considerably from the height of 226 days in 2021-22. That's driven mainly by quicker processing times in the Magistrates Court. In the Crown Court, charged cases have improved slightly, but case processing times for cases proceeding by way of summons remain long. The CBA action has had a significant impact on the Crown Court and may impact on the pace at which these reform initiatives can be fully implemented.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I welcome that there are some updates and some improvements in the response that the Minister has given. And you made reference to the issues that there are with the Criminal Bar Association. Could I ask for an update on how negotiations are going in that process, because a swift conclusion to that will unlock much of the delays that we are currently experiencing?
Well, I think first of all to say not all the delays that we experience in the justice system are down to the current action by the Criminal Bar, though it has contributed significantly to them. The accelerated review, as you know, concluded as planned on the 27th of April. I made decisions and met with the criminal bar and the solicitors' criminal bar last week. I put those decisions to them. They have been welcomed by the Law Society and the Solicitors Criminal Bar, and I await the outcome of meetings that are going on within the Criminal Bar and the Bar Council itself in terms of any response that they might have to the proposals.
Linda Dillon.
Brilliant, thank the Minister. Minister, we met with the Public Protection Branch as a policing board last week, and they raised some really significant challenges that they are facing. And we know the attrition rates within some of these cases around violence against women and girls and children. And I think that that seriously needs to be addressed. Would you agree to meet with some members of the Public Protection Branch? There are some issues within that branch that they are facing that I think very minor adjustments could really address for them. Would you engage directly with them? I think it's the people who are working on the ground that you need to be engaging with rather than even their senior officers to find out what could be done in order to help them to do their job to protect women and girls and children.
Well, to reassure the member, I have met with Public Protection Branch, both senior officers and others who work at the coalface in this work, and I'm conscious of the difficult and challenging work that they do. And obviously what we would want to be able to do is get them more resources to be able to do that job better. If there are changes that can be implemented as part of the work we're doing to speed up justice, we would of course be open to that and regularly meet to discuss it. This is not just a Department of Justice project, it is a project that has been endorsed by the Criminal Justice Board, which includes the PSNI, the PPS, the Lady Chief Justice, and crucially the Commissioner for Victims. So it is important that all of those different aspects are able to be discussed, but I'm happy of course if the member wishes to engage with me further about the particulars of the areas of concern that she's raising. I'm more than happy to meet with her to discuss it.
McGlone.
Question number 6, please.
Patton envisaged a new beginning for policing in Northern Ireland, grounded in accountability, community partnership and policing with the consent of all. 25 years on, while it is right to reflect on progress, it is wrong to suggest the vision of Patton has not been realised. The transformation of policing in Northern Ireland has been profound. The Police Service of Northern Ireland today operates within a human rights-based framework, subject to rigorous and independent oversight and anchored in community-focused policing. Public confidence in policing and the wider justice system is strong. Significant progress has been made over that time to ensure the service is accountable, community-based and accepted by all parts of society. This progress is all the more notable given the very real pressures policing continues to navigate, particularly around constrained resources and legacy issues. Despite this, Northern Ireland remains one of the safest places to live, work and raise a family in these islands, reflecting both effective policing and safer communities. I note the assessment of the current security threat and in particular the positive direction that Northern Ireland has moved over the last 25 years. Whilst we must never be complacent, Mr Speaker, particularly given recent events in Lurgan and Dunmurry police stations, it is gratifying to note the sustained decline in the number of security incidents over the past decade. I will continue to work with partners within the remit of my role to enable further movement towards a safer society within Northern Ireland.
Mr McGlone.
Thanks very much, Minister. Minister, can you confirm how the report's recommendations will in fact shape departmental priorities, whether any of those recommendations will require legislative change, and if so, when such proposals might be brought before the Assembly?
Well, as the member will be aware, the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee reports are not binding on this Assembly and are a matter for Westminster. However, we will of course and always do reflect on any important report that is dealing with the issue of policing. One of the key findings in terms of the report was the clear agreement with both myself and the Chief Constable that the continued burden of legacy on the justice system and particularly on policing is not a sustainable one. That's an issue where I have already been engaging with the Chief Constable, with the Secretary of State and more widely with Government. I think it is incredibly important that we make the case that with any new legacy arrangements, the cost of servicing those legacy arrangements and also the residual cost of dealing with legacy needs now to be met by the UK Government. This is not a Northern Ireland specific issue. It is a UK government issue and it should be dealt with as such. It is also a burden on our policing and justice system that exists nowhere else in the United Kingdom, and I very much welcome the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee's narrative on that matter.
Mr Malone, topicals.
Okay. Minister, in light of last night's horrific knife attack on Kinnaird Avenue in North Belfast, of course our thoughts are first and foremost with the victim of that horrific attack, but will you join with me, with my party and with other members of the Assembly in thanking the emergency services, the police and ambulance crews for their prompt response, and the members of the public who bravely intervened to save the victim from further injury?
Yes, I'm more than happy to do so, and to reiterate the comments that I made in that regard this morning when we were debating the legislation. And the Speaker was generous enough to give me the latitude to do so. I think it is incredibly important to recognise what a horrific scene unfolded last night, how challenging and frightening it must have been initially for the residents who intervened courageously to try to save a man's life, but also for those who responded from the PSNI, from the ambulance service and others, and were confronted with such horror and tried to save someone's life. I think many of us at times forget just how challenging such situations can be and the trauma that can be felt by people who experience it. And it's one of the reasons, Mr Speaker, why I have appealed today for people not to share the video of that. We talked before about the trauma inflicted on victims when videos of car accidents and when videos of other violence is seen on our streets. And I would appeal for people not to share those images, because both the family and indeed especially the victim deserve privacy and dignity, but also the trauma that will inflict on people who were at the scene, I think, is immeasurable.
Mr Malone.
I couldn't agree more, Minister, but horrific incidents, indeed like this one, can heighten fear and undermine community cohesion. And we have already seen the efforts by some, not even indigenous to this country, to capitalise on that fear. Can I ask, Minister, what measures and indeed what engagement you've had with the Chief Constable and your department to support community safety, assist the ongoing investigation and reassure residents, including many people who have come here to work and contribute positively to this society, who are all deeply shaken by this event? And uppermost, Minister, I'm sure you will share what many of us will want to see here. That's calm in light of this awful, distressing situation.
Well, I think it's absolutely vital that people remain calm. What happened last night was obscene. What would be as obscene is for us to inflict more pain and hurt either on that community or on other communities that are completely unrelated to the incidents that happened last night. It is important that we do not head into that kind of destructive cycle. And of course there are those bad faith actors who will try to weaponise every pain, every fear that communities have. I understand entirely why people are frightened by what they saw last night. I found it disturbing and frightening. And so I cannot say enough that I'm not dismissive of the fear that they feel. But we have to draw a line between feeling fearful and wanting that reassurance that they will be safe, and others who seek to inflame tension, to weaponise that fear, and to bring more harm to communities and create more victims. An investigation is ongoing. It is important that anyone with information contacts the PSNI. I spoke with the Chief Constable this morning, and I will, all being well, be at a press conference with the Chief Constable and the First and Deputy First Minister and others as the afternoon progresses, to reinforce the need for us to make sure that every person in our community, irrespective of the colour of their skin, irrespective of their language, irrespective of their religion, irrespective of all of those issues, that every single person in our community is safe. And I have to say that it was brought home to me this afternoon when I left the chamber and went and spoke to a young woman who was doing work experience here, who was both shaking and sobbing in fear and shame at what she had seen last night, for fear that she would be associated with it and in shame that it had happened. Let's not forget that when somebody does something wrong, they are accountable. Let's work with the police and hold the person who is responsible, the individual, to account. Let's not weaponise it against a whole community. That would be a travesty of justice.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister share my concerns that some amendments in the Criminal Justice Bill, if passed, could embolden pupils under 14 to exercise aggressive or threatening behaviour in the classroom, safe in the knowledge that they will not be criminally investigated?
Well, schools already have disciplinary policies, not all of which require every incident to be referred to the PSNI as things stand. And as I made clear in the Chamber earlier, and will no doubt make clear again in the days to come, this is not about allowing people under the age of 14 to be unaccountable for their actions. And obviously it is important that young people are held accountable for their actions, particularly if those actions involve intimidation or sexual intent, because there is a public protection element to that needs to be dealt with. There is a public safety element of that needs to be dealt with. But I do not believe that a criminal response is always the right response, particularly for those younger children. And therefore I believe that it is important that we hold them to account in an age-appropriate way, with the right support, so that they can desist from their offending, understand the seriousness of their actions, and hopefully put that behind them and move on to live productive and constructive lives, which is what I think we would all want for our young people.
Mr. Chambers.
Would the Minister agree with me that her response may do little for the sense of safety or the general morale of teachers?
Well, many teachers are actually have given their support to these measures. So to suggest that this is about the Justice Department versus teachers is not the case. Many of those who are highly specialised in dealing with young people recognise that often bringing a young person, confronting them with their actions, confronting them with the consequences of their actions is much more effective than penalties. And so I think it's important that we listen carefully to what those who work with young people, who have experience in achieving desistance among young people, actually have to say about this, and who have spent years working, for example, in the youth justice system, ensuring that young people are safe and that they are not going on to create more victims. As I say, there will still be accountability, and I believe that accountability will be proportionate and appropriate. And as I said to your former colleague now from Upper Ban before lunchtime, we will not be implementing this legislation until such times as we have a robust mechanism for accountability in place.
Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I just want to follow on from Mr. McLone's comment on the North Belfast incident. Unfortunately, I did see the images the last night and this morning. No doubt a lot of people did. I worked in a slaughter hall for years and I never seen nothing like it. Barbaric. Minister, have we a problem?
Well, first of all, we clearly have an issue in that particular circumstance where a violent individual committed a very violent crime against another person, and far be it from me to diminish the seriousness of it. Do we have a problem with violence in this society? Well, I think the member knows the answer to that as well as I do. We do have a problem with violence in this society. We have a problem with violence against women and girls. We have high levels of violence against the person in our society, and that is why we bring forward measures through the Department of Justice and interventions to try to deal with those. So yes, I do think we have a problem. We have a problem about violence, and we're going to have to address that right across the board, irrespective of who is the perpetrator and who is the victim.
Mr. Buchanan.
Minister, what would you say to people, and there is genuine people out there, and most people are genuine, who have serious concerns? Sometimes their concerns is not taken on board, and we see on social media that people are organising rallies, this, rallies that. Some of that may or not be true. What would you say to genuine people, because they are fearful? There is towns in Northern Ireland you can't go walking in at night, and I'm a man and I wouldn't do it, so a woman's not going to do it. What would you say to those people who have concerns?
Well, there are a couple of things I would say. First of all, with respect to rallies, I am not a great believer, as members will know, in bringing large groups of people onto the street when temperatures are inflamed and when emotions are running high. I don't think it has ever in Northern Ireland's history led to productive outcomes either for those communities or for others. And I would ask those people that you talk about who are of genuine intent and who are genuinely fearful, and I understand why. I said earlier, I found it terrifying to watch. I found it horrific, so I understand why people would be genuinely fearful and have a right to be so. I would ask them to cooperate with the police in terms of the investigation. Don't distract the police from the investigation by going onto the streets and drawing resources onto all of that. Let the police focus the resources they have on investigation and prosecution of this crime. Let's see the person responsible for this held accountable before the law, and let's see them get a sentence that is proportionate for the seriousness of the crime. I think that is the best reassurance that we can give every community, that if someone is attacked, irrespective of who they are or what they stand for, that if they are attacked, the person who is the perpetrator will be held accountable. And that, I think, is the best assurance we can give to anyone in our community today. And I hope that the member would join with me in appealing for calm so that the police can do their job without any distractions or interference.
Okay.
Ask the Minister for an update on the Victims and Witnesses Bill.
So I'm pleased to announce that the Victims and Witnesses Bill has been given authority to move forward by the Executive last week, and is now with the Speaker's Office, who will do the normal due diligence on that piece of legislation, with the hope that we can get it introduced in time for the committee to be able to do a call for evidence ahead of the summer.
Skye.
I thank the Minister for the response. Can I ask the Minister what will happen to the establishment of the Commissioner for Victims and Witnesses of Crime if the bill is not passed in this mandate?
Well, it will create something of an anomaly if we don't get the bill through in this mandate, given that the term of the current Commissioner is due to end at the point where any new statutory commissioner would come into being. So that will create something of a challenge for the department to manage. But I am confident that with goodwill and concerted effort, and I've had that so far from the Justice Committee on the other bills that have been brought to them, that we can get this through by the end of the mandate. It is a relatively small bill, and I say that recognising that members are aware of both the Chair of the Justice Committee and my proclivities when it comes to amendments to bills, but I think this one is fairly tightly circumscribed and hopefully reasonably focused, and therefore will be able to pass without overdue or without intended scrutiny.
Sorry, Carl.
Thank you, Minister. There's no doubt that the stabbing incident in North Belfast was horrific and horrendous. It's been condemned right across the board, and rightly so. Minister, I'm deeply concerned about Nigel Farage, Rupert Lowe, Elon Musk, and people who couldn't point out Belfast on a map, who are doing their best to stoke division around this tragic incident. Would you share those concerns?
I very much would. I'm not sure when I last heard many of the individuals that you mentioned say anything about Northern Ireland at all. And anything they've had to say about the UK of late hasn't been particularly good either. From my perspective, it's the people in North Belfast and in Northern Ireland more generally that I care about. We live in this society. We recognise how much we've had to overcome in the past to end routine violence and abuse, some of which was also horrific and blood-curdling, but perhaps not captured on video. And I would appeal to people in Northern Ireland to listen to people here who actually have their interests at heart. Be calm, continue to work with the police and support them in pursuing their investigation, and do not be drawn in by people, bad faith actors, who simply want to weaponise a situation like this to drive forward an agenda which is in no one's interest in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Carroll.
Thanks for that answer, Minister. And as you said earlier, it's understandable that people are fearful in North Belfast given the horrific events, but you'll be aware, obviously, protests are gathering right across Belfast, if not the north, this evening, and there's fear, as you alluded to earlier on, amongst our migrant community and people of colour as well, that these protests may, we don't know how they're going to develop, if at all, but they may turn nasty and violent. What would your message be to those people who are fearful of how those protests may turn out?
Well, I would encourage anyone who is fearful for their own safety to contact the police immediately. and I believe that the police will do all in their power to respond. I would also appeal to those people who are upset, who are angry, who are fearful about what happened last night, to bear in mind that the police, if they are distracted from the work that they need to do to investigate this, by unrest on the streets or other crimes being committed, will have less resource to put to that. So I would appeal to people who are really of good intent, not to stretch the police resource, not to force themselves into conflict with the police, not to do harm to their neighbourhood and to their neighbours. Because ultimately there is nothing to be gained by terrorising people who had nothing to do with the incident last night. I have heard already today from numerous people who are concerned about their family, their friends, their work colleagues, who are now fearful because of the colour of their skin that they will not be safe on public transport or going about their ordinary daily lives. That is not acceptable. I remember the days when somebody with an accent like mine drew strange looks in airports, and it was not a pleasant experience to be held accountable simply because you shared an accent with somebody who would do harm. We do not want to inflict that kind of misery on any other group of people.
That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister of Justice. We now move back. Point of order, Minister.
In relation to last night's horrific incident in North Belfast, I have sought your permission to step out of the ongoing Justice Bill consideration debate to participate in a media briefing, which is at 4 p.m. this afternoon. I just would like to put on record, Mr. Speaker, that I don't intend any discourtesy to the House or to members of the House, but these are very particular circumstances and it's important that I'm there.
Thank you for that, Minister, and we fully understand the circumstances that you're in, and it's the right thing to do, so we support you in that. And no doubt your officials will be taking all of the notes and keep you informed in any event, so it's not a discourtesy. We now move back to the debate on the Justice Bill. And just before I call Nuala McAllister to complete her piece, the Business Committee would like to remind all of the members to be as succinct as possible as we wade through all of these amendments. And I would commend the House in that they are doing an excellent piece of work in terms of the scrutiny of this bill. But if we can be as succinct as possible, and that's not aimed at you, Ms McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was at that Business Committee, but I don't recall telling myself to be succinct as possible. So, if you don't mind, I'll stick to my speech that I have here. But just following on from the speech that I was making earlier, I was closing my remarks on the amendments from the Justice Minister, 68, 69 and 127. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. I had indicated as you were drawing your remarks to close that I wish to do so. There are a couple of things I just want to put on the record. First of all, Mr Burrows indicated that he had to try on a number of occasions to get clarity on the issues before us. To be clear, I had set those issues out in my opening remarks, but for clarity, we can, if we go down the route in the amendments that have been put, we can circumscribe the dates. So we can do that in regulation. That's something that I've explained at the beginning of the debate. That would vary from the situation in England and Wales somewhat. They go back to 2012 is the furthest date back they can go, and that was a date chosen on the basis of when their code of conduct became live. A similar date, I think, for PSNI would be 2016. So it's just to put that on record that it can be dealt with by regulation.
Thank you, Minister. And as I had said in my remarks as well, that there would be further regulations that would be coming forward on this issue, so it's not finished in its entirety in primary legislation, and we do look forward and await those. But reflecting back...
Thank you. Thank the member for giving way. That would be critically important, because you wouldn't want to judge somebody or test somebody on a standard that they weren't aware of at the time of the actual activity. And so that would be really important if that could be enshrined in those regulations, because I think there's a fairness there that needs to be added to that. Thank you.
Okay, I thank the member for his remarks, and I agree, and I do hope that perhaps with this clarification that we could get the DUP on board to support the Minister's amendments as well. Before I finished up before recess, before the break, I was going to touch on the issue of serious misconduct, because this is where a lot of the cases would come into effect in terms of an officer who have already retired or resigned, or perhaps who retire and resign during a misconduct proceedings and subsequently currently not being able to be added to any advisory or barred list should one exist, and that is a gap that we're trying to close. But I think it's really important to touch on the issue of serious misconduct, and that one of those issues in particular is the issue of abuse of position for sexual purposes. And I think everyone in this chamber would agree that it is very serious. The Ombudsman have published a review earlier this year with cases that were from 2018 to 2024. And then since they published their review, there was actually 20 more cases that then came forward, with the youngest victim being 14 years old. That's serious misconduct. And what if those officers had left the police in just the last few years, in the last 8 months, 12 months? What if they just upon the publishing of that review leave the police? Now, I'm not saying that is the case, but we do have to deal with all circumstances that could arise. Currently, there's no criminal offence of abuse of position for sexual purposes, and the threshold for misconduct in public office is quite high, and we're not seeking to change that today. That would require consultation, of course. However, it is important that where there is a mechanism to hold officers to account, that is established. I understand that there's 6 officers awaiting proceedings. There's others that have been dismissed or convicted on other criminal grounds during that review period. I also want to touch, as mentioned, about the Angelini inquiry, the Langdale report, and of course Operation Rorick. And for those who don't sit on the policing board, Rorick was established following the likes of the Angelini inquiry, looking at historical investigations, and it related to 134 officers from 2012 to 2022. And its review of those officers meant that there was a delay in allegations that could not reach a disciplinary hearing. Not the review, so the initial investigations meant that there was a delay in reaching disciplinary hearing before officers resigned or retired. And it was right that there was a review that went on in the PSNI as to those cases. Given what has hit the media in the past 6-9 months about the current case that is sitting with the Police Ombudsman, it is even more pertinent that that issue is dealt with and that the gap is closed there on accountability. And of course, we have asked the police numerous times at the Policing Board whether they would support the amendments put forward by the Justice Minister and the amendments put forward in my name. And they do support it because they want a police service that has the support and confidence of the public, and that's very important. So just to recap, before I move on to my amendments with regards to the mechanics of how it works in England and Wales and the precedent that of course sets here for Northern Ireland, condition A that we spoke about is about an allegation person leaves after an allegation comes to the appropriate authority, so that's one mechanism to do that. Condition B is before the allegation surfaces, the person leaves, but the period will be specified in regulations, and the Minister has already clarified that today. Of course, there is condition C, in which the issues are so serious that the Police Ombudsman must take into account the 3 criteria laid down. It's important to acknowledge that the 12-month period in England and Wales, and that we will ensure, working with the Department of Justice, no doubt the committee too, what the regulations will then look like moving forward. But currently officers still remain free to leave. In England and Wales, the actual legislation and the proceedings that allow the barred list, the advisory list, the misconduct proceedings to leave, they don't actually prevent an officer from retiring or resigning, and I think that is important to also highlight. And one case in particular in England and Wales, after this legislation came to light, was an officer in Cheshire, I believe, who was investigated for abuse of position for sexual purposes, was able to face then an accelerated misconduct hearing. He had resigned, but he was able to be barred and added to the barred list anyway. So it is a tool that has actually had effective operation and use in England and Wales. I also want to move on at this time to the amendments down in my name, Amendments 76 and 77. So what do these amendments do? They allow the Police Ombudsman to send a fast-track report to the appropriate authority before investigation is fully complete. And even while criminal proceedings on the same matter are still ongoing, with having that insight and the clarification from the PPS, but also that it would also not prejudice criminal proceedings, because of course that is very important. But I just want to provide a wee bit of context in that, because we do often see cases within the Police Ombudsman's office, and I refer again to the Katie Simpson case. It contains multiple officers, it spans multiple few months, but it also takes years to comply. And there are many cases that are like that involve many officers, the majority of which will not have had any misconduct, have not behaved in an inappropriate way. But there will, and there have been cases where there are large in volume, there are more than one officer, but one officer in particular has been found where there is incontrovertible evidence. That is evidence that simply cannot be disputed. It's written, or it's on body-worn footage, or perhaps it's on other video camera footage as well. And that in itself is evidence that can't be disputed. Why should we have a situation, therefore, we have to wait years, that officer is suspended on full pay, and this happens, officers have been suspended over 5 years on full pay, awaiting criminal outcomes so that they can be dealt with in the misconduct proceedings? And why should the public purse be paying for that 5-year suspension whenever it could be dealt with through the fast-track process? And I also want to set out that this isn't something that I have come to on my own. I know it's not just down on my name, but we have worked on this issue at the Policing Board, and also the Criminal Justice Inspectorate has also said that this is a power that needs to be contained within PONI, as it does within the PSNI. It's also one of the 23 recommendations in the Ombudsman's statutory 5-year review, and the police service themselves have highlighted that they would support this. The reason why the police service have also said that they would support this is because they have this power. That if it was an investigation that was initiated internally within the PSNI, they actually do have this fast-track power. So there is a massive gap there that PONI doesn't have it. A member of the public, perhaps a victim, has referred the case to the Police Ombudsman, yet that victim has to wait for 6 years, 5, and none of it is acceptable. But if it was an investigation, even within the police service themselves, they can fast-track it to a misconduct hearing. And this legislation that I have put down is not about a stick with which to beat the PSNI with. As I have said before, most PSNI officers, overwhelmingly most of them, act in good faith and they carry out all of their duties in the appropriate way. But for those who do not, we have to have the accountability mechanisms available. And it's really important that we do commence any of these powers as soon as practical, but also in the right way, so that the regulations are right and they are done in conjunction with not just the Department of Justice, but also all of the authorities who can carry them out. And so I do give the Minister my support to actually looking at any further regulations, but also to say to the Minister that if the amendments in my name require any additional work, I am content to work with the Department of Justice, because I do want to get this right so that we don't have to come back to the Chamber in the next mandate or beyond to fix them. But I also want to say a word to any member who worries that faster discipline means rougher justice, that the opposite is true, that everything in these amendments are designed and reflected upon other mechanisms that take place in England and Wales and internally within the PSNI. And they also have victims at the heart of it. And the PSNI want to be a service that actually has the confidence of all victims and the confidence of the entirety of Northern Ireland. This group of amendments is one reform with two halves. The Minister amendments make sure that an officer cannot escape by leaving. Mines make sure that an officer cannot evade accountability by waiting. And together they say something simple: and overdue that officers and constables that carry out the role of an officer, whether on the ground, of senior rank or of leadership, they deserve to be held to account like every other officer across the water in England and Wales, but they also deserve to be able to carry out that role where there is scrutiny, to have the respect and confidence of the public. And I think this actually enhances that confidence of the public in the PSNI. And because in the end, it's not just about officers at all. It's about the 14-year-old who was abused by an officer. It's about Katie Simpson, who was failed by so many officers. It's about every victim who has waited long for the truth. And it's about every officer who carries out their duty and is ashamed of those who do it in bad faith. Thank you very much.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ms McAllister for that very insightful piece of evidence. First of all, let me say this. The Police Service of Northern Ireland has actually made a mess of misconduct down the years. I will declare an interest. I was in the PSNI. I was the appropriate authority who had the decision making to determine whether a case was taken against someone. And the fundamental, I think, is important context. What happened in the PSNI was very often good officers were targeted, whilst the bad, corrupt officer got away with things. And when I first went into the Professional Standards Department, there was a whiteboard of the officers who were suspended, and I can tell you there were officers who were suspended for up to 8 years on full pay. 8 years. And at the end of it, and that cost maybe £500,000 of pay, there was no case. So it is important that we focus and we deal with this properly, because the public deserve accountability, but those who are on the front line making quick decisions deserve fairness. And I just want to put that context out there. So how do we have a swift and fair misconduct system? And look at these amendments. The first one is around taking misconduct after someone retires or resigns from the PSNI. I supported this in 2019 when I was the appropriate authority. I put a paper up to the then Chief Constable, Simon Byrne, calling for this power because it happens in England and Wales. And there have been officers, and I know them, who were dismissed from the PSNI or who left facing misconduct, who because they're not on because nothing was taken against them, they have no criminal record, they have no misconduct record, and they've been able to go out and join other jobs. And the victim or complainant was unable to get any justice whatsoever. I support, in principle, the ability for the Police Service of Northern Ireland or the Ombudsman to bring an officer back who is retired or left, put them in front of a misconduct hearing and have a case heard against them. In reality, when this happens in England and Wales, it is worth saying that the ex-officer rarely turns up and the case is heard in absentia. And there's no meaningful sanction because they've already left. But at least the victim gets a declaration that that person did X or Y. I'm aware of a case in England where someone who was accused of sexually grooming someone and different females in England, and they couldn't prove a criminal case. At least the officer was brought back in front of a hearing and the victims were able to come and give their testimony, and a finding of guilt was passed. That is important. I support this in principle. I am concerned, and I make no apology for it, for the ability of the Ombudsman to take a case after someone has retired. Under our current legislation with police misconduct, it is actually only the Professional Standards Department who can authorise an officer to be taken in front of a misconduct hearing. The Ombudsman can recommend that it takes place, but the decision, if you like, is made by the Police Service of Northern Ireland. Mike, yes? Yeah.
For giving way, to be clear, this doesn't allow the Ombudsman to take a case against a former officer. It allows the Ombudsman, where they've investigated that officer, and they can provide an early report to the appropriate authority. So it doesn't actually extend the Ombudsman's powers.
Now, are we talking about Amendment 68 or the amendment around special case hearings?
Special case.
No, I'm talking about Amendment 68, taking a case after someone has left the PSNI. Right, I'll look into that again. Second point is this, and I do labour it, and I am prepared to support this, but on this basis. that we do get a clear assurance that the ability to bring an officer back in front of a misconduct hearing who's retired does not extend right back to the period of the Troubles, because it is a contested space in which there's a lack of confidence in the objectivity and impartiality of the police ombudsman, whether we like that or not. This cannot become another extension of legacy. I will, gladly.
I appreciate the member taking the intervention. I think the Minister has already made clear that the Ombudsman will not be the body that will take the decision on whether this will be a misconduct hearing will happen. That will still be the Chief Constable. The Ombudsman can certainly make a recommendation, but as is the case currently, the Chief Constable will decide whether they accept that recommendation or not and what they do with it. So, contested space or not, if things were done wrong, I don't know, and I'm not ruling out that there will be a cut-off date for this. I don't know what will happen in the regulations, and so on that basis we will be supporting today because we don't know what will happen. But I'm absolutely saying that why would you want to stop any officer? Because there are other contested spaces, there are other issues that are at play around, particularly around child abuse in the past, historical institution abuse, where police officers are implicated in terms of cover-up. So,
because this is important, because we're talking here about legislation. So let's separate out a couple of issues. Where any police officer, there's sufficient evidence to bring a criminal case, that is completely unaffected by this. Completely unaffected by this. That is a completely separate matter. They should be treated like anyone else. Any police officer who commits a crime should be treated like any other member of the public, except they should get an exemplary sentence because they've abused their uniform. I have no difficulty saying right is right and wrong is wrong. The issue here is it would be a misconduct matter, and that can be very to the interpretation of the Ombudsman, because the Ombudsman has created an entire class of wrongdoing called collusive behaviour. And therefore I need to have reassurance that I'm not going to open another front for police officers who retire, and then someone to say 40 years ago, because I know a police officer, I was only speaking to them yesterday, who's 40-odd years service, served during the Troubles, that someone can say, 40 years ago, I think you were involved in collusive behaviour. That the PPS say there's nothing to see here, but the Ombudsman can say, I want to see you brought back in front of a hearing, and that the Chief Constable would feel pressure to do that. I just want to make sure that cannot happen. We cannot have another front on the legacy battle. I'll take the intervention.
The Minister's already outlined with regards to the regulations and looking at the specified timeframes contained within that, and I think it's important that we do work together, and it will be forthcoming to the Justice Committee, of course, and then to the Assembly as well. But I think it is important also to note that in England and Wales it is the IOPC. So who would you anticipate do it instead of the Ombudsman? There isn't any other body. And I appreciate, and you're well entitled within your rights to say that you don't have faith in the Ombudsman's office, but actually, who else is going to do it? And the current Chief Executive of the Ombudsman's office is doing an excellent job, actually. Specifically on cases of previous misconduct around the abusive position for sexual purposes. And we all know the background of the current Chief Executive, but is doing an excellent job. But I think it's really important to highlight and ask, if not the Police Ombudsman's office, the IOPC is doing it in England and Wales, then who? Because it needs to be done. The gap needs closed.
Yeah, look, we're not in a situation like England and Wales, my word. Legacy has become an industry in itself that, by the way, only seems to really profit a small group of solicitors and barristers. But I think it is a fair point that what is designed to deal with police misconduct and the ability to bring an officer back to deal with an allegation after they're retired does not become another vehicle for legacy. And we do have activism in this country. Look, when the Police Ombudsman was first brought in, nearly 30 years ago, there was no suggestion that the Police Ombudsman would be even looking at legacy cases in the 70s, 80s or 90s. The thought was that the Police Ombudsman would be checking for conduct today. But there was an activism that opened up the ability of the Ombudsman and to look into cases 30 years before the Ombudsman's office was conceived. So it is important, and I would ask the Minister, would she just make clear next time she's on her feet that absolutely the regulations will have some timeline that means we're not going back 40 years or 30 years. I mean, it would just simply be preposterous. given that also what we're dealing with here is nothing that would be a crime, it would be misconduct. And it would be an anathema to bring someone in front of a panel for misconduct 40 years after an alleged incident. So I just want to get that clarified, and I think that is, I would love to, yes.
Actually really important on one of the issues that you just highlighted about it not being a crime, and I respect that you were speaking about legacy cases, but actually there is an instance in which we have to be careful that there will be crimes that have been committed and also misconduct, and both of those issues must be looked at. So I think it's really important to highlight that actually there could be instances where there is also crime, but we cannot wait, and we know, you know, as you well know, the threshold will be higher for that criminal conduct, whereas the professional misconduct in terms of misconduct hearings is lower, and they should be brought on par in which there isn't, or not on par, but they should be brought on a level where you're not having to wait until the criminal case is over. And I think it's just really important just to highlight to you. I know you were talking about legacy, but it's a really important issue.
Yeah, and just to clarify, for any criminal case, the standard of proof is the reasonable doubt, beyond reasonable doubt. Way up here, for a misconduct case, it is beyond the bounds of probabilities. 50% plus 1, or even 50.1%. So there's a different standard. I would suggest that, and this does happen in England, where this has been going on for some time, and we actually should have had this implemented some time ago, that most of the cases where you're bringing a case against an officer back after they've retired is actually in a case where there hasn't been a crime, because then the victims can get their accountability. Actually, what I would say is we should be using our existing powers more, that whenever an officer is convicted of a crime, this is rarely used, the policing board have full forfeiture powers in terms of the pension. And there was a police officer convicted a couple of years ago now for perverting the course of justice in relation to an innocent man that was beaten to death in Portadown by a loyalist mob. The person who stood up in front of the camera and said his pension should be taken was me, the person who's often accused of only saying it from the police point of view. Yes, Minister.
I appreciate the member giving way. He's been very generous on that. First of all, to say that there are forfeiture powers being used because I have to sign them off. And so I've been doing that increasingly over the last number of months, and I believe it should be used. The other thing to say is we are trying to replicate what is happening in England and Wales, and there the regulations set out that these powers go back to 2012, because that's when the Police Code of Conduct in England and Wales was established in statute. Here the comparable date is 2016. And therefore there is a strong argument that you would do it in 2016. The alternative is that in regulation you could say anything up to 10 years, for example. So there are different ways we can do that, and one of the reasons it's not in the face of the legislation is because we want to be able to have that conversation with the policing board, with the police, with the Federation, and with members of the committee to ensure that the regulations reflect our intent. Our intent is absolutely not to turn this into another vehicle for legacy. That is not what we want to do, and it is not what we will do with the regulations in place.
No, I thank you for that, Minister. And I do think, Mr. Speaker, this has been a worthy exchange to really flesh this issue out. And I think we've heard it now, and Hansard will record it, and we know the case Pepper and Hart and all those things. So the Minister has indicated that we're talking 2012, 2016. We're certainly not talking in the 1990s, 80s or 70s. I think that gives me the reassurance I need, because I want to support this, and I want to see the bad cop brought back and the victim given justice. Because there is no more despicable sight than a bent cop who's misused their authority. They actually damage everybody who's went out and tried to do their job with distinction and honour. Moving on then to Amendment 69. The barred list. Again, I'm glad to see this. I called for this some time ago. Inside the PSNI, and I can tell you in a case where an officer, I'll not mention name, this was a second officer, who actually was dismissed from the PSNI. Because we don't have the barred list, which I asked for in 2019, that police officer, despite being dismissed, and it was a sexual element to that, suddenly turned up in Border Force. And when they were enforcing the law in Border Force, what happened? They got an allegation very similar to what happened to PSNI. A gaping loophole that should never have been allowed. So I support absolutely that there is a barring list that clearly states those who are not fit to be a police officer in Northern Ireland. Now, they're not fit to be a police officer here, they're not fit to be a police officer in the Republic of Ireland, England, Scotland or Wales, or in any other law enforcement body. I would say, and I just need to make sure that we do remember that we have a threat in Northern Ireland that makes our policing distinct, and that we should, in the regulations that follow, ensure that nothing would jeopardise the security of a police officer. And perhaps the Minister would give me some assurance that that would happen, our ex-police officer.
I'm happy to do so. There were, as you know, recommendations at one stage that police misconduct hearings would be held in public. That isn't something that I believe we're ready for here in Northern Ireland at this time. I think the recommendation was for senior officers, but I still believe it is a step too far given the risks attendant on doing the job at this point in time. It is important, though, that there is accountability and that that's visible to the public, but I don't think it's necessary for those to be held in public or for names to be disclosed more widely, other than where there is a genuine public protection risk.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad to hear that. I think that will reassure a lot of police officers. Moving on to, so I do support that. The barred list. It is absolutely vital that that happens. On to Amendment 76 and 77, again, I support both, and it is worth saying that the power to take a fast-track case, as it's generally colloquially known in the police misconduct world, it's a sad world when you're in it, what we describe as a special case hearing, is vital. In short, it used to be that if someone was being criminally investigated, that the Police Professional Standards Department could not take a disciplinary case. Now, there could be good reason for that, but sometimes it was simply daft, because you had clear evidence that someone was not suitable to be a police officer, would very easily be dismissed in a misconduct hearing, but you had a very long criminal case to take. So I'm glad that that loophole has been shortened. What has happened is that the power to do that has not been extended to the Ombudsman, and now it is going to be extended to the Ombudsman. And again, I know a case where the Ombudsman briefed me in a case that was recently at court, and that actual case, I was briefed on it in 2019. That is 7 years ago. And when the Ombudsman briefed me, one of her senior staff, there was sufficient evidence in the file that I was given, including screenshots and text messages, that I could have dismissed that officer like that. That was 7 years ago. But there was a legal gap that that officer had to stay in service, suspended, simply because we didn't have the legal power. Had the Police Service of Northern Ireland been investigating the same thing, not the Ombudsman, we would have been able to dismiss them like that because of incontrovertible evidence. So I welcome the closing of the loophole. It will allow bad cops to be dealt with quicker and cheaper. And bear in mind, when an officer is at home getting paid for 7 years on full pay, their pension increments are also growing. In fact, I know of police officers who have been off so long, they then hit the point where they can retire with a full pension. And once you hit 60, you can't stop someone retiring at all. And they sail into the sunset. I know of one police officer who was suspended for 7 years, and by year 5, the police had lost track of him. Didn't even know where he was. We thought he was actually in another country. The paychecks kept flowing in. Astonishing. So I support this. Yes, I will, Mr. Fruit.
Member for giving way, because it does raise a valid point, and this is not a reason why you shouldn't do this, by the way, but there could be a danger here that whilst this power gains royal assent, you could have a raft of police officers who feel guilty on some point of misconduct, who may well retire just on the eve of this receiving royal assent, who then would not be touched, and then you would have a whole raft of police officers who feel not guilty and feel they haven't done anything wrong, staying within the force and then maybe being caught by this law and at least investigated for it.
Yeah, it's a good point. And there are different, and it is very, very complex about there are times when the Deputy Chief Constable can decline a resignation. It depends on the level of service they have and whether they're actually retiring with their full pension done and what age they are. I want to make another point, and then I'll just summarise my position. The one thing you have to be aware of is that there's an irony in this, and it sounds like a bit of a contradiction. If you give the PSNI the power to take a case after someone has left the organisation, you will, in my view, and it's not actually a problem if I can explain it logically, see more officers retire before an investigation is complete. Let me give you an example. And this is where sometimes the public commentary in this is not always informed. I'll give you a practical example. If someone came to me with a police officer who was alleged to have done a criminal offence, it was going to be an investigation that would take about 3 years. But it was a serious investigation. I was confident at the end of it would get a case, but in the meantime I had nothing. If that officer offers to resign and you take the resignation, you're actually saving yourself 3 years of pay. Now let's take an inspector who's on £55,000, £60,000 a year. There's £200,000 plus pension contributions. So it may actually be that now the police can still take a case after they retire. You are more likely to say, I'm going to bite your hand off, leave our organisation, I'm going to stop paying you today, and whenever we finish our investigation, if need be, we'll bring you back. So just bear in mind that sometimes when the police allow someone to resign during an investigation, it is because you're actually saving 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,000 pounds a year. And I know a superintendent who was 80,000 pounds a year and was suspended for about 5 years. 400,000 pounds. So there's sometimes a cost reason why you accept the resignation. It is easier now to do this because we're going to have the position to bring them back after they retire and you've stopped hitting the public purse. Let me just summarise my position then and our party's position. On the basis, and I want a red line caveat, the only reason I am supporting this is on the basis in terms of the disciplinary proceedings against former officers is the clear understanding that I have from the Minister that the regulations will specify some time limit that will certainly not go back as far as the Troubles. Only because I'm concerned about opening a fresh front for legacy. In Amendment 69, I'm fully supportive of a police barring list that lists for every UK law enforcement agency any police officer or retired police officer who is not fit to hold a role in law enforcement. The caveat is that we have protection for their security given that they've served in Northern Ireland. And then in terms of the powers that will allow the police ombudsman to bring a case before criminal matters are concluded, I support that on the basis that it works very well for the PSNI who have those powers and it allows you to get police misconduct done swifter. There is no place, and this is my concluding comment, there is no place for bad cops. I will say two things though. What we must guard against are the good officers who sometimes we jump upon when there's a clip on social media. They are not the officers we should be worried about. It is the officers who are predatorial, the officers who are corrupt. It is not the officers out trying to arrest someone at 3 in the morning and the Monday morning quarterback starts asking questions about how they exercise their powers. Those good cops must be protected. And my second thing, and I say this to every police officer in our land, there is a culture that emerged in the PSNI, and I watched it firsthand, that senior police officers, particularly those above the rank of superintendent, were not held to account like junior officers were of constable and sergeant. That created a huge issue for fairness, and I will be watching always that our senior police officers are held to the same account as our rank and file police officers. I'm glad to support the amendments with those caveats. I think it does tighten up some loopholes, and if it's done right, we can have a swift, fair and accountable misconduct system for the PSNI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Linda Dillon.
think I'm going to shock the House and tell you that I agree with much of what John said, which is a wee bit scary. Look, I think that this is really, really important. I'm really glad that these amendments have been brought forward because they're important for PSNI, they're important for us as elected representatives, but mostly they're important for the community to have confidence in PSNI. So I think that it is really, really important that we do support these amendments today. They have been asked for, and PSNI and the Police Ombudsman's Office have been crying out for changes in legislation. Just want to address one quick point that was made at the end by John around the accruing of pensions, and I actually agree with you on this, that seems entirely and wholly wrong. It's not dealt with in this legislation, but I do believe it is something that needs to be looked at in the future. Because if you are working in a factory and you hit one of your co-workers, you will lose your private pension. If you are dismissed for gross misconduct, you lose your private pension. Why is the pension of a police officer protected when they are dismissed for some really serious offences? I don't think it should be the case, but that's a conversation for another day. So I do agree with you on that. That is something that I think needs to be addressed at a later point. So as I've said, PSNI and Police Ombudsman's Office have been crying out for changes to legislation to close these gaps for quite a significant period of time now, and some of these issues are issues that I've raised over a number of years within the Policing Board and on the floor of this chamber. PSNI want to be able to address disciplinary issues, and we as an Assembly, as a legislator, must support the PSNI to put in place effective disciplinary procedures to close the gaps, to ensure that we are not allowing officers who some of them have committed the most egregious crimes, many of them against women and girls. So I think that it's important to note at this point that over 90%, the last time I asked, over 90% of the cases in PSD and police disciplinary were of a sexual or nature of them were sexual or domestic abuse. Over 90%. These are not officers that are being brought in on Monday morning and something happened over the weekend and it was a minor incident. This is really serious abuse, some of which is carried out against their co-workers, other police officers, female police officers, and we know that there are cases where that has happened, where officers have been repositioned whenever an allegation has been made against them, and that female officer has had to work with them. So they've been repositioned maybe to another station, and within a couple of months they're back in the station where that female officer works. That is a completely and entirely unacceptable situation for anybody to be put in. So this is an issue of public confidence. We have already outlined, and I think that I don't want to repeat what others have said, and a lot of it has been said, so I am going to be more succinct than most on this, Cancorlia. But it has already been outlined around the Katie Simpson case. Katie Simpson case is a very, very well documented case and led to many recommendations, and it was a horrendous thing for it to have to happen to Katie and to her family. And there are no words that can ever describe what happened to them in this place, or that can ever offer enough condolences. But she left a legacy. She left a legacy of protecting women and girls, hopefully in the future, and a legacy of ensuring that when police officers respond to a case, they do not assume that they know what has happened. And when they make a wrong call, they're held accountable for that. So I think that is really important, and we've had a number of other reviews which have given really, really good recommendations. We need to see all of those implemented. But John Beggs, KC, came to present to the Policing Board, and some of the things that John told us were really, really interesting, and have fed into some of these amendments actually. But there is much, much more to be done in terms of investigations, both by the Police Ombudsman's Office and the investigations that are carried out by PSD. And we need to ensure that PSD have all the tools that they require in order to deal with those police officers who have serious allegations, who have committed serious crimes against others, against whether it's people that they have power over, whether it's people in their own homes, whoever that is, they need to be held accountable. And I agree with you. There are many, many good officers, and know what the good officers want? They want to make sure that the bad officers are gone. They want them out. They don't want them there. On that basis, I am going to appeal to the DUP to support these amendments today. And, because I think none of us really are very much on a different page. I think we all have great sympathy for the position that the PSNI are in terms of trying to deal with some of these serious misconduct issues. And I don't think that we can allow for this to go on. And I think that we should show a united front in relation to this. We should show a united front in supporting the good officers and ensuring those officers who should not be in the PSNI, who should not have power over anybody, who don't deserve to have power over a butterfly, never mind our entire community, that they are gone, that they are out of the service, and that they are not able, as you say, John, to be able to take up other positions of power in other services, whether it be in other parts of this island or across these islands, or anywhere for that matter. So if we want to deal with this, we need to support these amendments. So I am going to say, I appeal to everybody today. There are things that will absolutely need to be dealt with in regulations, and we'll see what comes forward in those regulations and whether those fulfil the expectations of the House. But I do think it's important that we support these amendments today, and I welcome the amendments both from the Minister and from Nuala McAllister. I would like to say, just before I finish, that there are a number of other issues that I think would need to be addressed in future legislation, particularly around the ill health retirement, injury on duty, and the ability of the Police Ombudsman's Office to compel former officers to cooperate with investigations. But again, I say those are for another day. It's a separate issue. What I'm asking is that people support the amendments that are in front of us here today, and that we show a united front in support of officers that are trying to do the right thing every day.
And Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise as a DUP member of the Justice Committee. Just again to comment on the Group 4 of amendments. The most debate has been about Amendment 68, the disciplinary proceedings concerning former police officers. As the committee chair mentioned earlier, the Justice Committee did not receive the wording in good time, so could not achieve an agreed committee position. As DUP members, we do of course support police accountability and arrangements for that through the Policing Board and the Police Ombudsman's Office. However, as you've heard, we are also very mindful of the incredibly difficult circumstances in which PSNI and previously RUC officers served during the Troubles, and the ongoing level of threat that officers have to live with today, let us not forget. And I speak as someone who had 2 relatives murdered by the IRA as serving police officers during the Troubles. So we are concerned that Amendment 68, relating to disciplinary proceedings against former police officers, would be out of keeping with arrangements for other public sector staff. As highlighted by the Ulster Unionist member for North Antrim, the previous police ombudsman was adjudged by a High Court judge to have exceeded her powers in making claims of so-called collusive behaviour during Troubles incidents. We are concerned that powers like this could be used as an alternative means of conducting inquiries into police officer conduct during the difficult circumstances of the Troubles. More briefly on Amendments 69 and 127, Schedule 5, the police barred list and the police advisory list. Again, as the Chair mentioned, the wording did not come to the committee in sufficient time to enable the committee to reach an agreed position. However, the DUP does welcome the introduction of a police barred list and the police advisory list and alignment with such lists elsewhere in the UK. We also support that these regulations will also apply to other relevant statutory agencies such as the Airport Police, Harbour Police and support staff. And in closing, we are content to support Amendments 76, 77 and 131. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to these amendments. And before I do so, could I pay tribute to the Alliance member who is not in her seat for her sterling work and dedication throughout the Katie Simpson murder investigations. I think she deserves praise for that. As a member of the Justice Committee, I wish to speak to this group of amendments. And at the outset, I would like to express thanks to the Chairman of the Justice Committee, Paul Frew, my colleague Brian Kingston, fellow committee members and committee staff for the work in bringing this Justice Bill to what is now the halfway stage. And I'd also like to express thanks to the Minister for her work in achieving that. These amendments before us today deal primarily with police discipline, police accountability, the powers of the Police Ombudsman and the establishment of a police barred list and police advisory list. However, I acknowledge the role of the PSI officers continue in difficult times, and we must not lose sight of that. Taken together, these amendments represent some of the most significant reforms to police accountability arrangements that this Assembly has considered for many years. We acknowledge that some of these things have not come before the committee, and therefore they will need further scrutiny and further discussion, and I would be hopeful that the Chairman will deal with that and the Minister of Justice throughout the summer months. The powers of the Police Ombudsman and the establishment of a police barred list and advisory police list are very good. Taken together, they represent some of the most significant reforms to police accountability that this Assembly has considered. I'm sorry for repeating myself. They seek to address legitimate concerns that have been raised by victims, by oversight bodies and by the wider public regarding the ability of officers and former officers to evade scrutiny through resignation or retirement. As members of the Justice Committee, we have repeatedly stressed that confidence in the justice system depends not only on effective policing, but on accountability, transparency and public trust. The public must have confidence that allegations of serious misconduct will be properly investigated and, where necessary, acted upon. Equally, police officers are entitled to fair procedures and protection from the arbitrary or disproportionate action. It is therefore important that we assess these amendments through the lens of balance. Do they strengthen accountability? Do they protect public interest? Do they maintain procedural fairness? And are they practical and proportionate? I will begin with Amendment 68 concerning disciplinary proceedings against former police officers. Historically, one of the most persistent criticisms of police disciplinary systems throughout these islands has been that officers can retire or resign before proceedings are completed. In many instances, this has left serious allegations unresolved and has left victims and complainants feeling that justice has not been served. The amendment seeks to address that issue by allowing disciplinary proceedings to continue in certain circumstances after an officer has ceased to serve. The principle behind this is understandable. The public rightly expect that accountability should not simply disappear when an individual leaves the organisation. Where there are allegations of serious misconduct, particularly misconduct that would lead to dismissal, had the officer remained in service, there is a legitimate public interest in ensuring that the matter can be examined. The amendment introduces several conditions which must be satisfied before proceedings can continue. Importantly, where allegations emerge after an officer has left the service and outside the normal period, proceedings may only continue where the Police Ombudsman considers such action to be reasonable and proportionate. I welcome that safeguard. It introduces an independent assessment and requires consideration of three important factors: the seriousness of the alleged misconduct, the impact upon public confidence in policing and the wider public interest. Those tests are important because they recognise that not every historical complaint should automatically trigger disciplinary proceedings years after an officer has left service. There must be proportionality, there must be clear public interest, there must be a recognition that memories fade, evidence becomes more difficult to obtain, and fairness applies to respondents as well as complainants. That balance is reflected within the amendment and should be welcomed. However, I would also encourage the Minister to ensure that any regulations developed under these provisions provide clarity regarding timescales and evidential thresholds. Uncertainty benefits nobody. Victims deserve clarity. Former officers deserve clarity. The public deserve clarity. But without clear guidance, there is a risk that expectations will be raised that cannot ultimately be fulfilled. The next issue of concerns is an Amendment 69 and the substantial provision contained within Schedule 5 enabling a police barred list and a police advisory list. In many respects, these are among the most significant reforms within the bill. The purpose is straightforward. An individual who has been dismissed for serious misconduct or would have been dismissed had they remained in service should not simply move elsewhere within policing or law enforcement without that history being known. That is a principle which most members of this House would find difficult to oppose. The public rightly expect that those entrusted with significant powers, including powers of arrest, detention and investigation, meet the highest standards of integrity. When those standards are breached in a serious way, there must be consequences. The proposed barred list seeks to ensure precisely that. It creates a formal mechanism to prevent individuals dismissed for serious misconduct from obtaining employment elsewhere in policing or law enforcement. In practical terms, this closes a loophole that has existed for far too long. The barred list also extends beyond PSNI officers. It covers police support staff, senior officers, airport police, harbour police and various categories of personnel exercising law enforcement functions. That breadth is important. Public confidence depends not upon organisational labels but upon standards. The standards expected of those exercising public authority should apply consistently. The Justice Committee has long recognised the importance of public confidence in policing. Confidence is not built solely through operational success. It is built through trust. It is built through accountability. It is built through demonstrating that misconduct has consequences. The barred list therefore represents a potentially important step forward. However, I would caution that safeguards are equally important. A decision that effectively prevents an individual from working in policing or law enforcement can have lifelong consequences. Such decisions must be therefore robust, transparent and capable of challenge. I note positively that the legislation provides mechanisms for removal of the barred list where dismissals are overturned or found to be unfair. That is essential. No accountability system can command confidence unless it also contains effective safeguards against error. Justice requires both accountability and fairness. One cannot exist without the other. The creation of a police advisory list is perhaps less well known, but may provide an equally importance. Unlike the barred list, the advisory list with situations where allegations remain unsolved because of individuals resigned or retired before proceedings have concluded. This addresses a long-standing concern. If an individual leaves during an investigation, future employers may be unaware that serious allegations existed. The advisory list seeks to ensure that the relevant information is available when future appointments are considered. Again, I understand that principle. The public would rightly question a system that allows unresolved allegations simply to disappear. However, I also believe that careful implementation will be critical. Inclusion of an advisory list is not the same as a finding of a misconduct ruling. The distinction is extremely important. Natural justice requires that unresolved allegations are treated differently from proven misconduct. I therefore encourage the Department to ensure that appropriate safeguards, review mechanisms and data protection arrangements are in place. The objective would be informed decision-making, not prejudgment, and that distinction matters greatly. I now turn to Amendments 76 and 77 relating to the Police Ombudsman. Our party has reservations and would seek clarification. These amendments will provide the Ombudsman with powers to submit reports to the appropriate authority before investigations or criminal proceedings have concluded where certain conditions are met. The intention behind these amendments is understandable, but we still need clarity. Where there is compelling evidence of gross misconduct and where it is considered to be in the public interest for an officer to cease serving without delay, there should be mechanisms available to address that situation. Police confidence can be seriously damaged when officers facing extremely serious allegations remain in post for extended periods while processes continue. The amendments therefore seek to address that concern. However, I still have reservations. And one of the cornerstones of our justice system is due process. Criminal investigations and disciplinary investigations frequently overlap. The danger in creating mechanisms for accelerated disciplinary action is that they may unintentionally prejudice criminal proceedings or create perceptions of prejudgment. I note that the amendments contain safeguards requiring consideration whether misconduct proceedings would prejudice criminal proceedings. That safeguard is welcome. Nevertheless, I believe careful consideration is required regarding the practical operation of these provisions. The Assembly must be satisfied that the pursuit of speed does not compromise fairness. Public confidence is enhanced when decisions are both swift and robust. The challenge lies in achieving both objectives simultaneously. Throughout scrutiny of justice legislation, one recurring theme emerges. The public expect accountability. Victims expect accountability. But accountability must never be with expediency. The justice system functions effectively when decisions are evidence-based, proportionate and fair. That principle should guide the implementation of every amendment before us today. The amendments dealing with the former officers acknowledge that accountability, and should not automatically end at retirement. The barred list recognises that serious misconduct should carry meaningful consequences. The advisory list recognises that unresolved allegations remain relevant to the future employment decisions. The Ombudsman amendments seek to strengthen the ability to respond to serious cases where public confidence may otherwise be undermined. Each of those objectives, while they may be legitimate, they raise serious concerns at the outworking. But each also requires careful implementation. The Assembly should therefore continue to monitor how these powers operate in practice. The Justice Committee will undoubtedly take an interest in how regulations are developed and how these arrangements function once enacted. Policing is among the most challenging professions in our society. Thousands of officers and staff serve honourably every day under significant pressure. Nothing within these amendments should be interpreted as criticism of those who carry out their duties professionally and with integrity. Indeed, effective accountability mechanisms ultimately strengthen policing because they reinforce public confidence in the overwhelming majority who do their jobs diligently. Strong accountability protects good officers as much as it protects the public. When misconduct occurs, it damages confidence in the entire service. Addressing misconduct effectively therefore serves the interest of policing itself. That is why it is so important that these reforms strike the correct balance. In conclusion, I believe these amendments represent a significant and largely positive development in police accountability arrangements. The provisions relating to former officers address an obvious gap in the current system. The creation of a police barred list closes a loophole that should never have existed. The policy advisory list provides greater transparency regarding unsolved allegations. The Ombudsman provisions seek to ensure that serious misconduct can be addressed more effectively where circumstances require. However, the success of these reforms will ultimately depend not upon what is written in legislation, but upon how those powers are exercised in practice. The guiding principles must remain proportionality, transparency, fairness and public confidence. If those principles are maintained, these amendments have the potential to strengthen trust in policing and strengthen confidence in the wider justice system. For those reasons, while recognising that continued scrutiny will be necessary, I welcome the intentions behind these amendments, but without further clarification, I don't see how they can work. But however, we'll wait and see how the rest of the debate unfolds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is indeed a short intervention from myself, just to abstract some safeguards regarding this grouping of amendments we're considering here this evening. And I've no doubt that if there is bad eggs within the police force, if there is rogue elements within the police force...
Gaston, can you pull your mic over slightly? I'm sure everybody really wants to hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you want to hear me, Mr. Speaker. And as I say, these comments will be brief, essentially. And while I have no doubt that there has been a few bad apples and a few rogue elements within the police force, and those police officers should be held to account, I do, when we have this piece of legislation and this group of amendments in front of us, I want to seek safeguards from the Justice Minister just exactly how far this group of amendments would lead for investigation to go in the past. And that's something that I think is key to securing the moving on to the next stage of this. Yes, we hear all about regulations. I don't see the regulations. The regulations will come after it goes for royal consent. So I want to seek that safeguard from the Justice Minister directly today of where and when will the line be drawn of how far back the investigations into police officers can go once they retire. So I encourage the Justice Minister, if she wants to take me up on making that point, I'd be glad to give her an intervention. And indeed, if the Ombudsman wants to bring a case against a retired police officer, is it the case that the PSNI Professional Standards Department, they will have the power and they will decide if the case is brought forward. So I would ask, what safeguards are in place to make sure there's no vexatious complaints against legacy cases that will be used with the passage of this legislation? And I would hope either the Justice Minister will take the intervention now, and if not, I hope she will pick up them points which he summons up. Justice Minister seems to be still wanting to sit in her seat, not wanting to take the intervention, but I trust that once she comes to sum up, that she will provide the safeguards to the concerns that exist that this won't be abused, this won't be a case of legacy coming back to bite police officers, and where we will have sinister elements within political circles, within Republican circles, that will use this law to dig up past convictions and past cases. So the Justice Minister doesn't want me to take me up on that offer, and on that basis I bring my remarks to the close, and I trust that she will do so in her wind.
I call on the Justice Minister to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I didn't see the point in me getting up and saying again what I think I have now said multiple times during this debate, and the member wasn't present to hear. First of all, I think that today's debate has been useful in terms of providing clarity to those who have engaged in it around the intent of this and how that will be delivered in practice. It is a significant step forward in creating a cohesive system right across UK regions that will safeguard the public and vulnerable members of our society from the actions of those who have proven themselves unsuitable for a role in law enforcement. I acknowledge, as many have in the Chamber today, the difficult job that the PSNI have to do and the challenging role that a police officer has to fulfil. But it is also the case that it is a role that carries with it a lot of power, a lot of influence, and for that reason it is right that police officers should be held to a high standard when it comes to their conduct. Although it is difficult to predict the impact that a single piece of legislation can have on the criminal justice system, it is important to note the findings regarding police recruitment and vetting practices of several relevant reports. The Ombudsman for Northern Ireland's report on abusive position for sexual purposes by PSNI officers, the Langdale Review, the Angelini Inquiry and most recently the Katie Simpson Review have all emphasised the necessity to ensure that there are robust and cohesive systems in place that will safeguard against the wrong people gaining roles that by their nature afford them a position of trust and authority. Either through intent or unconscious inability, those individuals have proven their unsuitability for the role, and they should be prevented from gaining access to potential victims, either here in Northern Ireland or elsewhere. The proposed amendments are an important step towards closing that legislative gap and aligning us with the rest of the UK to create a cohesive system of legislation and cooperation. The public and those who are vulnerable, either through their ongoing circumstances or an unexpected incident, ought to know that they are protected from individuals who are seeking to abuse the position of trust they have been placed in. We regularly ask people who have experienced trauma to go to the police to report the incident to them, including victims of domestic and sexual violence and abuse. And it is important that when they go to the PSNI, they are not engaging with someone who themselves might exploit that position of trust and that access to do further harm. And so we need to take this issue seriously when it comes to barred and advisory lists. In light of recent cases where individuals employed to protect society have abused their position and some of the horrifying outcomes we're aware of as a result, I believe that the amendments will ensure that we have a cohesive system and safeguard in place to prevent them from gaining further employment in roles that would afford them similar access and opportunity to abuse. That is a very significant step to addressing behaviours that have no place in law enforcement and also to protect our citizens from those who may be predatory and seek out a job that may give them status or in some way might absolve them from the same kind of scrutiny that others would expect. In terms of the barred and advisory lists, there's been a lot of discussion and concern expressed about the retrospective effect of the provisions, and I have taken time to set out the limitations on that I envisage coming forward as regulation. The provisions will have a slight retrospective effect. It is limited and will apply only in specific circumstances and be subject to a number of safeguards. They have been drafted to align the Northern Ireland Police Conduct Regulations with those in operation in England and Wales. Clause 23A sets out the circumstances in which the regime for former officer proceedings can be applied. That's conditions A, B and C. Condition A is that the person ceases to be a member of the Police Service of Northern Ireland after the allegation first comes to the attention of the appropriate authority. Condition B is that the person had ceased to be a member of the Police Service of Northern Ireland before the allegation first came to the attention of the appropriate authority. And the period between the person having ceased to be a member of the police service and the allegation coming first to the attention of the appropriate authority does not exceed the period specified in the regulations. For example, the regulations in England and Wales, which we're intending to align with, limit that to 1 year. And that is a decision that is then taken by the Chief Constable in terms of whether or not it is reasonable to recall that individual. Condition C, that the person had ceased to be a member of the Police Service of Northern Ireland before the allegation first came to the attention of the appropriate authority, and the period between the person having ceased to be a member of the Police Service of Northern Ireland and the allegation first coming to the attention of the appropriate authority exceeds that period specified for the purposes of Condition B, and that the alleged misconduct, inefficiency or ineffectiveness is such that, if proved, the person could have been dealt with by dismissal if they had still been serving. So there is an extra layer of protection in that case. Further to that, in circumstances where Condition C applies, disciplinary proceedings may only be taken against the person if the Ombudsman, as the corollary for the Office of the Independent Office for Police Conduct. So if the Ombudsman, as their corollary here, determines that taking those proceedings would be reasonable and proportionate. The net effect of the modifications that we need to make will allow cases where Condition A applies for disciplinary proceedings commenced to reach conclusion, even should they retire or resign. Clause 23A(8) specifies that subsequent regulations may not make provision in relation to an individual who ceases to be a police officer before the primary legislation came into operation. So only when this Act is commenced will we have a situation where the person is able, if someone retires after that point, that they will be amenable under these particular rules. However, it will permit provision to be made for those who cease to be a police officer after it comes into operation, even in circumstances where the alleged conduct occurred prior to the primary legislation. So, to be clear, only when this becomes operational will the start date, if you like, of the ability to recall someone who retires actually kick in, and that person would need to retire on or after that start date. It is only possible to make provision in relation to those who cease to be officers after the primary provisions come into operation. Anyone who retires in the interim will be unaffected. In terms of the reassurance that members have sought, the intention is that regulations will be enacted once the primary provision is in place, and we will aim to mirror the equivalent provisions already in operation in England and Wales. However, we are willing to engage with members of this House, with members of the committee, with the PSNI, with the Police Federation and others about how that should look in our particular circumstances. The provisions in England and Wales specify that for Condition A, where the allegation had already been noted before the individual ceased to be an officer, that there is a 1-year limitation on that recall. Were Condition C, that they can then continue to, Condition A means that they can continue even if the officer ceases to be an officer after that has come to their attention. Condition B applies in cases where the individual ceased to be an officer prior to the allegation coming to their attention, but it happens within 12 months. And that one will be for the PSNIs. That's in England and Wales, it's 12 months. I would see no reason why we would wish to deviate from the 12-month limitation here. Condition C applies in cases where the individual ceased to be an officer and it took longer than 12 months for the allegation to come to light. In England and Wales, under these circumstances, you can only go to disciplinary where you have a special determination by the Independent Office for Police Conduct. The equivalent body here, it's envisaged that the Police Ombudsman will fulfil that function. However, it will mirror the England and Wales provisions in setting out a specific framework which the Ombudsman will make a special determination via that. The Ombudsman will consider the seriousness of the alleged gross misconduct, the impact of the allegation on public confidence in the police and the public interest, and in making any determination, they will also consider the nature and seriousness of that conduct. To be clear, these regulations have been in operation in England and Wales since 2017, and we continue to engage with the Home Office in regard to good practice. In England and Wales, Condition C is limited in time to the point where the police code of conduct was set in legislation, and that in England and Wales was 2012. Again, I see no reason why we would depart from that mechanism, though again I'm open to engaging with members and others as the regulations are drafted. But the equivalent date here, I think, would be the 1st of July 2016, which is when our regulations, our code of conduct came into force. So it would be our intention that we would time limit this. I have been clear about the burden that legacy places on the Department of Justice, on the Ombudsman's Office and on the police service itself. With new legacy arrangements coming down the tracks from Westminster, I do not want to reopen or create more work within the justice system when there are alternative mechanisms for those to be addressed. In terms of Ombudsman investigations, this is to allow the Police Ombudsman to submit an early report where it's clear at that point in the investigation that the officer concerned has committed gross misconduct. On the way through an investigation, that may well be reached well before a final decision on whether the criminal threshold for prosecution has been met. And that will allow an early report to the Chief Constable in order that he can then make a decision as to whether or not they should have a special case hearing, as we discussed earlier. That could reduce the length of time spent on suspension at the cost to the public purse while awaiting the outcome of a criminal case, provided that any resultant disciplinary proceedings will be judged not to prejudice the criminal case, and that will, without doubt, require the responsible person to liaise with the PPS to ensure that it will not do so. It would also allow the PSNI access to the information required to commence and conclude disciplinary proceedings, so long as it does not do any harm. I believe that that is something that not only the Police Ombudsman believe would be helpful, but the two Chief Constables and a number of other senior officers have said that they would find helpful, so that they are able to move more swiftly, particularly in serious offence cases where you're dealing with gross misconduct, that you're able to move more swiftly to ensure that that person, if they're unfit, is removed from service. All of this is about keeping the public safe, ensuring that we have confidence in the PSNI, and ensuring that those good officers who put themselves between us and danger every day do not have their reputation damaged by people within the organisation who act in bad faith, who abuse their position, and who seek to bring the organisation into disrepute. I never want to be in a position where we need to use these regulations. I would like to believe that every officer who joins the PSNI will do it with the desire and intent to serve people lawfully, diligently, and with the highest personal and professional standards. However, that may not be the case, and therefore it is important that when it is not, for the protection of those officers who do, for the protection of the public, and for the protection of others that they may work with in future, I believe it is important that we can both have barred and advisory lists, so that no one can simply go and work in another service somewhere else if they are under suspicion of poor practice at home, and also that is able to be dispatched as quickly as is practicable, so that we do not lean on the public purse and spend money, as we know has happened, where an officer has been suspended on full pay for a prolonged period of time whilst working a second job during suspension. And we know that those things have happened. This is what we want to try and prevent. It's not to besmirch every officer, and it's certainly not to open up another round of legacy opportunities. It is solely to ensure that officers reach the highest standards and are protected from colleagues who do not.
Could I ask members just to take their ease for a moment before we work out the next stages, given other arising matters at the moment? Thank you. Members, firstly, thank you for your patience. I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 4:30 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended.
She's just come back.
disciplinary proceedings concerning former police officers. The question is that Amendment 68 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Okay. The ayes have it, maybe? No. Okay. Is that the... Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order members, members, the question is that Amendment 68 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Do we have tellers? Members, order members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Andy McMurray and Nick Matheson. Tellers for the noes, Maurice Bradley and Diane Forsyth. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. The doors. Members, order members. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
77 members voted, 55 members voted aye, 22 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Members, the amendment is made. On fasten. Members, Amendment 69 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 69.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 23. Insert new clause, Police Barred List and Police Advisory List. The question is that Amendment 69 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary by no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, Amendment 70 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 70.
So moved.
Thank you, Minister. Amendment proposed after Clause 23, insert new clause, repeal of public order offences. The question is that Amendment 70 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, Amendment 71 has already been debated. I call Mr Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 71.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 23, insert new clause, offence of trespassing with intent to commit criminal offence. The question is that Amendment 71 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary say no. As there are ayes from all sides of the House, only one dissenting voice. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, Amendment 72 has already been debated. I call Mr Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 72.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 23, insert new clause, arranging or facilitating begging for gain. The question is that Amendment 72 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary say no. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and only one dissenting voice, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 73 has already been debated. I call Ms Connie Egan to move formally Amendment 73.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 23, insert new clause, abolition of the offences of blasphemy and blasphemous libel. The question is that Amendment 73 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary say no. The ayes have it. Okay. I have been advised by party whips that there is agreement we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Members, order members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Andy McMurray and Nick Matheson. Tellers for the noes are Diane Forsyth and Maurice Bradley. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Members. Members, order. Please, members, resume your seats. Clerk, please read the result.
81 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Members, the amendment is made. On, fasten the doors. Members, we now come to the fifth group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 74, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 75 and 90. I call Paul Frew to move Amendment 74 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Moved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with regards to this next group of
point of order, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've just had confirmed by the Chief Constable in the hall of this very building that the individual that was involved in the barbaric attack in North Belfast entered Northern Ireland from Dublin on the date the 10th of February 2023, subsequently trying to claim asylum some 9 months later in Northern Ireland. Deputy Speaker, I would call on the Justice Minister to come urgently to this House, to this elected forum, and explain to these elected representatives what exactly has happened. Because it would appear that there's multiple agencies failure and a government failure, and I think the Justice Minister must come and explain urgently.
I'm on my feet. You resume your seat, Mr. Buckley, when I'm on my feet, and you well know that. Don't test the patience of any speaker, and don't challenge either. and you know that also, whatever the circumstances. In addition to that, points of order are to the Speaker in relation to the business of this House. Although I think it's fair to predict that that was most certainly not a point of order, nevertheless the comments will go to the Speaker's office. Other than that, there's nothing to add. Points of order are not directly to ministers, as well you know. Mr. Free.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I rise to move Amendment 74 and to lead this group of drink, drug driving measures and police seizure of vehicles, can I just say, first of all, that this, I believe, is a really, really important issue, and one of safety and public safety for those on our roads and those on our footpaths. And I will delve in more detail to why I think that is the case. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why I was motivated to move these amendments, Amendment 74 and 75, is because my colleague Stephen Dunn, MLA, had asked me to attend a meeting with a family in his constituency, a family of young Jaden Rice, who sadly lost her life on the 8th of July 2025 on our roads. And it was very, very clear that the family were motivated to do something as a legacy for Jaden. And so, having listened to the family that day when we met, having seen firsthand the work that Stephen and the family and other support that they had done in this regard, and they called it Jaden's Law, to try and change the law in regards to public safety and making it tighter with regards to drug testing. And I will go into the details now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I wanted to pay respect and tribute to Jaden's family for the fight and the campaign that they have led. The family have asked us to consider the current legislative framework governing post-collision testing in Northern Ireland, and it's no longer sufficient. In particular, they believe that the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995 requires amendment to introduce standalone statutory provisions mandating drug testing where a road traffic collision results in a fatality or serious injury. The family are particularly concerned that the current framework risks creating an unintended gap where a collision causes life-threatening or catastrophic injuries, but death occurs some time later following a period of hospitalisation. In such circumstances, the absence of mandatory testing at the point of collision may result in the loss of crucial evidence and the potential failure to identify impairment at the relevant time. They believe this represents a clear risk to public confidence and to the integrity of post-collision investigations. They further believe that mandatory drug testing should apply to the Police Service of Northern Ireland in a manner equivalent to existing breathalyser provisions, so that testing becomes an automatic and routine safeguard rather than a discretionary power dependent on subjective thresholds or subsequent developments. The family note that Article 17 of the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995 provides existing powers for the taking of specimens. However, they are firmly of the view that these powers are too limited in scope and insufficiently robust, particularly in cases involving a loss of life or serious injury, and do not deliver the certainty or consistency that such grave circumstances demand. They therefore believe that specific legislative amendment is required to ensure that drug testing forms a compulsory element of post-collision procedure in fatal and serious injury cases. That is the family stance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I support them in this. We are in a position whereby drugs is prevalent in our society. They are everywhere. All types of drugs, doing all sorts of damage to people's minds and bodies. But it is then inevitable that those people who take drugs or abuse drugs then spill out into our roads. And that's where the danger lies here, and that's what we, as a party, are trying to address. The issue, under Article 17 of the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995, police officers currently have the power to require preliminary impairment testing where reasonable suspicion exists. However, this power is discretionary and relies on the personal judgment of the attending officer. Let me say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I pay tribute to the bravery and courage of our police officers, and also the traffic police officers who day and daily combat against this sort of thing and keep our roads safe. This is not a slight on any police officer. This is just making sure that we have a consistent approach, because in practice this has created what policing bodies themselves acknowledge as a grey area, where testing decisions may vary between officers and incidents. This means that even in serious road traffic collisions, including those involving multiple driving offences or fatalities, drug testing is not automatically carried out. This inconsistency risks loss of crucial forensic evidence, unequal investigative standards, weakened prosecutions, and distress and uncertainty for bereaved families. Jayden's Law proposes a clear amendment to Article 17 to introduce mandatory drug testing in defined serious circumstances. Testing would become automatic where a driver commits multiple offences while the vehicle is in motion, a road traffic collision occurs involving serious injury, or a road traffic collision results in death. This removes reliance on individual officer interpretation and replaces it with a consistent statutory requirement, which I believe the police will actually support and welcome. Why is this change necessary? Drug impairment is often not visibly detectable at the roadside. Unlike alcohol intoxication, drivers may appear outwardly normal, despite significant impairment affecting reaction time, judgment, and hazard awareness. Because current legislation depends on officer suspicion, impaired drivers may not be tested, vital evidence may be permanently lost, and investigations may later face evidential challenges. Mandatory testing ensures that every serious incident is investigated to the same evidential standards. The benefits of this law: it will remove the current grey area in enforcement, it will provide clear operational direction for police, it will protect officers by replacing judgment calls with statutory procedures, and it preserves crucial evidence in serious incidents. It strengthens prosecution outcomes, and it supports transparency and justice for victims and families. And it acts as a strong deterrent against drug-impaired driving, which is probably where we want to get to. Why this matters: when a road traffic collision results in a death or serious life-changing injury, families must have confidence that every possible investigative step was taken. Mandatory testing ensures that no evidential opportunity is missed, no family is left with unanswered questions, and every serious collision is treated equally under the law. The aim of Jayden's Law seeks a proportionate and practical amendment to modernise road traffic enforcement in Northern Ireland and aligns drug impairment investigation with the same procedural certainty already applied to alcohol testing. This reform is not about expanding police powers. It is about ensuring those powers are applied consistently and transparently in the most serious cases, eliminating any grey area, or the result an added trauma to families the loved ones' lives were not reasonable cause. And that is why this is so important. To speak to and speak through the the amendments that we have put down, myself, Maurice Bradley, Brian Kingston, and of course, importantly, Stephen Dunn, who first brought this to our attention. And I pay tribute to Stephen for his work, not only in working with me on these amendments, but for the work that he has done for the family of Jaden Rice. And I commend the member for that. Sometimes in our lives as MLAs, we have to deal with horrific, serious cases. And this is just one such case that Stephen has had to deal with the family. But I pay tribute to him because he has walked with this family through all of this, through all of the meetings he's had with the Justice Minister, with the DFI Minister, with the police. And we have come to this conclusion that this House should pass these amendments. Amendment 74, drug tests at authorised checkpoints. It is important that drug testing is in a par with alcohol testing. Who knows the measure and the scale of this problem out there? I suspect the police don't even know how many people are on our roads under the influence of drugs. It's very hard to detect. It's very hard to know. As I said earlier, there's sometimes not a visible clue. And we have had campaign after campaign for decades around alcohol and about drink driving. But I think that we are now in a position where drug driving is probably more prevalent now than than drink driving. And that's a testament to the society we live in and the state of society with regards to drugs. And drugs are dangerous in their own right, and if they're abused, there's major problems there. But when that spills onto our roads, it can hurt anybody and everybody, young and old, and could affect our lives forever. I will give way to the Minister.
For giving way, and also to his colleagues with whom I met, along with the family of Jaden Rice. You will be aware, obviously, as well, in addition to these particular amendments that are being debated now, that in the sentencing bill there is also provision to increase the sentence available for those who, through intoxication from drink or drugs, cause death or serious injury. I think it is really important that in those cases, such as, for example, in Enda Dolan's case, that the maximum penalty available is raised in order that it can reflect the seriousness of the incident. It is not an accident if you take drugs or drink and get behind the wheel of the car. It is a deliberate act, and if somebody suffers loss or hurt or injury as a result of it, you should definitely be held fully accountable.
Vital intervention. I agree wholeheartedly with her, and I look forward to working with her and her department on the sentencing bill as we progress that bill too. And I thank the Minister for that intervention. Amendment 74 adds in a new clause to the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995, and it sits alongside what is already in existence 17CA, which is breath testing at authorised checkpoints. That deals with the alcohol testing. What this new clause 17CB does is basically bring drug testing at authorised checkpoints up to a par with alcohol testing. Vitally important that the police have the power to actually stop and organise a checkpoint to test for drugs. It seems like a no-brainer, but we need to make sure that the police have the powers and the virus that they need to combat this scourge on society and to keep our roads safer. So that's why I would ask this House to support Amendment 74. 75 then, Amendment 75 is the duty to administer preliminary tests. And currently there is a power to administer preliminary tests at Article 7 of that same Act, the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995. And what in that Article 17, with regards to the power to administer preliminary tests, if any of the paragraphs 2 to 5 apply, now that there's a range of those 5 items, what we're saying is that either or both paragraphs 2 or 3 instead of any of the paragraphs, so it's either or both paragraphs 2 or 3. 2. This paragraph applies if a constable reasonably suspects that a person is driving, is attempting to drive, or is in charge of a motor vehicle or on a road or other public place, and has alcohol or a drug in his body, or is under the influence of a drug. And 3. Paragraph 3. This paragraph applies if a constable reasonably suspects that the person has been driving, attempting to drive, or is in charge of a motor vehicle on a road or other public place whilst having alcohol or drug in his body, or while unfit to drive because of a drug. Then we get on to paragraphs 4 and 5. And what this amendment changes is that if either or both paragraphs 4 or 5 apply, a constable must require a person to cooperate with any one or more preliminary tests administered to that person by that constable or another constable. And paragraphs 4 and 5, so no one is in doubt, this paragraph applies if a constable reasonably suspects that the person is or has been driving, attempting to drive, or is in charge of a motor vehicle on a road or other public place, and has committed a traffic offence whilst the vehicle was in motion. So if the police suspect or stop someone because of reckless, careless driving or any other offence, then they should test that driver for drugs. And 5, paragraph 5, this paragraph applies if an accident occurs owing to the presence of a motor vehicle on a road or other public place, and a constable reasonably believes that the person was driving, attempting to drive, or in charge of the vehicle at the time of an accident. So when the police is called to a scene of a road traffic accident where there is injury or death, then it will be then mandatory to drug test those people involved in that accident. You would expect that. You would expect that with alcohol. So why should we not expect that with drugs? And that's why these amendments are so important. And it's the reason why I was fully motivated, along with Stephen and the colleagues Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston, to table these amendments. I think society requires this of us because of the ills in society around drug taking. Now, this will not be the answer. This will not stop things happening on our roads, but it will allow the families to get truth and then to get justice in a far better way than is currently being done, where there are gaps, where the police say there is grey areas. And I know Stephen will talk a bit more about that and his experiences meeting with the police and everything else around that. I then go on to the amendment regarding the scooters. And can I just say that it's been an absolute pleasure to work with my colleague Patsy McLowan and Nuala McAllister, and I know others were interested in this. I know that because whenever we put out on social media that we were doing this amendment jointly, a lot of my colleagues shared it and took it for themselves and put it onto their social medias, and so I welcome that, the awareness raising, because there's absolutely no doubt about it. The prevalence of e-scooters now is mighty. The growth in the numbers of these vehicles that are darting about our streets is immense. There's not a week goes past that I don't get a complaint in my constituency office from someone complaining about nearly being hit by an e-scooter, or maybe a person in a car nearly hitting someone who's darted across the road as they were driving down a road. And it's not only young people, it's actually older people. Some of them are using these vehicles to commute to work. And whilst I know that it's handy and it gets you there quicker, these are off-road vehicles. And I think we probably need to look at this in a more thorough way, and we maybe need a bill on this on its own right to deal with this, whether that be through regulation or whether that be through tougher prohibition. I don't have the answer to that, but what I do know is that when we've worked together in this House, multiple parties, we have come up with something that I believe will make this easier on the police to deal with this current problem. There's even been cases where constituents have walked out of my office door and nearly been cleaned by people on scooters doing up to 30 miles an hour on a footpath. On a footpath. And where my office is, and I'm a neighbour of Shann's in the same street as me, there's jewellers, there's barbers, there's hairdressers, there's estate agents, I think, there's opticians, there's all sorts, there's furniture stores, so there's all sorts of clientele, both young and old, using our footpaths as they have a right to do, but yet they have to dodge these e-scooters. So I think there's a massive issue here that we really need to deal with. What this amendment does, and Patsy, I know, will speak to this later on, this actually makes it easier for the police to seize the vehicles. This will actually make it that there is no requirement to issue a warning to the person who's driving these vehicles, so that basically when the police detect somebody, when they get to the point where they've stopped somebody, when they've got to the point where they've got the hands on the e-scooter, they will be able to seize that vehicle without prior warning. I think this is a good thing. I think this is a common sense thing. It's not everything. We didn't have the time to do more. I suspect if we had more time, we could have done better work together and more work together. But this is a start. And so I do want to appeal to everyone out there, the parents who buy their children these e-scooters. Please be mindful that these scooters are off-road and they should be used on waste ground. Now, I don't think an e-scooter is conducive to waste ground like a scrambler would be or a trials bike would be. They've got smaller wheels. They'll not be able to go over rough ground. So then I'm asking, why are you buying your child an e-scooter? If you're buying a child an e-scooter to travel along the carriageway, you are breaking the law. They will be breaking the law, but you are putting your child in grave danger, because your child may go out on that scooter and may do 30 miles an hour without protective gear, without protective clothing, without a protective helmet on, and you could be in real risk of your son or your daughter getting injured. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was an issue a number of weeks ago in my constituency where a young person was hurt. A young boy, Joshua, who was walking down the street, and he was walking along the footpath, and a scooter came up behind him, and he noticed the scooter. He tried to get out of the way. He moved either left or right, but whatever direction he moved in, so did the scooter. And the scooter hit him. And Joshua had to go to hospital. He had shattered his elbow and hurt his arm in several places and his shoulder. Now that young person, that young man Joshua, was due to go off on holidays the very next week with his family. And so his family missed out on a holiday, including his sister. So this is the impact that this can have. But this young boy should and hopefully will make a full recovery. He's missed the holiday, but he should make a full recovery. Yes, I will. Yeah.
This is certainly an issue that's been raised with me by my constituents out in the doors, and would you concur with me that the Guide Dogs UK would be very supportive of this amendment, because it's not just those who are able-bodied, but they have a particular concern for those people who have visibility problems? Thank you.
Absolutely. And the safest place for people with visual aspects or disablement should be our footpaths. We should be making our footpaths as safe as we possibly can for people with visual impairments or with people with disabilities. And yet these things consume at 30 miles an hour down through streets. Yes, I will. Yeah.
For giving way. He is, as always, very generous with his time. The member has mentioned about a young man who obviously has been injured by one of these incidents. But given that many parents will buy these scooters, their children will be out on them without helmets and, as you say rightly, moving at quite a speed. Does the member agree with me that people need to consider that these scooters are risking those children who are using them not just life-changing injuries, but permanent damage, if not death, and that there needs to be some responsibility shown by parents around purchasing these vehicles when they know that there is no suitable place for them to be operated safely, instead of essentially launching their child out the door with something that could cause death or serious injury.
100% with the Minister in this regard, and I think, we're not going to be hard on parents here, because it's the next new thing and the shiny thing, and children come and say, I want. We all know how hard it is to parent, and we know how much children crave for things and want things, especially if their mates have them. But that even adds an added problem for danger, because if they get into groups of people, you tend to go a wee bit wild at times. And so I think there's a bigger danger here with regards to groups of people on scramblers. But the Minister makes a really valid point. Young Joshua will recover. But if he had got hit on the head, he could be dead now. And there have been cases with off-road vehicles where young people, even in my own area of Ballymena, where they have died. And so this is really important that we grapple with this. And I would say to those people, those adults who buy these in order to get from A to B and commute, think what you're doing. Think how you use these vehicles. Please drive them safely if you have to drive them at all, because you are in breach of the law. But beware this. There have been other jurisdictions, namely the Republic of Ireland, who have went down the road of regulation. And there was a bit of a hue and cry with all the owners of these scooters when the regulations came out, because in order to make them roadworthy, most of those scooters that were purchased previous to the regulations didn't make the grade, wasn't fit for the road. So there is a real issue if you're going out to purchase a scooter this week, next week, and this Assembly or the Department decides to do something on regulation. Now, I might be preempting what happens in the future, and we might not go down that regulation route. There might be other ways with regard to prohibition. But this is a really important matter, and people need to be wise to the dangers on our roads. It is not right that a driver who will be diligent on the road, will be careful and safe on the road. It is not fair to them that if they're driving along the road and next minute someone darts out on a scooter and the car driver hits, or the vehicle driver hits that person on a scooter. Think of the trauma that will cause to that driver, not least the injuries that could be sustained by the person on the scooter. Think of the trauma that will go and live with that person for the rest of their life whenever they've hit someone and maybe caused grievous harm to them through no fault of their own. So it's really important that this Assembly grapples with issues like that. So I thank and pay tribute to Patsy McGloin and Nuala McAllister for working on this in order to change Article 65 of the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008, vehicles used in manners causing alarm, stress and annoyance. And we've been able to remove paragraphs, if this passes, paragraphs 4 or 5, which is the power of seizure with regards to a warning. So it's really important that this Assembly, and I hope this Assembly does support these 3 amendments which we lay down here today. We have took this opportunity to bring in this law because we think it's good law, we think it's good for public safety, and I think this is where this Assembly is best placed and at its best when we can create law like this at pace, but knowing it's the right law and getting it supported by all the parties in this place. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Freer. I call Patsy McGlone.
This group of amendments is united and clearly defined by a straightforward objective, making our roads, streets and public spaces safer. The SDLP welcomes the provisions relating to drink and drug driving, and I will begin with Amendments 74 and 75. No one should underestimate the dangers posed by driving while impaired through alcohol or drugs. Whether impairment arises through drink or drugs, the consequences can be equally devastating. Drivers place themselves, their passengers and other road users at risk when they get behind the wheel, while their judgment, reaction times and awareness are compromised. The measures before us recognise a simple reality. The police need practical and proportionate powers to identify those who may be unfit to drive and to gather the evidence necessary to secure enforcement action where appropriate. The introduction of roadside drug testing powers, alongside the ability to obtain evidential samples through established procedures, will help ensure the law keeps pace with changing patterns of offending and changing forms of impairment. These are sensible, measured provisions that support both road safety and effective enforcement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak and spend a little more time on Amendment 90. And I would at this stage just thank Paul Frew and Nuala McAllister for their endorsement, and also others who have in fact expressed their verbal support to me with the development of this amendment. It is clear to anyone who walks through our towns, and especially the towns and cities, visit parks or speak to local residents, that the misuse of scramblers and other vehicles has escalated well beyond a nuisance issue. Constituents regularly contact us, and not principally people in some of the more built-up and urban areas, about near misses involving children, elderly pedestrians and families using public spaces. Many members will be familiar with the complaints: high-powered scramblers tearing through parks and housing estates, e-scooters travelling at speeds on footpaths in a reckless and intimidatory manner. In communities across the north, what should be shared public spaces have too often become places where residents very much feel unsafe. We should be clear about the risks involved, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity to speak about these here today. When used irresponsibly, these vehicles are capable of causing serious injury, and indeed the Chair of the Committee, Paul Frew, referred to that in his own constituency, and I'm sure there are multiple other instances of similar such situations, causing serious injury and in some circumstances death. The consequences for pedestrians, particularly children, older people and those with disabilities, can be catastrophic, as it can be for the people who are using these vehicles. The PSNI has repeatedly highlighted the practical difficulties associated with tackling this behaviour. Officers themselves often face a difficult choice: pursue a vehicle and risk escalating a dangerous situation, or allow behaviour to continue because the legal threshold for intervention has not yet been met. That is why Amendment 90 is so important. The amendment removes the requirement for a prior warning before a vehicle can be seized where it has been used in a manner causing alarm, distress or annoyance. In our view, that reflects the reality of the situation facing both communities and the police. Where a vehicle has already been used in a dangerous, reckless or intimidatory manner, it is difficult to justify a position where the response of the authorities is quite simply to issue a warning and allow that individual to continue on their way. The purpose of seizure powers is preventative. They exist to stop harm from occurring, both to pedestrians and those people using them, and to prevent that happening, not simply to respond after somebody has been injured. This amendment therefore provides the PSNI with a practical tool to intervene at the point where intervention is needed most. It also sends an important message. Public spaces belong to everyone. They belong to families, to children, to older people, to those walking to work, and to those who simply wish to enjoy their local communities without fear or intimidation or any risk. The rights of those individuals must come before the interests of those who choose to use vehicles irresponsibly and, in fact, in some cases, very dangerously. Mr. Deputy Speaker, taken together, these amendments represent proportionate and practical measures aimed at protecting the public. They strengthen the ability of the police to tackle impaired driving. They provide more effective powers to deal with dangerous and antisocial vehicle use, and they help ensure that our roads, streets and public spaces are safer for everyone who uses them. For those very reasons, the SDLP welcomes the amendments in this group and in particular calls on you to support Amendment 90.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Our party welcome and support the 3 amendments within Group 5 in relation to drink, drug, driving measures and police seizure of vehicles. Driving with drink or drugs is one of the fatal 5 main reasons for people dying on our roads. I welcome the inclusion of Amendments 74 and 75 regarding drug testing at authorised checkpoints and strengthening the wording within the Road Traffic Order 1995 in relation to the policing powers to administer preliminary tests. It should be noted that the Road Traffic Act 2016 in the south of Ireland introduced roadside saliva testing, and Gardaí can test at mandatory intoxication checkpoints. Additionally, their Road Traffic Act 2024 made drug testing mandatory after serious collisions, aligning it with the regime for alcohol testing. I want to emphasise that initial results from a 12-month roadside drug wipes pilot here showed that around half of the people tested by police were positive for cannabis and/or cocaine. I welcome that the Infrastructure Minister followed this with a significant investment in a targeted road traffic campaign, and her department type approved the drug wipes, making it possible for PSNI to use drug wipes to detect the presence of drugs at the roadside. I do also want to take a brief moment to recognise and to praise the family of Enda Dolan and other families devastated by drink, drug-related deaths. Additional change, as the Minister has noted, is also needed in the upcoming sentencing bill to bolster these efforts to ensure adequate deterrents are in place to protect other families from similar pain and heartbreak. In terms of Amendment 90, this amends Article 65 of the Criminal Justice Order 2008, which grants police the power to immediately seize a motor vehicle that is being used in a careless or inconsistent manner without warning, applying to any mechanically propelled vehicle that is intended or adapted for use on roads, including e-scooters, e-bikes and scramblers. While such vehicles do not generally comply with construction and use legislation and vehicle standards for road usage, we all know only too well of the recent examples of the misuse of such adapted vehicles within our local communities, which are causing rising casualty figures and significant distress. It is beyond concerning how many people, including children and young people, are driving these powerful machines without helmets or protective gear within residential areas, pedestrian pathways and public areas, causing risk to life or significant injury for not only themselves but to others around them. As a Derry-based MLA, I know too well the specific challenges within our neighbourhoods and our city, and recent policing efforts to conduct targeted operations in hotspots to seize illegally ridden vehicles. The reality is that younger children do not have the judgment, coordination or hazard awareness that such powerful devices require. And just as of yesterday, Dr. Ian Dunwoody in our emergency department in Altney-Galvin was speaking and highlighted the worrying rise in serious injuries linked to e-scooters and e-bikes. He is seeing injuries far more serious, with more children needing surgery. And likewise, the Faculty of Paediatrics of the Royal College of Physicians of Ireland have basically noted the unprecedented rise in brain injuries caused by e-scooters, and they stated if we don't act now, this trend will continue with devastating results for young people and their families. As for other pedestrians, we know this creates additional vulnerability and risk for people with disabilities, small children, older people and others, as these vehicles often weave through them at speed or straight into oncoming busy traffic, often causing terrifying near misses, dangerous collisions or causing serious injury. We have heard of lived experiences from people locally with sight and hearing impairments who have had their confidence knocked as a result of terrifying ordeals affecting their independence and leading to further isolation. This message needs to be loud and clear that we have a duty to act collectively with a coordinated approach across sellers, users, owners, parents, PSNI and statutory partners to reduce the usage of such vehicles on our roads. Whilst vital to ensuring safe spaces and the freedom to travel and socialise with confidence, it is also urgent to prevent the absolute devastation that would arise from loss of life as a result of their use. So I urge everyone to support Amendments 74, 75 and 90. Thank you.
Can I call Nuala McAllister?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And again, I'm not sure if I need to, but I'll declare I'm a member of the Policing Board and have asked questions relating to the issues in the following amendments that we're speaking to this evening. I want to draw most of my remarks to Amendment 90 that I was happy to give my name to. I do thank the member from the SDLP for agreeing to that, because I think it is important when we do work together as elected representatives and try and push forward with changing the law, given the police powers where it is necessary to make our streets safer. And we know that and hope that this mechanism will remove the need for police officers to give a warning before they seize e-scooters and scramblers, which are used in any manner to causing alarm, distress or annoyance. And I think it really is important at the minute to reflect that currently the police do have a power to remove, and we have seen it on social media with the photos that are being put out every week now by police right across Northern Ireland, in my district, in Belfast and North Belfast in particular. We often see the police put up their photos of the scramblers and e-scooters that they have seized, and a lot of that is based primarily around not having insurance. They use that power as well, but I think it is also important to reflect that there is a power, and will be a greater power to remove it whenever they are driven dangerously. This aim is to give greater strength and flexibility to the police to deal with this issue. It's not something that is new, but it's certainly something that is growing on the streets in Northern Ireland. And look, I understand, as well as anyone in this chamber, that e-scooters, scramblers are an enticing thing for young people in particular, who are full of adventure. They want to use them. They don't want to use their bikes anymore, that they feel these are a more fun way to get around. But that's not just what it is anymore. When you see either it's an e-scooter or a scrambler, when a young person, and it is primarily young people that we are seeing, and I don't say that to stigmatise young people either, because let's face it, they're not buying them. They're not buying these scooters, but I'll go on to that in a moment. But it is mostly young people that we are seeing that are cutting across junctions without wearing helmets. They are not paying any regard to any stop signs, any green lights, red lights, going in front of traffic and often on footpaths. And we had the incident that took place in West Belfast a couple of weeks ago, and it was really sad to see that a very young child was injured, and just so lucky that he didn't lose his life. And his mum as well has spoken up about the dangers of e-scooter too. We know that the current law means that these are for off-road. They're actually supposed to be used in places or land that is designated for these types of vehicles, because they require licence and insurance, and there is an element of safety regulations there too, but it's not just being used in this way. And it's not just about ensuring that the e-scooters or the scramblers can be seized. It's about drawing greater public attention and awareness to the issue as well. As was reported in the Belfast Telegraph, I think an FOI request actually got it. It was acknowledged that there was 200 casualties, 51 serious injuries, 3 deaths in Northern Ireland from 21 to 25 because of e-scooters and scramblers. And I think that, quite frankly, is too high. And the previous speaker was speaking about the emergency department consultant, who was saying about the increase in injuries that he has seen through the emergency department. So we've won that argument. We recognise, and everyone in the public also recognises, I don't doubt that every constituency office here has heard from a member of the public who wants these to be dealt with. But we need to look at also the approach that is taken in Ireland around their further regulation, because whilst the amendment that we're speaking about today is about the seizure of these vehicles, nobody in this chamber is pretending that that's the panacea of dealing with these scooters or scramblers. Nobody is standing up here and saying this, and it must be reflected and on the record that we know and there should be greater regulation. And whether that regulation looks the same and similar to the Republic of Ireland, there's an age limit, there's also a designated lanes of which they can ride on, although our active travel infrastructure is severely lacking here in Northern Ireland, but also in the miles per hour of which these can go to is something that I think is worth another discussion here in the Assembly Chamber. But we need the Department for Infrastructure to step up to the plate with regards to that aspect and ensure that there is regulation of this, because we can't go years down the line where we don't have regulation. Otherwise we are going to see more and more injuries. It's not just a policing response, and too often there are too many issues here in Northern Ireland that are dangerous that are left to the police to deal with. We need to ensure that this is a cross-departmental approach, and I know through correspondence and questions that the Minister of Justice has agreed and urged the Department of Infrastructure to work on the issue, and that the Department of Justice would help in any way that they can, but that ultimately it is the Department of Infrastructure to lead on. So I'm hoping that after today we do get that recognition and pushing that forward. And in the meantime, whilst we are pushing for this amendment to pass, I think it's worthwhile to use this opportunity to not actually just call on the young people, but their parents too. It's their parents or their guardians who are buying them. It's not the young people who are buying these that have come into the hundreds of pounds. There's even some that are over thousands of pounds. It's up to the parents who are making an active decision to buy these vehicles and the children to use it. I mean, and that's a reality. That's not saying that they are bad parents. That's saying that there needs to be a reflection that this is something that you need to ask yourself, is this safe and how is my child using it? And I would urge all parents to reconsider whenever it comes to buying these vehicles, because they may end up in harm's way, not through their fault, but through an unintentional accident. This Assembly can take action, and this amendment, I welcome putting my name to it, and I thank the member again, but it's not the only action that we can take, but I hope that we do have cross-party support to pass it here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the Business Committee, as you know, agreed to have an evening suspension. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 6:30 p.m. The debate on this group will continue, and the next member to be called will be Jerry Kelly. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Yes, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the sitting is now resumed and I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry. Apologies, Mr. Kelly. That was very rude of me. Sorry, it was just my.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's younger than me. Okay, so
my brain was already thinking of Mr. Carroll's sartorial elegance.
You have to take whatever you can get.
My apologies. I call it Jerry Kelly.
Thank you. Sinn Féin is going to support all three of the amendments in Group 5. And Amendments 74 and 75, as we know, is introduced new police powers to do drug testing at checkpoints and at road traffic collisions, and this will bring the drug testing in line with existing alcohol breath testing, and is necessary. It's a necessary step to ensuring public safety. And a number of people have spoken and given examples of why this is necessary, which I don't think I need to go into on this. But I do want to speak a wee bit more on Amendment 90, which will strengthen police seizure powers for tackling motor vehicles that are being used in a manner that is causing alarm, distress or annoyance. In my constituency, and I presume in many others, I'm seeing an increase in the use of e-scooters, scramblers and e-bikes. While there is no doubt potential benefits to the use of e-scooters, at present on a daily basis I'm seeing these vehicles being used recklessly and dangerously. And again, other people have spoken to this as well. Young people are riding these powerful machines without protective helmets, swerving in and out of traffic, doing stunts and putting themselves and others in harm's way. They are often dressed all in black, where drivers in particular have great difficulty seeing them. Just to say this, that usually I've seen a lot of them where their faces are now covered. They're deliberately in black. They're appearing, I have to say, at interfaces and other places, travelling from interface to interface at certain times as well. So obviously I'm not tarring them all with the one brush, but you can see a growing misuse of that in other ways as well. In West Belfast just last week, at least 2 children were hospitalised as a result of collisions involving e-scooters and e-bikes, including one young person's head going through the back windscreen of a car. Very lucky to be alive, actually. And not so long ago, a devastating loss of life was experienced at the hands of a scrambler being driven in a public park up at Suffolk. A mother of 3 lost her life, and her husband, children and family have to live with that pain for the rest of their lives. So we're talking about something which is very serious and provenly so. I feel it's only a matter of time before more lives are lost, and we all need to step up to ensure that the police have the powers to act. Julie.
Slight tangent, I might get told off. You said that police have the powers. I'm just concerned that all of the powers we're talking about could be scuppered by, if we change the minimum age criminal responsibility to 14. If, for example, the e-scooter kills someone, death by dangerous driving, they wouldn't actually be able to be arrested at all.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, that's actually correct, but I take your point, but it is a different issue, and we will be dealing with that issue, as you know, as we go on here. So if we can just concentrate on this for the moment. Just go ahead.
I apologise for intervening so short again, but just for clarification, a fortnight ago a 9-year-old was arrested in Derry. So what you've just presented is misinformation, and I think given your previous role you know that was misinformation, and it's not in order for you to mislead the House.
Thank you. I won't, because frankly...
Mr Kelly, just 1 second please. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with this debate, but all remarks should be via the chair, not to each other across the way. And an intervention on an intervention on an intervention is not normal procedure, as I think we all well know. Back to you, Mr Kelly.
So many of my constituents are actually frightened of walking on footpaths or crossing roads because of the fear of these fast and powerful vehicles being driven dangerously, weaving in and out of traffic and pedestrians. There's a particular fear for our elderly people, or those with visual impairments, which some of our commenters were talking about earlier on. I'm being contacted by constituents, as others are, who are telling us very clearly that we need to do something to tackle this problem. And I'm pleased, therefore, to support this cross-party amendment today that will strengthen the police's power to seize these vehicles when they're being used in a manner causing alarm, distress and annoyance, and able to seize them immediately. I also understand that this is not a panacea. However, it will ultimately improve the tools of the police's disposal. I believe there is a further issue regarding what happens to these vehicles once they are seized. The police should have the power to destroy these vehicles if determined that they are being driven illegally or dangerously. I've raised the issue with the police on a number of occasions, and along with Nuala McAllister at the Policing Board as well, as she said earlier on. I know that in the north, in North Belfast, 12 such vehicles have been seized within a period of a week, and that I understand 10 other vehicles were seized elsewhere in Belfast. But the legislation is not clear enough on what to do with them. I believe responsibility for increasing the PSNI enforcement powers may fall to the Justice Minister. It may be legislation. I know we talked about regulations earlier on, but I think we do need. A number of people have also said we may have to come back to this. I understand that this is dealing with one particular issue which we can deal with in this bill, but I think maybe the Minister will agree that this is something which we will come back to, because as our experience of what's happening grows. So I would welcome an update from herself if she has one, sort of anything in that, whether it might be at the next further consideration stage. Maybe that's not right, but I mean, if there is an agreement, and in fairness to you, you were nodding your head, that we will come back to this at a future point, because I think there are more powers which we need. Maybe it's legislation and maybe it's regulation. It's already illegal, as everybody knows, to use these vehicles on public roads, and therefore there is a need for proper enforcement, as well as proper education for our young people and parents alike. And this has been dealt with a number of times before I got up, and the dangers of misuse of these vehicles. Thank you.
Stephen.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Justice Bill has certainly been a considerable piece of work, and as someone who served on the Justice Committee for 1 year, I have some level of appreciation around the extent of the detailed consideration on such an important piece of work, and I too would like to join others who have spoken earlier in the debate to thank all those who took part during the various evidence sessions on this extensive bill and the considerable amount of amendments as well, and to place on record my thanks to the committee staff too for their ongoing work. I very much welcome the opportunity to speak on this important set of amendments within Group 5, and I will mainly focus my remarks on the two amendments which include my own name, Amendments 74 and 75, along with my colleagues Paul Frew, who everyone in this House will know has done a considerable amount of work on the bill, and I know he has much more to do as well as my colleagues Brian Kingston and Maurice Bradley, who serve on the Justice Committee. The motivation behind proposing these amendments is ultimately to improve road safety and ensure legislation keeps pace with the ever-changing nature and challenges right across our society and right across the whole of Northern Ireland, and ensure our police service have every possible tool that is available to them, the right tools at the right time, in the right place, and that they are used effectively. We have sadly seen deaths on our roads continue to rise, Mr Deputy Speaker, and over the last 10 years in Northern Ireland, the numbers tell a truly shocking story that should make us all pause and reflect. Since 2016, just 10 years, more than 600 people have lost their lives on our roads in road traffic collisions. 600 families left devastated, with lives cut short tragically. In 2023 alone, there were 71 fatalities on our roads, 69 lives lost in 2024, 56 in 2025, and alarmingly 31 lives lost already this year. And over the same decade, the number of people killed or seriously injured, and what statistics call KSIs, have also risen to truly staggering and shocking levels. In fact, while total annual fatalities have seen slight fluctuations, alarmingly serious injuries have climbed sharply. And last year alone, we saw over 1,100 people sustain life-altering injuries. And we have seen the impact of the PSNI's Fatal 5, as others have previously mentioned. And many of these KSIs have involved the use of drug driving and drink driving and other such issues. And it is important that the legislation reflects the realities of today. However, as we all know, behind statistics are lives, and one fatality last year stood out for me personally when 16-year-old Jaden Rice, a young girl who I was privileged to meet in this very building just over 1 year ago, lost her life in the summer of 2025 on a summer evening. A very impressive young lady with dreams and ambitions who had her whole life in front of her, and however her life was lost. Jaden's family have passionately campaigned for safer roads right across Northern Ireland, and I too, along with my colleague Mr Frew, would like to pay tribute to Jaden's family for their ongoing sterling work in campaigning for safer roads. And I do want to place on record my thanks to the Justice Minister and the Infrastructure Minister for meeting with the family a number of months ago and for taking the time to listen as well. And their lives have understandably been shattered by Jaden's loss, and I know the family did appreciate the opportunity to meet with both ministers and to share their passion for making our roads safer. And I do also, and the family have certainly acknowledged that listening ear, and it was very much appreciated. And I do also welcome the Minister Long's commitments earlier in this debate around the sentencing bill and the plans for tougher sentences as well, particularly in relation to drug and drink driving, and it is important that that continues at haste. These amendments, if passed, would be known as Jaden's Law, and it would be a fitting tribute to her if it provides greater clarity, consistency and protection for every family right across Northern Ireland. Jaden's legacy should be one that delivers positive change, and my colleague Paul Frew has articulated very clearly the rationale around the various amendments 74 and 75, which I don't intend to repeat in detail, given how articulately that Mr Frew has outlined the amendments and the reasoning behind them. I therefore would encourage both the Minister and the Assembly to give serious consideration to these proposals and to work towards a legislative framework that provides greater clarity, consistency and confidence for those who unfortunately have been involved in serious road traffic accidents. Alcohol testing has rightly become an accepted and important and normal part of our road safety enforcement and messaging, and that is welcome and it is needed and it is vitally, vitally important. It is therefore reasonable, I feel, to consider drug testing should be treated with the same seriousness. Given, certainly, yes.
I thank the member for giving way. One of the challenges which I'll be referring to in my own speech is that, unlike with alcohol, we don't have statutory limits for drugs in people's system, and that can make it very hard for the police to enforce, because they have to actually observe that there is incapacity in order to know that the person has been taking drugs. It's one of the reasons why I'm going to suggest that, whilst supportive of these amendments tonight, there may need to be some revision of those at further consideration stage in order to provide a workable way forward on this. But I would want to work with yourself and with your colleagues to try and find a way through so that we can actually implement this in a way that the police can have the resources to do, but that is also meaningful in terms of its outcomes.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way, and having just listened to the Minister's contribution, I would understand that one of the reasons we have a legal limit with alcohol is because alcohol is a legal substance. So where there is, particularly where it's illegal drugs, and I understand there's prescription drugs and so on as well, but with illegal drugs, should it not be the case that any amount that's detected should be treated as illegal and therefore prosecutable? Thank you.
Thank you. You wish to go for it one more time if you want.
Thank you. Of course that's the case, and that's why we don't have prescribed limits, because any illegal drug is an offence. The challenge is then linking that in a way that would be compliant with the law, that it has in some way it has interfered with the person's capacity to be able to drive the car. That's the challenge, and so that's, I think, where it becomes more difficult, and that's why I want to bottom this out with the members involved, so that we get to a situation where we're actually able to implement this in a meaningful way.
Minister, and to the member for their interventions and their input, and I think it does present valid points that there is challenges around that. I accept that and appreciate that, but I think there is also an opportunity, and I think, as you say, we can work together with the partner agencies as well. And I think there is evidence where drug testing is in place. As we all know by the police, there is a very strong record of people that have tested positive for drug use, and I think that is alarming, and I think that reinforces the need for us to do what we are doing in terms of strengthening our legislation to bring drug testing in line with alcohol testing. And we all know, and it has been touched upon already, around the ever-growing scourge which drugs are across our society today, and ultimately the dangers that they have become in society, and as has been mentioned earlier, that has come onto our roads as well, making our roads even more dangerous places for all of us and all of our friends and our families too, and those who we represent. I firmly believe that this is an opportunity to make drug testing on our roads an automatic and routine safeguard rather than a discretionary power which may be dependent on subjective thresholds or subsequent developments or circumstances. And I believe that this opportunity making drug testing mandatory where a traffic offence occurs or an accident and make drug testing more common and more of a routine practice is something worthwhile and something that we can all get behind. Drug testing should be an automatic and routine part of any investigative process rather than that discretionary power. And I do believe that amending legislation in this way will ensure that police have access to all relevant evidence from the outset, and that families across Northern Ireland are never left with any unanswered questions at what obviously is such a traumatic time for any family. Amendment 74 will bring drug testing at authorised checkpoints into line with breath testing at authorised checkpoints as the legislation exists today in its current form. And I believe this will be an important tool for the police to help prevent drug driving, which, as we know, can have such devastating consequences on our roads. And Amendment 75 seeks to further strengthen and bring clarity and consistency to this important issue. And under 75, a preliminary test must be administered importantly, as it references in paragraph 4 and 5 of the current order as it stands, if a traffic offence has been committed or indeed if an accident occurs. And I think this is important too for confidence within our justice system, and obviously our justice system depends on consistency and thoroughness and also clarity as well. And there's an important change of words as well through these amendments, the change from may to must in relation to paragraphs 4 and 5 of the existing 1995 road traffic order. And it will, as my colleague Mr Frew alluded to earlier, will remove any grey area around the use of discretion. And I think this is vitally important for victims and also for their families. I've been engaging with a number of sectors around these issues, including the PSNI and also with Road Safe NI, the charity who do sterling work on such issues, and they too have lent their support to these amendments, and I do welcome that. A group that do a lot of important work with school children and young people, and I'm pleased that they are supporting the two amendments. And I know my colleague Julie Middleton works closely with David Jackson from the charity right across Northern Ireland, including in the northwest area where Julie Middleton proudly represents. So I would encourage members to consider these amendments carefully, and I would certainly commend them to the House, and I trust that they will be supported. And as the Minister alludes to too, there is an opportunity for further work to develop to make sure that any issues are worked through and that they can be utilised and delivered in the most effective way going forward. I also wish to lend my support to Amendment 90 in the names of Paul Frew, Patsy McGlone and Nuala McAllister regarding the misuse of e-scooters and similar such motorcycle vehicles. This is becoming an increasingly significant issue right across Northern Ireland, including within my own constituency of North Down, and constituents regularly raise concerns about the reckless and illegal use of e-scooters and scramblers on our roads, footpaths, parks and indeed within built-up residential areas. And what may appear to some as a nuisance can quickly become a very serious public safety issue, and I know others have alluded to some very serious issues of injury and worse in recent days. And I appreciate it is a relatively new issue, the role and the growth of e-scooters, and it is an opportunity to, like today, is an important opportunity to ensure legislation is agile, to reflect new realities and concerns that do come forward, and I think that is one of these such opportunities. We are seeing e-scooters being used on public roads by individuals, often young people, as has been referenced, with no licence, no insurance, little or no understanding of road safety, and in many cases certainly no regard whatsoever for any form of highway code. And pedestrians and cyclists and motorists are all being placed at unnecessary risks as a result of this. And many residents, particularly older people and families with young children, do feel intimidated when these vehicles are driven recklessly through areas intended for public use. We see regular enforcement, for example, appreciate through its Department for Infrastructure, when vehicles are parked in our town and city centres. And somebody can get a ticket if they're parked 10 minutes over the limit in a parking bay, yet we see little or no enforcement currently around the use of e-scooters. So again, I believe this amendment does strengthen the enforcement tools available to the agencies and also improve public safety for all. Communities have a right to expect that their neighbourhoods can be enjoyed safely and without fear of injury or indeed antisocial behaviour. And I welcome this amendment and the current requirement for police officers to issue a warning before seizing an illegally used e-scooter or scrambler can act as an unnecessary barrier to effective enforcement. And by removing this requirement, I do believe that the police service will be better equipped to take swift action where dangerous or unlawful behaviour is taking place. And it's about ensuring that the police have the practical powers necessary to tackle misuse. And I think the word misuse is very important. It's not specifically the use of electronic scooters, but it is indeed the misuse of them. And I think that should be a key focus of this amendment, and around protecting the public and allowing the police to respond effectively to growing concerns within our communities. I think it's a sensible, proportionate and common sense measure, strengthening powers and improving public safety, and also sending a clear message that this Assembly is listening to our communities and that misuse of e-scooters and scramblers will not be tolerated. I am therefore very pleased to support Amendment 90 in this group, and I commend those members who have worked collaboratively to bring it forward today. So I trust all of these amendments in Group 5 will be supported, including Amendments 74 and 75, which I am very proud to put my name to, and hopefully it will progress and it will become known as Jayden's Law, which I think would be a fitting tribute to Jayden Rice, aged 16, who sadly lost her life just last year from Bangor. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stephen. And I call on Connie Egan. Connie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I felt compelled to stand up today and make some remarks on the amendments brought by my colleagues across the Chamber, which propose legislative changes regarding testing for drug consumption for those driving motor vehicles on our roads. When you talk to the everyday person in our constituencies and ask what they want to see from us as elected representatives, often one of the answers are to fix the roads, make them better and make them safer. This rings particularly true for our communities in North Down, following the devastating and tragic loss of Jayden Rice, a 16-year-old who was killed by a driver in July of last year. Jayden was a wonderful young woman whose passion and determination for bettering the world around her continues to shine out of everyone who met her and now speaks of her. Her family and loved ones are in my thoughts today as we work together to ensure these proposals are as watertight and practicable as possible. These amendments, if successful, would provide police officers with additional tools for investigating crime, but also prevent further serious and fatal incidents from happening in the first place. From the outset, I want to say I really welcome the intention of this. The PSNI last year ran a winter campaign on drunk and drug driving, which saw over 100 arrests of drivers under the influence in the first 15 days alone. That should be shocking for those drivers' lack of concern for safety of others and also themselves. From my understanding, Amendment 74 inserts a new clause into the 1995 Road Traffic Order to give the PSNI powers to run an authorised checkpoint drugs test, making it an offence for a person not to cooperate without reasonable excuse. Whilst I and my party intend to support this and other amendments listed, I do want to raise concern with some potential unintended consequences that could leave officers open to criticism or challenge. For example, 17 CB6, where it references a reasonable excuse, we would like to know what defines reasonable on the ground, so the rights of those at the scene and the officers administering those tests are able to know their duties. I would be really open to a response on this if the proposers would like to intervene on their intentions behind this, or if they could clarify in later remarks. I also note Amendment 75 continues in the same thread, editing Article 17 of the 1995 Road Traffic Order to move the PSNI away from having a power to administer preliminary tests if an officer on the ground reasonably suspects a traffic offence or accident has occurred by the person driving or trying to drive a motor vehicle, to instead an officer having a legal duty. Again, we have to ensure the standards we put into legislation can be fully and realistically met at this time. I'm not saying that this is not possible, but in the spirit of creating clear legislation, I'd appreciate from the members any engagement they have had with the PSNI on the conducting of preliminary drug testing and what their intentions are in relation to this amendment. That being said, we have to do everything possible to ensure safety on our roads, and that includes doing everything possible to prevent the harm that can happen from drugs. So in this spirit, and in the spirit of ensuring no further delay to important steps being taken on this, Alliance will be supporting these amendments. Though we also wait in anticipation for further consideration stage on developed information from bodies like the Department of Infrastructure and the PSNI on what is practically needed in order to commence these amendments. Whilst I am speaking, I would also like to add my support to the amendment tabled by the members from different parties that amends requirements under the 2008 Criminal Justice Order relating to the seizure of vehicles that are being used to cause alarm, distress and annoyance of others. E-scooters are not toys and have the potential to create serious harm, including risk to life. We've unfortunately seen this in Northern Ireland in recent weeks. This is an issue that I, and I'm sure all members, will have received contact on through their constituency offices, and the unruly and dangerous usage of e-scooters is becoming more common. Those using them are often putting themselves in danger, but other road users and also pedestrians. I welcome this amendment's goal in giving the PSNI more tools to tackle reckless behaviour on our roads and footpaths. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connie. I call on Maurice Bradley. Maurice.
Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Justice Committee, I rise to support Amendments 74, 75 and 90. I would like to make one thing clear. Anyone who drives while impaired by drugs poses a serious danger to themselves and to others. Road safety must always be a priority, and the police should have the necessary tools to remove dangerous drivers from our roads. I support the introduction of drug testing powers comparable to those that currently exist for drink driving, whether on suspicion of impaired or erratic driving or following a road traffic collision. My support for these amendments is rooted not only in principle but in personal experience. 25 years ago at 2 a.m. on the 31st of March 2001, I received the devastating news that my cousin Jill Bradley had been killed by a drunk driver. Jill was 22 years old. She was an only child and had recently graduated. She was looking forward to beginning her career as a primary school teacher. She was a beautiful young woman with natural blonde ringlets, the type that many Irish dancers spend considerable amounts of money trying to replicate. Hers were completely natural. 25 years later, it is still raw. Whenever I visit her parents, her photograph still hangs on the wall. There remains an empty place at the family table that has never been filled. That tragedy was caused by drink driving. The consequences of drug-impaired driving are no different. The grief experienced by families who lose loved ones is exactly the same. We cannot afford to lose more young lives because we failed to act. We cannot afford to lose anyone because we did not equip law enforcement with appropriate powers to tackle impairment on our roads. Increasingly, concerns are being raised that some approaches to roadside drug testing risk treating law-abiding motorists as though they are guilty until proven innocent. For many people being stopped, tested, questioned and potentially detained, it can feel intimidating and humiliating. There are legitimate concerns surrounding false positives and the detection of substances that may remain in a person's system long after the impairment effects have worn off. The objective must be to improve road safety, not to create an atmosphere in which responsible motorists feel criminalised. Clear operational guidelines, rigorous standards for testing equipment, comprehensive officer training and robust safeguards for those who believe they have been wrongly accused are all essential. Public trust depends not only on effective enforcement, but also on fairness and accountability. The vast majority of motorists are responsible individuals. They simply travel to work, they take their children to school, or they visit family and friends, or they go about their business. They deserve protection from dangerous drivers, but they also deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. I also wish to address a growing issue on our roads and pavements, the increasing use of e-scooters and the dangers they present to the public. Only last week, while driving through Coleraine, I observed 4 young men on e-scooters using police no waiting signs as makeshift seats on their scooters. Not one of them was wearing a helmet. A few weeks earlier, at the corner of Park Street and Church Street in the town, I nearly walked into an e-scooter carrying 3 young girls. Thankfully, they were not travelling at excessive speed and managed to maintain control of the scooter. These incidents highlight a significant gap in both awareness and regulation. A person riding a bicycle is expected to wear a helmet. Cyclists cannot legally ride through pedestrian zones or on footpaths in many circumstances. Yet there remains considerable confusion surrounding the use of e-scooters, particularly privately owned ones. Currently, privately owned scooters cannot legally be used on public roads, pavements or cycle lanes in Northern Ireland. Despite this, many individuals continue to use them in public spaces, often unaware that they may be breaking the law. This lack of understanding creates difficulties for enforcement and uncertainty for the public. The risks associated with e-scooter use cannot be ignored. They are capable of travelling at speeds exceeding 45 miles per hour or more. When operated on busy pavements, they pose serious dangers to pedestrians, especially older people, young children and those with visual impairments. Many users fail to wear protective equipment, increasing the risk of serious injury. Across the United Kingdom, emergency departments have reported increasing numbers of e-scooter related injuries, ranging from fractures to life-threatening head trauma. Infrastructure presents another challenge. Northern Ireland's roads were not designed for e-scooters. Potholes, uneven surfaces and narrow pavements increase the likelihood of accidents. Without dedicated infrastructure or clear regulations, e-scooter riders are forced to share spaces with pedestrians and motorists, creating hazards for everyone. There are also concerns regarding accountability and insurance. Unlike cars and motorcyclists, many e-scooters are operated without insurance, leaving victims potentially facing difficulties obtaining compensation when accidents do occur. The same concerns apply to scramblers and other off-road vehicles when they are used irresponsibly in public spaces. When misused, they present a significant danger to the wider community. This is not to say that e-scooters have no place in Northern Ireland. They may well form part of a more sustainable transport system in the future. However, before wider adoption can be considered, there must be comprehensive legislation, clear safety standards, appropriate infrastructure and effective public education. The convenience of emerging technologies should never come at the expense of public safety. Ultimately, we must reject the false choice between road safety and civil liberties. We can support robust action against drug-impaired driving while insisting that enforcement measures remain fair, proportionate and just. We can embrace innovation in transport while ensuring appropriate safeguards are in place to protect all road users and scooter users. Protecting the public should never mean abandoning the principles of fairness upon which our society is built. Equally, safeguarding individual rights should never prevent us from taking necessary action to prevent tragedy on our roads. For those reasons, I support Amendments 74, 75 and 90.
Thank you, Maurice. I call on David Brooks. David.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and like those before me, I'm going to speak first to Amendments 74 and 75 of the bill, and then we'll turn on to Amendment 90, which my colleague Mr Furey has worked across parties to bring to increase powers around the confiscation of e-scooters and scramblers that I feel is particularly relevant to my own constituency. Amendments 74 and 75 are practical, proportionate and potentially life-saving measures designed to tackle the growing threat of drug driving on our roads. Amendment 74 would allow a constable on duty at an authorised checkpoint to require a driver to cooperate with a roadside drugs test through the provision of a saliva sample. In essence, it places drug testing on a similar footing, as has been said, to the breath tests that have become routine and accepted part of drink driving enforcement. For decades, society at large has recognised that alcohol impairs judgment, slows reaction times and puts lives at risk. Many of us will remember the startling and impactful adverts over the years. I remember them even from my childhood. The shift in culture as people realise the danger of drink driving and driving under the influence of a substance posed not only to the driver but to communities, pedestrians and other innocent road users. That recognition and cultural change has been backed up by robust roadside enforcement. Yet drugs can be equally dangerous, in some cases even more so, while our enforcement powers have not always kept pace. And my colleague's story about his relative, I think, will have touched many across the chamber, and that's the kind of thing that these measures, we hope, will see much less of in future. This amendment helps address that imbalance. It provides our police officers with a straightforward screening tool at checkpoints and sends a clear message that drug driving is every bit as unacceptable as drink driving, and in future will be just as likely to be detected and punished. It is about giving the police the ability to identify those who may be driving under the influence of illegal or impairing substances before tragedy occurs. Amendment 75 then is equally important. As has been stated, where a driver has been stopped for reckless or dangerous driving, or where they have been involved in a collision causing injury or death, a degree of discretion remains as to whether a drug test is administered. This amendment would remove that discretion and require testing in those circumstances, which I believe is entirely reasonable. If a driver is suspected of reckless driving, there is a legitimate public interest in establishing whether drugs were a factor. If a collision has occurred and someone has been injured or killed, families deserve to know that every possible line of inquiry has been pursued. Mandatory testing in these circumstances protects the integrity of investigations, ensures consistency of enforcement, and removes any perception that dangers may vary from one officer or one area to another. It also protects police officers themselves by providing clear statutory requirement rather than leaving them to make difficult judgment calls in what can be highly stressful situations. And we know that in other jurisdictions, and Great Britain has significantly strengthened its approach to drug driving. Police officers now routinely using roadside saliva testing devices, and drug driving laws which were specifically reformed to make enforcement more effective. The objective was simple: to bring drug driving enforcement closer to the model that had proven successful in tackling drink driving. The result has been a clearer framework for police and stronger deterrent for motorists. Members will be familiar, and not least through the contributions of my colleagues, particularly Stephen Dunn, in what has become known as Jayden's Law, which we hope this amendment will bring into effect. Calls for that obviously emerged following the tragic death of Jayden Rice and the subsequent campaign by that family for tougher road safety measures. I commend the campaign of that family, and I commend my colleagues Stephen Dunn as well as the Chair of the Justice Committee in working to bring this amendment. That the principle is very clear that when serious collisions occur, particularly involving death or serious injury, there should be mandatory testing of drivers so that evidence is gathered immediately and families can have confidence that no question is left unanswered. The relevance to Amendment 75 is clear. Both are founded on the belief that where the consequences are grave, testing should be automatic rather than optional. The law should not rely on chance, discretion or inconsistency when the stakes are so high. It is not about being anti-driver. Indeed, the overwhelming majority of drivers will feel safer on our roads as a result. What it is anti-drug misuse and pro-road safety. These measures are about protecting innocent road users, pedestrians, cyclists and passengers, and they are about giving our police the tools that they need. They are about ensuring that enforcement provides sufficient deterrent and accountability, and they are about ensuring that when serious incidents occur, the truth can be established quickly and fairly. Every member of this House will want safer roads. Every member will want fewer families receiving devastating news from the police at their front door. And Amendments 74 and 75, whilst not eliminating drug driving overnight, they do represent the sensible, evidence-based step that will improve enforcement, strengthen deterrence and ultimately save lives. And I want to thank the Minister as well for the clarification granted in my intervention to my colleague earlier. But for all of those reasons, I commend both of those amendments to the House. I move then to an issue that has been hugely prevalent and a torment to residents, community workers and indeed police in my own constituency, and focus of my own work over the last months and indeed a couple of years, and that is the misuse of scramblers and e-scooters. I want to welcome the amendment that would allow police to confiscate e-scooters and scramblers without warning, and to commend my colleague Paul Frew and those from the other parties, Patsy and Nuala, who he has worked with to bring this forward. This is a sensible and necessary measure, and it addresses a very real problem that communities across Northern Ireland are experiencing on a daily basis. And indeed, while I and some others have been talking about it for a while, I think through social media videos, the Peelers TV show, and no doubt increasing issues within constituency offices, the dangerous and antisocial misuse of e-scooters and scramblers is now something few of us don't deal with on a regular basis. And I congratulate actually the PSNI in North Belfast that I seen on their Facebook page had a recent haul of Surons, e-scramblers, and I know their East Belfast colleagues have had a number of successes on that front recently too. I hope we see many more of such posts, and I wish them every success in their efforts. However, I also know that they currently operate within a system that often seems to put more barriers in their way rather than one which enables them to act. For too long, residents have had to endure these vehicles being driven recklessly through housing estates, down greenways, parks and public spaces. Parents worry about children playing outside, elderly residents fear using footpaths, people simply trying to walk to the shops or enjoy a local park should not have to dodge vehicles being ridden in a manner that is dangerous, intimidating and in many cases completely unlawful. That is before we take into account, and I'm sure the Justice Minister is well aware, that it is not only merely antisocial behaviour or kids larking about. These vehicles in our own constituency are concerned in the supply of drugs. The Greenway, much lauded for success in our own constituency, has previously been described to me by police and community representatives as a highway for such supplies, where those using the vehicles are secure in the knowledge the police lack the powers and ability to chase them effectively, particularly on the greenways. So the amendment before us is not revolutionary. It does not create new offences. It does not introduce sweeping new powers. What it does is it removes an unnecessary obstacle to effective enforcement by allowing the PSNI to seize these vehicles immediately where legal grounds exists, rather than having to first issue a warning. At a time when it seems the odds are too heavily in favour of the perpetrators, where we have seen them actively goad PSNI officers, every little helps in rebalancing the scales in favour of our police force. That is a practical step in the right direction. If a vehicle is being used illegally and dangerously, common sense suggests that officers should be able to act there and then. A system that requires warnings before action can be taken risks allowing offenders to evade consequences and undermines confidence in enforcement. So I support this amendment wholeheartedly. However, while supporting it, I think we must also be honest and acknowledge that it is only the step in the right direction. I know the proposer knows this. The scale of the problem requires us to think more broadly and more ambitiously. This is not the time to debate it more fulsomely, but I believe we do need to look at powers that go further when dealing with repeat offenders and serious misuse that will probably require some standalone legislation in future. At present, in many cases, an individual whose vehicle has been confiscated can pay a relatively modest fee and recover it. For some, that has become little more than an inconvenience rather than a deterrent, and that cannot be right. Where individuals have been responsible for the dangerous, reckless or persistent misuse of vehicles, we should be considering powers that allow permanent deprivation of that vehicle. If someone repeatedly demonstrates that they cannot use a vehicle responsibly, there is strong public interest in ensuring they can simply not have that handed back to them a short period later. Alongside stronger powers, we also need better operational capability, and while I will not go deeply into it, I know the Minister will have heard me speak before about the need for drone teams and those drones to be accessible to police officers at the moment in which they are needed and not booked in advance. And I understand that requires additional resource, but I think it's very necessary when we talk about the problems that we've seen on the Greenway and other places where police currently don't have the ability to give chase. And certainly.
I just want to thank the member for taking that intervention. I'm wondering, would he agree with me that one of the challenges, and I'm going to reflect on this hopefully later on this evening, is actually the police trying to apprehend people who are using these scooters, and by the very nature of it, because they're quite mobile, police have to make a call on whether they want to actually pursue, I guess, in most cases, the young folks on the scooters, and by its very nature, that can have consequences not only for the police officers but also for the young person who's fleeing on the e-scooter. I mean, is that a problem that he recognises in his constituency? Because it's certainly concurrent in mine.
It's certainly something I recognise in my own constituency, but also not just recognising my own constituency, it's something police officers is routinely talking to me about. It's not even that they have to think too much about it, it's that it's fundamentally so dangerous, not only for the person on the bike, but other users, whether that's the greenway or paths or roads, that actually they're not able to give chase in that way far too often. There are a minority of circumstances in which they will have been able to chase the perpetrator, but too often that's not the case. They also speak about the mandatory registration at the point of sale being something that they would like to see. And the one thing I will come to, which is interesting that the members talked about, was a police officer contacted me recently who had experience working in England, Scotland and Wales, in England in their case, and they recently communicated that the officers in GB have benefited from the enaction of the sections 5 and 6 of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act 2022, which in practice means that in an investigation, instead of being judged against the driving of a careful and competent driver, they are more reasonably judged against that of a careful constable who has undertaken the same prescribed training, which better takes into account their level of training and the context in which they are asked to protect the public good. And whilst not directly relevant, and I understand them, maybe the speakers may be indulging me in that regard, I would encourage the Minister to look into that. Returning to the amendment then, and those who it may impact, I recognise that not everyone who becomes frustrated when this issue is discussed, and e-scooters in particular, feel that sometimes the e-scooter is demonised and they're not always acting irresponsible. Many purchase e-scooters because they see them as a practical means of transport. They want to use an affordable way to travel to and from work, or they want that solution for short journeys. My colleague talked about sustainable travel, which we have often encouraged, and also what is often referred to as the last mile of their commute. I understand that perspective, but I also want to say that the reality is, under the current law, the use of privately owned e-scooters on public roads and footpaths is illegal. That is the legal position. At the same time, when enforcement is lax, it is hardly surprising that such use has become normalised. People see others using these vehicles every day without consequence and understandably conclude that the rules are not being enforced. And that brings me to a final point. Again, slightly outside the scope of today's bill, but it is long since time, I believe, the Department for Infrastructure engages seriously with this issue. The current approach of effectively doing nothing may save that department from immediate hassle, but it is not serving everyone well. It is not serving those who wish to use these vehicles legitimately for short commutes and sustainable travel well, nor is it serving pedestrians, families and vulnerable road users who currently have to contend with the dangers created by unregulated and unlawful use. And they should look to be putting a framework in place that asks what should the age limits be, what should these vehicles be, how should these vehicles be allowed to operate, what safety equipment should be required, and what are the standards of training or insurance that might be necessary. These are important questions and they too deserve answers. Today, however, we are dealing with this more immediate issue. This amendment is to provide the PSNI with a more effective tool to tackle behaviour that is already illegal and already causing harm within our communities, and for that reason I am pleased to support it. I thank my colleague for bringing it, and I encourage members to support it also. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, I raise in support of Amendments 74, 75 and 90. And I agree with members across the House that we must act in the strongest possible terms to tackle the real issue, the scourge of drunk and drug driving in our community. Behind all the numbers, the statistics, the debate, this is very much a human story, because choices that have been made by individuals to get in behind the wheel of a vehicle whilst intoxicated under the influence of drugs or alcohol has forever changed the lives of countless families forever. And that's at the heart of this entire debate. There's a very, very simple question. Are we as an Assembly doing enough to prevent tragedy before it happens? Can we do more? Are we doing enough to deter those from breaking the law, from acting so recklessly to put the lives of themselves, the others and themselves at risk? For too long, families that I have engaged with on this important issue have said no. Too often our laws and our enforcement models still operate after the damage has been done, after the collision, after the serious injury, and in many instances, unfortunately, after the death, and also after a family's world has entirely collapsed. The purpose of the law should not be simply to punish after a tragedy. The purpose of the law should be, where it can, protect human life. That is why these amendments do deserve strong consideration and, indeed, in my opinion, support. Amendment 74 would introduce powers for drugs testing at authorised checkpoints, and that means that police would be able to, under proper authorisation and safeguards, to require motorists stopped at checkpoints to cooperate with roadside drugs testing. It represents a significant shift from the current position, where testing is generally tied to suspicion and there's an element of discretion, often based on observation or signs of impairment, which isn't always reliable, dependent on the resilience of the individual in terms of intoxication. Under this particular change to the legislation, authorised operations could proactively screen drivers in designated circumstances, creating a more visible and consistent enforcement presence, and indeed adding to the necessary awareness that our police service is on the ball on this issue. Amendment 75 goes further and introduces a duty to administer preliminary tests where the legal conditions are, of course, met. Rather than leaving testing solely to discretion, it would establish a clearer expectation that officers carry out roadside testing when statutory thresholds are satisfied. That creates greater consistency in enforcement, reduces the risk of missed interventions, and helps ensure that similar cases are treated in similar ways across different areas. These are important considerations because what they recognise is that the current framework has its limitations and the cost is just too great. At present, much of the enforcement, as I've said, relies on observations, and often the police would have to have pulled you in, your impairment would need to be visible, or they'd need to have reasonable suspicion. So there's too many gaps in this, and unfortunately too many have fallen through the stools. These amendments would move the law towards earlier intervention also, and a more preventative model, which is what the PSNI and indeed countless families have campaigned for many, many years. One that identifies risk before harm occurs rather than relying on evidence gathered after serious incidents have occurred. Drug driving is different because drug impairment is not always visible. Indeed, there's a wider education for our society generally to pick up on the signs of someone being intoxicated by drugs. Often under drugs, depending on what it is they've consumed, a person can appear quite calm, quite relaxed. They can appear normal. They can convince themselves that they're capable of driving in some instances, but judgment most certainly can be impaired, reaction time slowed, and decision making also affected. And when that happens behind the wheel of a moving vehicle, the consequences can be and have been catastrophic. And I have said many times on the public record that any individual that gets behind the wheel of a car whilst under the influence of alcohol or intoxicated by drugs need to appreciate that that car very quickly becomes a weapon that has claimed countless lives and left others very seriously injured, and has profound consequences for the person responsible. We cannot continue to rely on hoping somebody appears to be impaired. These amendments move us away from that, and I have to say it is absolutely very welcome. The key is that if these amendments come into effect in legislation, and if people know that they can be stopped and tested at authorised checkpoints, you'll find that it becomes a deterrent in itself, and often people will think twice before taking that reckless and unnecessary action. And let us be honest about another feeling. There remains dangerous attitudes among some drug driving. Some that drug driving is somehow less dangerous than drink driving. and that needs to be challenged, and I think it needs to be challenged at the earliest possible stages. We need to be creating greater awareness of the dangers of getting behind the wheel of a vehicle whilst intoxicated, and we should be having those conversations with our young people at school age. Some believe that they can get away with drug driving because it's harder to detect, that it's easier to explain away, that because somebody is not visibly intoxicated, somehow the risk is lower. Well, very clearly this House has said, as have countless families that have suffered the worst possible consequences, that it's not. Impairment is impairment. And a family, all too often, many have, received a knock on the door. And the family receiving that knock on the door does not ask whether alcohol or drugs caused it. The outcome is the same. They've lost someone so very precious to them. Lives have been changed and families devastated. Before I focus on Amendment 90, I think it's important that I relate to something in my own constituency, a case that is very important and relates directly, and the Minister has very kindly mentioned this in the House, as had Ciara Ferguson earlier, and that's the case of Enda Dolan. And this is a human story. So if you imagine a young student, 18 years of age, from Killyclogher in Omagh, a few weeks into his attending university in Belfast, walking down up the Malone Road to his student accommodation, probably just off the phone to his parents, checking in, struck by a van driven by David Lee Stewart. And it turned out that the driver of the van was not only just drinking heavily, but also had a substantial amount of drugs in his system. He struck Enda and carried that young lad 800 yards on top of his vehicle before braking and pulling his body from the van. Stewart was jailed, and rightly so. The family led a very powerful campaign, and the ears of the Minister was there, as the previous Justice Minister as well. And they've been listened to, because they very clearly spoke out about how the system had failed them, how a young lad starting out his life, attending university, trying to improve his circumstances, seek out opportunities, was struck down through no fault of his own. Enda did not have a choice, but the driver of that van did. When he attended the licensed premises that he was in, he made the choice to drink 13 alcoholic beverages, multiple pints, shots and spirits. He made the choice to have a cocktail of drugs in his system, including traces of cocaine, benzodiazepines, cannabis and other things. He made that choice when he got into that van and drove down that road. He may not have intended to hit anybody, and certainly probably not intended to take the life of Enda Dolan, but those were the consequences of his reckless, selfish action. And that is the human story. That is why this legislation is important. That is why these amendments are important. And that is why the sentencing bill, which will be brought forward by the Justice Minister in Long, is also important. It will save lives. But there's also a wider amount of work that we must do to create greater awareness amongst our population about the very serious consequences of getting in to any vehicle when you aren't in control. You can't bring Enda Dolan back. You can't bring Jaden Rice back, and the countless other families, many in my own constituency, who have spoken to me about how they feel the system failed them. In terms of the legislation, in terms of the law, when this case eventually got to court, the perpetrator was sentenced to 7 years. 3.5 would be served in jail and 3.5 on licence. The family, absolutely furious, raised the case, rightly so. They raised the legitimate point. Enda didn't have a choice. David Lee Stewart did. And at the Court of Appeal, it was decided to increase what was originally an unduly lenient sentence, and ultimately the Dolans felt their voices were heard, and there was public outrage. But to supplement these important changes that are in this Justice Bill, the Sentencing Bill will be critical to ensure an increase in the relevant sentences for those who cause a death or serious injury as a result of driving whilst under the influence of drugs or alcohol. I want to pay tribute to the Dolan family because they've waited a very long time for pieces of legislation such as this. And it is positive. This is what can come about when members of this House work together, go through the necessary processes and ultimately create what will be life-changing legislation at the end. In terms of Amendment 90, I thank my colleague and others for bringing it forward. It too is a very important amendment and has my full support. I live in a rural constituency, I represent a rural constituency, and I have to say, whilst I'm very aware of e-scooters and the dangers they pose, we don't see the same concentration of them as some of the more urban centres around Belfast and other areas. But I am aware, I see young fellows in particular going out on country roads where it's dangerous to walk, let alone take one of these e-scooters that is exceptionally speedy. I couldn't believe actually when I witnessed it. And it is important that we more generally, more widely, and specific to what I've said, create greater awareness amongst our young people about the very real need to be conscious of the dangers of our roads. And for that, I ask the House to support all three of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I call on Julie Middleton. Julie.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in full support of the introduction of Jayden's Law, an amendment of crucial importance to all in Northern Ireland. I did not know Jayden Rice personally, but her name will forever be burnt on my heart. Jayden was aged 16 years old when she lost her life at the hands of a driver. Jayden was described as light in this broken and sometimes dark world, whilst Jayden's life was cruelly stolen from her at the hands of an irresponsible driver while she was out walking. Her legacy and light, all being well through this process and through final stage, should live on. That includes today and every day, particularly if we do make the effort to work together to bring this forward through this stage and to make meaningful changes to allow for final stage just to make sense for the law and the legislative change. From the outset, I wish to be very clear that road safety is an issue that affects us all. I don't think I need to say that, but on the basis that the general public sometimes watch what we're saying, we need to get that message across. Whether you are a driver, a pedestrian, a passenger or a cyclist, it is imperative that our laws are tied up, they're robust when it comes to road safety, and most importantly, they put the lives of our citizens and our residents first, because we all know that one life lost is one too many. Yesterday, my colleague Paul Frew remarked that we have a real opportunity to change law for the better. Now, I accept that I am new, but I found that really inspiring. And it is my express view that when we have community members, bereaved families, and amazing road safety charities, and I'm only going to name two out of many, such as Life After and Road Safety NI, or Road Safe NI, pardon me, outlining the need for legislative change. It is our duty to listen, to work together, and to act decisively. Jayden's Law is a necessity for our legal framework, strengthening the existing laws around the recklessness that is drug driving. Members, you will be well aware that it's already against the law to take copious amounts of drugs, or drugs in any case, and jump in behind the wheel to drive. You, if you have done this, are unfit to drive. You're unfit to do so through the consumption of drugs, a choice that you, if you are someone who is reckless, has chosen to do. Should Jayden's Law be brought into our formal legislation at final stage, it would hopefully become mandatory to test for drug use when an RTC or an RTA has taken place. This is a very welcome suggestion, a very welcome step forward, and it's a step forward in the pursuit for the elimination, or at the very least lowering, of our road-related deaths, and again, the elimination or lowering of the rates of those injured or seriously injured through RTCs and RTAs on our roads in Northern Ireland. Members, if our primary duty is to improve the lives of all those living in Northern Ireland, what better protection can we bring to them than to do all that we can to better our legislation for road users? It is my genuine hope that the implementation of Jayden's Law will prevent both death and serious injuries at the hands of those who foolishly take drugs and drive.
Would the member take an intervention?
Absolutely.
I want to thank the member for taking an intervention. Would she agree with me, I know that she's a parent herself, would she agree with me that there's no call that any parent would fear more than a call from the police saying that their son or daughter was killed? That's exactly what the family of Jayden and Enda faced, and that's one more reason why we have to have this law in Northern Ireland.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I absolutely agree. And through many years of working alongside road safety organisations, very sadly, I have heard those stories from families from all different communities who have had their lives torn apart, and it becomes their daily reality, not their past, not a moment of sorrow, but something that they have to live with every day. And certainly as a parent myself, I am conscious of the position of my child when I walk on the street, or even other drivers when they're around me, and I am sure there are many of us who are the same. I know that work will be needed should this pass consideration stage, and we can make this happen through further stages, and we can make tangible changes. Similar to drink driving, drug driving can leave a person unfit to drive, often leading the driver to lack sound cognitive, auditory or visual abilities. This causes an increase in risk-taking behaviour and a lowering of good decision-making processes. This, in a car or a vehicle, is a lethal combination when you're operating what can only be described as a moving vehicle, a moving vehicle that can cause serious harm, not just to life, but to families forever. Drivers' attentiveness, their perception of both time and speed, and their critical judgment skills can more often than not be seriously affected when they have made the choice to use drugs whilst driving. While sadly, we cannot undo the terrible pain those who have lost continue to live daily with, we can insist that this is brought in as a very serious deterrent. If you choose to get into a vehicle under the influence of drugs and you are then involved in an RTA or RTC, testing will be mandatory. What a message. Surely this should cause those thinking of doing so too, and I'm going to speak colloquially here, to catch themselves on. I am sure all our citizens would rather wise up than live with the lifelong guilt of knowing you have taken a life and ruined a family and a community forever. Members, I have to be very honest, the more I read of Jayden's Law, the more aghast I become that mandatory drug testing at an RTC or RTA is not something already part of our legal framework, and I am so glad that we are bringing this forward today, and I thank all those involved in the process. I am thankful that we are having the time to discuss this today, and should we see this go through, we will be able to see a change that is long overdue for many families, and this is a signal that we, as your MLAs, when we work together, can show how much we all individually and collectively care, and that we are behind you on the fundamental issue of justice. Now let us be clear in the fact we are working through this legislation in the memory of 16-year-old Jayden Rice, and all those victims of drug drivers on our roads. Members, we have a clear case for bringing about change, spurred on by the family of Jayden, who have channelled their unimaginable grief into a campaign for clarity, for consistency, and for the protection for other families on our roads and other people on our roads, and for every pedestrian on our streets. Current legislation leaves too much space for chance. The chance that someone won't be tested, that they won't be caught, the chance that justice won't be served, the chance that there will be nothing to deter, the chance that another person will jump in their vehicle, having taken drugs, and kill someone or seriously injure them. These are chances that we cannot afford to take. Under our existing systems, drug testing following a serious road traffic collision is not always automatic. We know that, that's what we're discussing today. But this creates a dangerous gap in our investigative process. If we're serious about road safety, we must ensure that the true picture, irrespective of what it may be, is always shown, and that justice can be pursued with the same scrutiny and the same consistency. When a family loses a loved one on our roads, they deserve to know that the investigation was thorough. They should not be left questioning whether a potential factor in the collision, such as drug impairment, was fully explored. And Jayden's Law will provide us with the peace of mind that the legal system is doing everything in its power to establish facts. Our justice system should not rely on discretionary decisions at the scene of a tragedy. Mandatory testing removes ambiguity and ensures that the PSNI has the tools they need to build robust cases. It ensures that no driver evades justice due to a lack of evidence regarding impairment. Yet because these substances are not always as easily detected as alcohol at the roadside, they often remain a hidden danger, and we need to move to make sure that that is not the case anymore. This amendment, all being well, will close the loophole. It is practical, it is evidence-based, and it is a step towards modernising our approach to road safety. Should we move forward with making drug testing mandatory in the scene of RTA or RTC involving death or life-changing injuries, we send a clear, non-negotiable message. Driving while impaired will be detected and it will be prosecuted. This acts as a powerful deterrent against reckless behaviour. Today, we can ensure that Jayden's legacy is one of real, lasting change. We can build a road safety framework that prioritises the lives of all road users and pedestrians alike. This amendment isn't just about policy, it is about life and death, and I urge you all to support Jayden's Law fully and wholly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Peter Martin. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I've listened very intently to some really great speeches during this debate. It's a very important debate, and it certainly is of high quality. Mr Speaker, I want to speak briefly on my support for Amendment 90 and then turn to Amendments 74 and 75. I would imagine that members, and most importantly the users of e-scooters, which are obviously the subject of this amendment, are patently aware of the challenges that face police officers when trying to apprehend those users, as chases sometimes evolve, which obviously have dangers both for the police and for the safety of those that the police are trying to apprehend. There are significant limitations in what actions the PSNI can take to pursue individuals on these vehicles. Offenders know that the police cannot really pursue them at times due to risk of either personal injury to the police or the users themselves. I, like many others in this chamber, have had contact to my constituency office from members of the public who have been, frankly, and I will use this word because it was used to me in one of the many emails I've got, tortured by the users of these devices. They actually asked me to raise it in the Assembly, although I probably doubt that too many of those people who raise it with me will be watching Assembly TV at 7:45 on a Tuesday night. I'm not sure if Coronation Street is still on, but that's other TV programmes are available. Police have to be empowered to take action when these vehicles are being used in an antisocial way. It cannot be left as simply an operational matter when the police have not been given appropriate powers to act. I therefore believe that once the police apprehend offenders, they should have the enhanced powers to seize the scooters in the very first instance, and that is exactly what Amendment 90 allows them to do. The message will soon get through to inconsiderate users of these vehicles that they're going to lose their scooter, or they're going to lose their e-bike, or their e-scrambler, and apparently these things can be quite expensive. I would also just want to reflect to the fact that this amendment holds cross-party support, and therefore I would ask all members of the Assembly to support Amendment 90. Mr. Speaker, turning to Amendments 74 and 75 to the Justice Bill. These amendments represent what I view as sensible, proportionate and necessary measures to strengthen road safety across Northern Ireland. In the very first instance, I want to pay tribute to my constituency colleague Stephen Dunn, and also to the Chair of the Justice Committee, Paul Frew, who's wandering this Assembly, chatting to members, who tabled this amendment. I hope Hansard got that one in the first place. As members are more than acutely aware, and as has my constituency colleagues, Stephen and Connie referenced Jayden Rice, and in fact, Julie referenced Jayden in her speech. She was just 16 years old when she was knocked down and killed on Bangor Ring Road in July of last year. Jayden was an Army cadet with a very bright future ahead of her. She was involved in youth and community work with the DICE project in North Down, and I know that members of the North Down Community Network still feel her loss very acutely. And it's interesting that my colleague obviously took a quote that described Jayden, and I have exactly the same quote down here. She was described as a light in this broken and sometimes dark world. What a lovely thing to say as an epitaph for someone. I want to pause briefly to recognise the amazing efforts of Jayden's mother, Elaine, and her grandmother, Judith, and the wider family, who have been rightfully relentless in keeping the memory of Jayden alive. Stephen and I have attended several meetings with family members since Jayden's death, and at those, both Elaine and Judith have made very clear their view that they need a change in the law. I want to thank in particular the Justice Minister for taking one of those meetings, and for the Infrastructure Minister for taking another one. Elaine and Judith are calling for this Assembly to consider making drug testing automatic in collisions involving life or death changing injuries. And as has been reflected on numerous occasions in this Assembly this evening, this could be called Jayden's Law, in memory of that very much loved and remembered teenager from Bangor. And I very sincerely hope that we are successful in that regard. At the centre of this debate is a straightforward but important question around clauses 74 and 75. Are we doing enough to prevent those who have taken and are therefore impaired by drugs from getting behind the wheel of a car and putting the lives of other people at risk? I believe we absolutely can do more. And I also believe that these amendments offer very practical steps to address that challenge. I want to thank the Justice Minister for her comments on the assessment of effects in answer to a question from one of my colleagues on the individuals concerned who could be tested at the roadside for these. I believe, in answer to the Justice Minister's comments, she will know as well as I that this is for committee stage and further consideration stage that these can be worked out, and I believe that with good purpose and congenial working, I think we can undoubtedly find a way through that. For decades, governments and legislators across the UK have worked hard to change, for example, public attitudes to drink driving. This has been referred to on a couple of occasions even during this debate. Education and enforcement legislation have made it increasingly clear that driving under the influence of alcohol is wholly unacceptable. 30 years ago, that wasn't the case. 30 years ago, people might have taken a drink, might have taken several drinks and got into a car and driven home. Very few would do that now. And why is that? Mainly because of a change in attitudes. A change in attitude that say, actually, drink driving's wrong. Some of us in this chamber who are old enough, will maybe remember the very hard-hitting TV adverts that we were exposed to during that time. And they played their part, and I believe they were successful. Today, police officers, road safety organisations and victims groups all recognise together that drug driving poses a clear and legitimate threat to public safety. Whether the drugs involved are illegal substances, controlled drugs or strong medication taken in a manner that impairs a person's ability to drive, the consequences, as have been reflected by this Assembly, are frankly devastating. The reality is, and members have noted this, that a motor vehicle in the hands of an impaired driver becomes, quite frankly, a lethal weapon. In fact, a car is a lethal weapon even when driven properly, and that's why we must be so careful on our roads. When someone chooses to drive while affected by drugs, they are not only taking a risk with their own safety, they are putting passengers, pedestrians, cyclists and other motor users in danger. Every family, every person driving on our roads has a right to expect that those around them are fit to drive and capable of doing so. And that is why I support Amendment 74. The amendment would provide the PSNI with the power to conduct drug testing at authorised checkpoints using the use of saliva testing devices. It will create a framework whereby checkpoints can be established only with the written authorisation of an officer, a PSNI officer of at least inspector rank. And it also requires the locations, dates and operating times of those checkpoints are clearly specified, and it provides that testing may only be conducted by uniformed officers at that authorised checkpoint. These are very important safeguards, as we know that legislation that's created in this chamber must have checks and balances. I believe that this amendment is both targeted and proportionate. It's not an unrestricted power. It is a carefully constructed power designed to deal with a very specific public safety concern whilst maintaining accountability and public confidence. One of the strongest arguments in favour of this amendment is that it addresses a very practical challenge faced by police officers. Drug impairment, as has been reflected in this chamber, not least by the Justice Minister, is more difficult to identify than alcohol impairment. While alcohol can be detected through observable signs, drug impairment can be much harder to recognise. Providing officers with the ability to conduct preliminary saliva tests at authorised checkpoints gives them an effective means of identifying drivers who may be under the influence of drugs. It will also enhance PSNI capabilities and increase the likelihood that dangerous drivers will be detected before they cause harm. This will be too late in the case of Jaden and Enda, but not too late for others. However, the true value of these powers lies not only in detection, but clearly also in deterrence. That people who are currently thinking it's okay to take drugs and get behind the wheel of a car and drive may have to reflect on that and change their attitude. Mr. Deputy Speaker, enforcement changes behaviour, and visible enforcement can change behaviour even more. The existence of authorised drug testing checkpoints will send a crystal clear message to everyone in Northern Ireland that drug driving will be actively targeted and that individuals who choose to engage in such behaviour may face very, very serious consequences. Every single collision prevented is a family spared grief, a victim spared injury, and a community spared loss. Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning briefly to Amendment 75, this both complements the previous amendment and then strengthens it a little further. It alters the current framework governing preliminary tests by creating a duty upon constables to administer such tests in the specified circumstances that I highlighted earlier, rather than leaving the matter solely to officer detection at the scene of an RTA. I believe this is a very, very important step because consistency in enforcement is a key component of public confidence. The public expect road traffic laws to be applied consistently and fairly. They expect that where circumstances indicate that testing is appropriate, that action will be taken at that point. Whilst police discretion remains an important principle in many other areas of police enforcement, there are circumstances where a clearer statutory expectation can help consistency and remove uncertainty. None of us are in any doubt that if we were involved in a collision, and I was involved in one a number of years ago, that if the police arrive, of course they will get you to blow into that little device and check that you haven't been drinking. And this amendment will create a similar clause for drug driving. It will reduce the possibility of variation between cases and will reinforce the message that road safety legislation will be applied completely consistently across all of Northern Ireland. Taken together, Amendments 74 and 75 create, in my view, a coherent and very balanced package of measures. One amendment provides tools for enforcement, and the other ensures that those tools will be used effectively when circumstances require them. Together, they strengthen our collective response, which is cross-party, to the problem of drug driving in Northern Ireland. I recognise that some members may have concerns regarding civil liberties and personal freedoms, and I am more than aware of these concerns because I take them very seriously myself. But I believe that in this case, the vast majority of our citizens who drive do not take substantial quantities of drugs before getting behind the wheel of a car and have nothing to fear from such a test. Such concerns, however, should not be dismissed lightly. Whenever this House considers granting additional powers to law enforcement, it is right that we properly examine those powers before they are granted to ensure that they are justified, proportionate and accompanied by safeguards. In my view, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these proposals do indeed meet that test. The powers proposed are not arbitrary, they are very limited in scope, subject to authorisation requirements and focused on a very, very specific public safety objective. And therefore the inconvenience caused by law-abiding motorists is going to be very, very minimal. But in contrast to that, the potential benefits in terms of collision prevention, injury reduction and simply lives saved is incredibly significant. And in weighing those competing considerations, I believe that for me, the balance falls firmly in favour of action. Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious that I'm approaching 8 o'clock. Do you want me to sort of wind up a little bit here, or are you... you want me to keep going? You want me to keep going? I understand. I understand. I believe that colleagues are very keen for me to keep going here. I will drop. I'm only kidding. I'll drop a couple of pages. Look, no legislation can eliminate all risk on our roads. No amendment can guarantee that no collision will ever happen again. We know that. But where we have the opportunity to strengthen enforcement, provide deterrence, and enhance public safety through proportionate measures, surely we should do that. We can't do anything retrospectively. We can't bring people back who have already been lost to RTAs in some dreadful circumstances in Northern Ireland. But we can plan for the future, and we can try and make that future safer and more secure. For those reasons, I believe that Amendments 74 and 75 are sensible, are balanced and justified. They strengthen this place's response to drug driving, support the work of the PSNI, and they promote consistency in enforcement. These amendments not only, in my view, are the right thing to do, but they would also provide a very powerful legacy for Jayden Rice, and a very fitting legacy as well. Safer roads in Northern Ireland. And surely that's something that everyone in this chamber should aspire to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I therefore urge all members of the House to support these amendments and send a very clear and unequivocal message that drug driving has no place on the roads in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and after what feels like a bit of a filibuster over the last hour, I want to be as brief as possible whilst giving members my assurances around some of the issues that have been raised. I'm very grateful to the members for tabling these important amendments, and whilst I'm supportive of any measures that would make our roads safer, these amendments fall within the remit of the Department of Infrastructure. I therefore consulted the Minister for Infrastructure, who has advised me that road safety continues to be of paramount importance to her, and she is committed to working proactively to address a range of issues which negatively impact on road safety. The Minister has advised that the 3 proposed amendments on vehicle seizure, preliminary testing for drink and drugs and drug checkpoints also reflect public engagement with her department on this issue, and she is content with the policy intent of the 3 proposed amendments. Minister Kimmins and I therefore both support this opportunity for the Assembly to engage on and consider each of them as we work collectively to address this life or death issue. I want to speak to the amendments in this group in the sequence in which they feature in the marshalled list. Amendments 74 and 75, tabled by Messrs Frew, Bradley and Kingston and Dunn, would amend the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995 to insert new clauses relating to drugs testing at authorised checkpoints and duty to administer preliminary tests. I understand that Amendment 74 would amend the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995 to provide powers to the PSNI when on duty at an authorised checkpoint to cooperate with the checkpoint drugs test. The amendment defines a checkpoint drugs test as obtaining a specimen of saliva analysed by an approved device to determine the presence of drugs in the body. It would be an offence to fail to cooperate with the checkpoint drugs test without reasonable excuse. I understand that Amendment 75 would amend the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1995 to change the intention of Article 17 of that order from providing a power for the PSNI to administer preliminary tests to a duty to administer preliminary tests if in certain circumstances a constable reasonably suspects that the person has been driving or attempting to drive a motor vehicle and has committed a traffic offence, or if an accident occurs. There would still be a power as opposed to a duty if a constable reasonably suspects the person is driving or attempting to drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs. These amendments were tabled on the 19th of May, and neither my department nor the Department for Infrastructure have had sufficient time to carry out the usual due diligence on the fitness for purpose of the amendment wording or the operational implications. However, the PSNI has provided some helpful initial information. The PSNI is supportive of effective preliminary testing where it is lawful, necessary and practical. There is no objection in principle to strengthening the use of preliminary testing or to improve the policy, training and operational capability that supports it. However, PSNI would have concerns about any amendment which creates an absolute statutory duty that cannot always be met in practice. If legislation states the police must carry out one or more of the preliminary tests, there would need to be clarity around what happens when this cannot be done for genuine operational reasons. There may be occasions where a test cannot be carried out due to the circumstances on the ground. For example, there may be no suitable device available, an issue with equipment, a medical priority, scene safety concerns, or other competing demands at the scene. In those circumstances, there is a risk that officers could be left open to criticism, legal challenge or unintended consequences, despite acting reasonably. It is important to distinguish between the three types of preliminary test. Preliminary breath testing is well established and already supported by internal PSNI policy. Devices are widely available and officers are trained in their use from initial training. The process is also supported by drink-drive limits and evidential breath testing machines, which make next steps clearer following a positive preliminary breath test. It should also be noted that current PSNI policy provides that all drivers involved in a road traffic collision attended by the police should be breath tested. This is reflected in the volume of preliminary breath tests already carried out, with 30,363 tests recorded between the 1st of January 2025 and the 31st of December of the same year. The position is different for preliminary drug testing. The main limitation is the absence of a specified drug limit, as I mentioned earlier, in Northern Ireland, which are available in Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland. So, for example, if someone takes codeine, they may actually test positive for certain categories of drug, depending on the test that's undertaken, even though it may not be impairing their ability to drive. As a result, drug testing cannot currently be used as effectively here as it can in Great Britain or the Republic of Ireland, and this is an area PSNI is actively working on with partners. The longer-term aim is to reach a position where roadside drug testing can be brought more closely into line with preliminary breath testing. Even with preliminary breath testing, there may, however, be occasions where suitable equipment is not immediately available. An improperly drafted statutory duty could result in a member of the public being detained longer than necessary while equipment is sourced, or being subjected to another preliminary test simply to satisfy the legal requirement. A preliminary impairment test is also more intrusive than alcohol and drug testing. It would require the person to leave their vehicle and complete a number of tasks, often at the roadside in public view and in whatever conditions are present at the time. In minor cases, particularly where there is no suspicion of impairment, the PSNI is concerned that it may not be deemed necessary or proportionate. There is also a practical issue around the range of incidents this would apply to. If the requirement applies to collisions, moving traffic offences and cases involving suspicion, it could cover a very wide set of circumstances. The scale of the issue is also significant. Between April 2025 and March 2026, there were 38,176 detections for motoring offences in Northern Ireland. These figures don't include the wider number of motorists stopped and spoken to for minor matters, where officers may provide advice or guidance without taking formal action. It appears a mandatory requirement linked to traffic offences could require officers to carry out preliminary tests even in lower-level encounters where no formal detection is made. That could remove officer discretion and could result in testing that is not necessary. This also needs to be viewed against the current PSNI resourcing position. Officer numbers are already under pressure, and any new legal duty must be something officers can realistically deliver in practice. The proposal could have consequences for a number of PSNI's partner organisations, including my department, the Health and Social Care Service and Forensic Science Northern Ireland. If the amendment creates pressure to roll out roadside drug testing service-wide, this would bring additional costs and budgetary pressures, demand around training, equipment, access to forensic medical officers, blood sampling, laboratory analysis and reporting. Under the current legislation, the PSNI advised that a service-wide rollout of roadside drug testing would not be feasible at this point and could place undue pressure on existing forensic and health service capacity. On Amendment 75, PSNI understands the intention behind the proposal and would support the principle of having this power available in future should excess limits similar to that of alcohol be legislated for. However, under the current legislation, Northern Ireland does not have such specified drug driving limits, and enforcement remains focused on driving while unfit through drugs. This means impairment must be evidenced in relation to the manner of driving. A positive roadside drug test may assist in investigation, but does not by itself prove the offence or place the case in the same position as drink driving. Should these powers be introduced, given the motorist will have been stopped at a vehicle checkpoint, this increases the possibility that no impaired driving will have been witnessed. PSNI warn that this could have the unintended consequence of officers having to let motorists proceed even though they have failed a drug test due to lack of legislation to support an arrest. And for that reason, there may be limited practical benefit in introducing drug testing at authorised checkpoints at this stage. PSNI's view is that if specified drug limits are introduced in future, this type of power would become much more useful, and PSNI would be supportive of it forming part of the wider drug driving framework. It is therefore clear that a lot of operational and further legislative detail is required to be worked through by a number of statutory partners. However, given the support of the Minister for Infrastructure and my own deep concern about the need to improve safety on our roads, I am content to support Amendments 75 and 74 today and to work through the detail as we proceed. It may be that I will need to bring amendments at further consideration stage for the Assembly to consider. If the amendments pass in any form, it is highly likely to be necessary to delay their commencement until operational needs can be met. However, I will be very clear with the Assembly on these matters at further consideration stage, and in the interim I am happy to engage with the members who have brought the amendments in order that we can hopefully reach a conclusion which is satisfactory to everyone involved. So at this stage I am supportive of the amendments with some practical reservations that I believe we can work through. I would prefer to have the provisions on the statute book which would allow the provisions to come into operation as soon as is practically possible. The alternative would be to wait for primary legislation well into the next mandate, and I believe that that would delay matters to an unacceptable degree. Turning to Amendment 90, Mr Patsy McGlone, Mr Paul Frew and Ms Nuala McAllister have tabled an amendment relating to the seizure of vehicles used in a manner causing alarm, distress or annoyance. I'm very grateful to Mr McGlone for providing me with advance notice of his intentions, and I was therefore able to agree and engage with him prior to its tabling. Further, my department is very familiar with the issue, and my officials were able to engage with DFI counterparts and seek the views of PSNI, who are also supportive of the amendment. The proposed amendment would remove the current requirement under Article 65 of the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008 for a warning to be issued prior to the seizure of a vehicle, except in limited circumstances. In practice, this would provide the police with greater flexibility to intervene immediately where vehicles are being used in a dangerous, reckless or antisocial manner, which is causing significant disruption and distress within communities. And we have all heard this evening of the frequency with which this is occurring in many of our constituencies. The intention behind the amendment is to strengthen the operational tools available to police in tackling this behaviour and ensure that enforcement action can be taken more swiftly where appropriate. Parents may well be content to buy a scooter for their child and allow them to go out and drive it. I suspect they won't buy them a second one if the first one is confiscated by the police. Members will agree with me that the illegal use of scooters and scramblers is a scourge in our communities. The Department has been dealing with a large number of questions and correspondence on the matter, and we have a thorough knowledge of the issues. The intention is simply to strengthen the ability of the police to act swiftly on these issues. It is not limited to e-scooters and scramblers and relates to all motor vehicles. I believe that that will actually be helpful, as other motor vehicles and other new developments may lead to similar vehicle nuisance occurring in future. The amendment broadly reflects similar provisions contained in the Crime and Policing Act 2026 at Westminster. When I met with Mr McGlone to discuss his proposal, and on the understanding that the PSNI are also supportive of the amendment, I advised him of my support, subject to further engagement with him by the Department of Infrastructure and PSNI to seek their views. Minister Kimmins has also now indicated her support, and I am therefore happy to commend this to the House.
Thank you very much indeed. I call Mr Frew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll not keep the House too long in this regard, and you will know that I will not, you'll be thankful I'll not go through a full wind, but other than to say thank you very much for every single person who has contributed to this debate, and I know that there was others on these benches who wish to participate, and I thank you with regards to your perseverance and your endurance, and then also lifting your name off the list at the last moment. So thank you very much for that, and I acknowledge that, because you all had something powerful to contribute. Just to raise some of the issues that were raised with me in this, and the Minister did have an intervention with David Brooks around the level of drugs in someone's system. One of the reasons why this is so important to bring in is that it provides an evidential base when police are investigating and when it goes to court, and that's something that Jayden's family was deprived of at that time. So there is a real issue there with regards to making sure that these tests are done, so that there would be the most thorough evidential base going then to a police file, to the PPS, and then on to court. So that's why it's really important. We do understand that there will be operational matters around this. We understand those sensitivities. So we will give a commitment, myself, Stephen and Brian and Morris, that we will work with the Department and the Minister with regards to any amendments that may need to be done at further consideration stage. Connie Egan raised the issue around, and I think it was the new 17CB paragraph 6, which reads, "A person commits an offence if without reasonable excuse he fails to cooperate with the checkpoint drugs test in pursuance of a requirement imposed under this article." I think that's what she was alluding to, and that's the only place I could see reasonable excuse in the amendment. That's just a read across from what is existing 17CA with regards to breath testing at authorised checkpoints, so we've just read it across in order to be thorough. So I hope that answers the questions, Mr Deputy Speaker, that has been posed to me, which I then was able to address. As I say, I won't go through a full wind. It wouldn't be fair on the House. We've been here a long time and we've had a very, very good debate, and I thank every single member who has contributed to it, and I thank every single member who is going to vote positively for these 3 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Right, ladies and gentlemen, amendment 74 proposed. Amendment proposed after clause 23, insert new clause, drugs testing at authorised checkpoints. The question is Amendment 74 be made, a new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 75 has already been debated. I call Mr Frew to formally move Amendment 75.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 23, insert new clause, duty to administer a preliminary test. The question is Amendment 75 be made, a new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 76 has already been debated. I call on Paula Bradshaw to move formally Amendment 76.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 23, insert new clause, police ombudsman power to submit a report to appropriate authority during investigation. The question is Amendment 76 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 77 has already been debated. I call on Paula Bradshaw to formally move Amendment 77.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 23, insert new clause, police ombudsman power to submit a report to appropriate authority before criminal proceedings concluded. The question is Amendment 77 be made and a new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 78 has already been debated. I call Mr Frew to move formally Amendment 78. Move. Thank you. Amendment proposed after clause 23, insert new clause, advertising sexual services. The question is that Amendment 78 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes Section 5 amendments. Minister, were you wishing to make a point of order?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to raise a point of order. You will be aware that in 2009 the then Speaker made a ruling on appropriate conduct in the House, where he said that the context of comments that were made in the House and the manner in which they were spoken would outrule, if you like, the issue of parliamentary language. And therefore, when people made comments, it would depend on the context. Today, earlier in the day, Jonathan Buckley came into the chamber and made an intervention. It was a point of order that was not a point of order in that it related to comments that were made outside the House. He did so in a tone that could only be described as inflammatory. Hear, hear. He also, in that statement, made a number of false statements. First of all, he created the impression I was not here and demanded that I be brought to the chamber to make a statement. I was sitting here at the time. And secondly, he went on to say that I needed to provide an explanation about the immigration status, the alleged immigration status of the person who has now been charged with offences from North Belfast last night. As you're aware, I am not and never have been the Home Secretary. I am the Justice Minister, and immigration is not devolved. The context in which those statements are made is that there is a highly volatile situation developing outside this House. And the purpose of the intervention was clearly to get a TikTok out of it, to put it on social media, where it has now been shared, in order to inflame already angry tensions outside, and particularly to direct them towards me and my colleagues by extension. I would therefore ask the Speaker to look at this on a number of fronts. Firstly, in the context that we're in today, were the comments that were made by Mr Buckley a departure from normal parliamentary standards that we should expect for debate in this House? Secondly, is his use of fake points of order in order to furnish himself with clips for social media an abuse of the privileges given to us and granted to us in this chamber? And thirdly, is it in order for a member to stand in this chamber and deliberately mislead the public through taking clips of statements that they have made and putting them on their social media without being challenged? I am not one to raise fake points of order, but I believe, based on William Hayes' ruling in 2009, the context in which this happened and the tone in which it was delivered require further consideration by the Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the Minister for doing that. I note the point of order from the Minister. I also note that the Deputy Speaker was clear that Mr Buckley's remarks were not a point of order. I am happy to refer the matter to the Speaker's office, which it has been done so. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the Business Committee has agreed that the sitting should end at the most appropriate point. Consideration stage of the Justice Bill will continue on Monday the 15th of June. I would seem to be a convenient moment to which to adjourn. This debate will continue on Monday the 15th of June to debate on Group 6. Ladies and gentlemen, please be safe on the way home. There's a lot of disruptions on the roads tonight. Be careful. Item 5 on the order paper is adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.